Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Russell. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, man, it's a big day for us here at Head to Head Fishing. It is the championship day. Who is battling today, Russell?
Isaac Lakich going up against Jeff Nectarline.
Oh, my God. I mean, these guys have been put on an incredible past 2 days, and now they're battling out. What are they fishing for today, Russell?
They're fishing for 10 grand.
Holy man.
And the winner's taking 10 grand home. The nice part about it is in this particular event, second place is taking 2 grand home.
Two grand home.
So
yep.
once you've gotten to this point, those guys are going to be able to cover their expenses, maybe even have a little bit of fun money.
Yep.
But they're not doing it for the money. Let's be honest. Even the 10 grand is really nice.
Yes.
These guys are competitors.
Right.
It's like football players, baseball players. Tom Brady doesn't do it for the money. I mean, he does it because he wants to win Super Bowls. These guys want to win the Super Bowl of walleye fishing, which it's the inaugural head-to-head event right here.
Yep, so you can see here we're getting ready to go. Lines in, we'll be here in less than a minute. A lot of people
10,
on
9,
two.
8,
There's a
7,
countdown.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7 o'clock.
All right,
Here we go.
First set of lines in. So exciting, everybody. Good morning on Facebook and YouTube. We'll be monitoring your comments. Thank you to everybody who's stuck with us the last 3 days already of head-to-head fishing. We're super, super stoked. Let's have a battle here the rest of today, and I don't know about you, but let's get right to the action.
I could hardly sleep last night. I can't wait.
Oh, my hands are going to get cold today. It is chillier. Bet you it goes back to a plastics bite.
Yeah, good point right away. It's a little cooler, and they're actually talking for snow in some areas.
Yeah, Isaac's letting us know he thinks it might go back to a plastics bite. I mentioned yesterday, I'd be interested to see. I would think both of these guys will start with pretty aggressive techniques right away in the morning because the fishing's been pretty good in the morning.
Yep.
Hoping to pick up a couple of quick fish and maybe even a couple of big fish.
We're obviously live, right? Morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone watching at home. Want to give a big shout out to all the support that you guys have all given us the last couple days. It's been pretty crazy. The outreach that I've received from everyone, I really appreciate it. It helps keep me going. If you can't tell, I'm pretty tired this morning. Didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. It's starting to get a little mentally exhausting, but we're going to go out and have some fun today. Jeff and I are going to try to put on a show for you guys. I'm on a little bit different spot this morning than I started at yesterday morning just because there's a bunch of boats up at the dam right now. No one seems to be going to work anymore, so everyone's busy and crowding my area, so I kind of had to call an audible and slide down here to get on a little bit different area. Hopefully I can make it work. Probably going to be moving around a bunch this morning and then probably lock in on some stuff that I've been fishing towards the later parts of the morning here. So see how it all kind of shakes out. Should be fun. I'm going to probably be talking a lot more today, so kind of feeling good, feeling a little bit more relaxed than I have the last 2-3 days. Made it to the championship round and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
Jeff's hooked up.
confident. I know Jeff's feeling good too though, so I'm not gonna let him get this one easy, that's for sure. Can't let that happen.
Jeff's looks like a big one too.
Yeah, that's a good solid hook set
We'll
right there.
He hasn't been able to move it much. If that's a correctly hooked walleye, I think Jeff's going to be off to a big start if he can get that in the net.
Yeah, it only took 3 minutes, Russell, for somebody to hook into the first fish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Big whitefish.
Whitefish. Yeah, I thought it might have been a little bit aggressive. That rod was really bent over, but there's some giant walleyes in there.
Heart rate going?
Jeff has started with that. He's chosen to start with that custom blade bait again.
Yep. And I was looking to see. I didn't see if I.
I've caught a few in the mouth, but this is not their food diet.
Okay.
I think I was looking to see if Isaac went with the slab wrap right away this morning. It worked well for him yesterday. Oh.
Jeff's hooked up again.
This might be loaded up with whitefish.
Corey Clark says, stay alive at the end for a side bet. Loser is going swimming. So we just got confirmation that is a side bet between
It
these
is
two.
happening, yeah. 38-degree water. That's going to be fun.
Man.
Boy, this one's staying down. This might be a walleye. If I was Jeff, I think I'd be a little bit more ready with the net, but he's a veteran. He'll get it done.
Oh, big walleye. He noticed it right away.
You got it. Big one. Wow, what a start.
That's a start right there.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Viper custom tackle coming through. That's what we're talking about right there. Right there. Scale. In that bag, dude. Sorry.
What a beauty.
Fucking. I dropped the ball. I'm sorry.
That's $5 in the swear jar.
It's just as Velcro.
You gotta remember this stuff, Mikey. I'm sorry. All right, let's do this. Zero.
All right, right back to that scale. It's all zeroed out. Dude, what a great fish right away off the bat. What's your guess, Russell?
I'm going to go 5-2.
Beautiful
Sorry, girl.
fish.
Come on, girl. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 514.
5 pounds. I got. It's still moving. It's switching back and forth between 12 and 13 right now. 5 pounds, 13 ounces.
Okay.
Wow, 5 pound, 13 ounces to start.
That's a stud.
It only took, what, 5 minutes?
Fish. Look at that. Look at that.
Beauty. It's a good start. That was the next cast after that whitefish too, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's not letting me check fish in. There's no button.
Zach, there's no option for signing a fish in right now on the app.
There it is. Now it is.
Never mind. He just signed out and signed back in and it worked.
All right, he's going through that Walleye app, getting signed into that.
513.
Entering
5
in his
pounds,
weight.
13
Boom, there you
ounces.
go. See it right on the bottom of your screen. 5 pounds, 13 ounces for Jeff Nectarline right off the bat.
You know, a lot of people at home might think,
Or I'm
Yep.
just imagining things. I don't know. But it feels way colder than it was yesterday.
a lot of people might think, well, that's, you know,
37.
that's a lot of messing around with that fish. But anybody that's fished a lot of tournaments will tell you not having to babysit those fish all day in the live well is a lot, you know, this is a lot easier, a lot quicker.
Usually when I'm looking at my graphs, I'm not really looking at water temperature in terms of like what mine is versus what someone else's graph is. I just kind of focus on what my graph says, and then I look at relative water temperature is what I talk about a lot. So if I'm fishing a body of water, you know, typically in the spring I'm looking for the warmest water available. So if I'm finding a lot of 36-degree water and I find some water that's 37 degrees, I'm definitely going to be fishing that 37-degree water. And obviously that's all on my graph. You know, you can call your buddy up and be like, oh, what's your water temp? And he could tell you 42. You get over there and your graph's going to read the same thing as what it was reading wherever you were. And that's just the difference in terms of your graph to their graph. So I always look at my own graphs. I really don't. When someone else says a number, I kind of just, it goes to the wind to me. It doesn't really matter that much. I mean, obviously it's, you know, ballpark numbers are nice, but yeah, it's not direly important.
That's a lot of awesome information right there.
I'm gonna be checking my phone all day because I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh, Jeff, is he catching fish or not? Well, what the heck? What's the website again? What's the website for
the
it?
app or for the?
For the app, yeah. It's not. I don't have the app. I've just been logging in online. Walleye. There we go. Got it. This jerk off got a 513 already. All right. we gotta go pick it up. Might make a move here. I haven't touched a fish yet, and I'm not seeing the marks I was seeing 20 minutes ago. Dang it, Jeff! Putting the pressure on right off the bat on me. That's okay. I might go jig real quick in the channel. As I know Max did really good in the channel, and I caught some fish there in pre-fish.
We talked about how that phone is going to mess with some guy's head. Now, by no means am I saying it's messing with Isaac already, but
Little guy. Maybe. I don't know. Hopefully a 2-pounder. Hopefully 2 pounds. Doesn't feel like it. Nope.
dink.
Hook in the
There it
hand
is.
away. That's felt great. Blow the gunnel. No penalties today. Ain't got time for that. Dang. I've been getting tore up. My hands are beat. Well, they want the blade bait, so maybe we'll stick around here for another 5 minutes or so. There he is.
Oh,
That's
there we
fun.
go. Just like that.
Yep. Isaac confirmed he did start with the custom blade bait.
This one should weigh. I'm gonna just slide back a little bit just to grab this.
Kind of feel the pressure of the, the day getting to him.
Risky business setting that net on the chair there. He bumps it accidentally. Could be netless.
Well, it's a good one, good one. Yeah, Jeff.
Got him.
I'm gonna play today. Oh, baby.
Oh,
I only might
bad.
go 5 pounds. I gotta keep Jeff honest today. You ain't getting anything for free.
Wow. An incredible start by both anglers.
You got the scale?
Big walleye on the Lackish Lover early.
Can't even. Should have grabbed that out earlier. Okay. Zero,
0-0 confirmed.
I don't know if that one's going to be quite a 5, but it's going to be close.
I'm going to say 410.
415, 5, 5.
5 pounds
5
confirmed.
pounds even.
Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
Good start. Crappy thing is I just broke a hook, so I gotta change my hook on my blade now. Cause I only have one of these. Frankie, I should have had Frank. Frank's like, hey, do you want me to paint one of those up for you? And I was like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I coulda just changed baits, but now I'm messing around, changing hooks, wasting time. You don't want to do this. This is not ideal.
Just goes to show you every little minute counts. Every second counts for these guys.
Absolutely. If this was a heavyweight boxing match, Nectar Line would have came out, threw a huge punch right off the bat,
And I gotta make sure I enter that fish.
but Isaac turned right around and threw one back. So
Casting right there.
Jeff's got some traffic to deal with
I
here
was
this
just
morning.
going to say that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard Isaac made that comment of not a lot of people seem to be working today. Now we have Jeff interacting, saying I'm kind of covering my area. You know, the one thing too, Russell, is I think there's a lot of people on the water that are familiar with head-to-head now that are kind of spectating and fishing at the same time. They realize what's on the line for these two guys, so hopefully they give them the respect they need and give them that distance where they can, you know, kind of still fish their areas. There's $10,000 on the line today for one of these guys.
Absolutely.
Here's a good point right now. Oh, he did enter that fishing. All right, there you go. It's on the bottom of your screen. You can see how fast they've gotten now with the Walleye app.
Yeah.
Gotta keep pace with Jeff. That guy is a killer angler. In this format where everything counts, literally everything counts, 2 pounds or up is a fish that we can register. You gotta be on your toes and you gotta keep, you can't let up. I mean, that's what makes this so mentally and physically draining is you cannot take a break. You don't have that option because anyone in this competition all the way through had the ability to knock anyone else out. They were all great anglers. You know, there's a ton of sticks in here that, you know, all had the right to be in this championship round. You know, I'm very fortunate to have made it this far. I've gotten lucky, you know, a couple times where some good sticks just didn't catch as many fish as they probably should have. But yeah, it's just one of those things where once you start catching fish, you just cannot stop. You can't let off the gas pedal. You just got to keep going and going and going and push it and deal with the consequences of fatigue later. There he is.
Oh, double header.
No, there might be a little guy again. We'll see. Hopefully 2 pounds. It feels real ratty. Oh, maybe. Nah, that's not going to go. That's not going to make it. That's okay, though. I'm catching him. I'm catching him.
This could be double dink fest.
Got a lot of comments going here on Facebook and YouTube.
We'll take him.
Some people
keep
think there's going to be
catching 'em.
35 plus
I'll put out a
bags here
crate
today.
of
40-pound bags.
Walleyes all day. I'm cool with that.
The bite has definitely been better during the AM, though. That's for sure.
I said yesterday that I expected one of the guys to get over
Probably not
30.
even gonna pick up another rod, honestly, after that. This bait's been just on fire the whole tournament. This bait has been coming through for me in clutch times when I need a fish. It's just been producing. It's a little brown, gold, black, fathead imitation kind of bait, made by Viper Custom Tackle. I designed it. I cooked it up in my living room one day. I was like, you know, I need a blade bait that's going to really imitate a fathead really well, because I knew that, you know, kind of a live bait type scenario was going to definitely be a scenario that we aren't allowed to use, and I wanted to be able to have something that's mimicking a minnow as close as possible, because, you know, in pre-fish and throughout the entirety of really fishing just to Pier my whole life, you know, you'll come up here and you can fish artificial some days and just absolutely smash fish, but then the next day you come up here and you're throwing the exact same bait you were before and you can't catch a fish, but the guy in a kayak next to you is slamming walleyes on a jig and a minnow. And you know, walleyes are like that, where they really like to eat their, you know, the live bait, and that's what makes this format a little bit unique, where, you know, we're not allowed to use it. I think it's awesome. I think it really challenges us as anglers to, you know, find baits that are going to work and techniques that are going to work in tough conditions, where normally a lot of guys would just go to, you know, dragging a jig with a minnow or a piece of crawler on it. You know, I think this really, it kind of eliminates that aspect of, you know, getting beat by a guy who went and bought a couple packs of night crawlers, you know, in a tournament. That's kind of not as fun. It's fun being able to go up against, you know, Jeff, and he's another guy. There's another one. Jeff's a guy that he'll catch, you know, fish after fish after fish all day. So you got to keep the pressure on. This is going to be another weigh fish. This is going to be another like 3-4 pounder probably. 21, 23-inch fish. That's what I've been looking for. Man, I haven't fished this. I fished this spot for about 10 minutes in pre-fish, and I did not catch fish on it that much. But I love this little spot. There's a little bit of an indent in the break line here, and it's just a killer location. These fish just will stack up in here sometimes, and obviously they're here right now. Littler guy, maybe 2 pounds.
It's gonna be close.
Yeah. Where is that? Is that in the gill? No, it's not in the gill. So that's an illegally hooked fish, so it's too far. We're playing in the gill plate or forward. It's got to be in that head of the fish. So as long as that bait, is from basically this line forward, it's good. This one's kind of on the underside there, so I'm going to call it as a no just because I don't even think that's going to go 2 pounds anyways. So not going to take a chance on a championship day getting a fish, penalty or disqualification for weighing a fish I shouldn't have.
Wow. It's just
Not worth it, but that came from the exact same spot. That those
a lot
other
of
fish
awesome
have been
knowledge from
biting at,
Isaac.
so.
A lot of drama early too.
Yeah.
See where Jeff's at. I'm going to keep giving you guys updates.
Somebody
Still
hooked
leading
the
by 13
Red Bull
ounces,
directly
so.
to Isaac's veins this morning.
Good one. That's 5:13 this morning to start his day. That's a good fish.
He's wound up, and I don't blame him. I'd be wound up too.
Good
That
morning,
is a
Trent.
good
Thank
fish.
you.
I would not complain about one of those right about now.
Jeff's more of a silent assassin.
Yeah.
He's not saying a whole lot. I don't expect him to say a
How
whole
much
lot.
talking Jeff's doing. He's probably rambling on just like me. We're both talking over each other. No one can hear anything.
Tell you what, it feels a lot different today.
I thought that was going to be a good one, but you just kind of...
Stress.
When you hook them funny like that, you're pulling them sideways through the water, and
Isaac and
it
I,
just doesn't...
all
It
the,
don't feel quite as...
all the berries
I mean, it
there,
feels
so
good. It feels way better than what the fish actually is.
Tense.
I can't tell you how many times I thought I've had a good 6 to 8 pound walleye and I bring it up and it's a 14-incher hooked in the side, especially in the rivers in the spring. There's just so many fish in this place right now. It's pretty incredible how many fish are honestly up in here at the moment. I don't know what the current estimates on the walleye population for Green Bay is, but I'd say about half of them, if not better, probably spawn in this river. Basically, the whole lower half of Green Bay, all the fish from there come down into the Fox here. There's also a ton of fish that end up going into the Oconto River, Peshtigo River. There's some fish that go up into the Swamico to spawn, fish go into Sturgeon Bay, Marinette, Cedar River, Ford River, all the way up into Escanaba, top of Little Bay to Knock, Big Bay to Knock. There's fish that spawn, and there's tons of fish that they never even come out. They never even go into the rivers. They just spawn in the lake on the lake shores. They spawn on the shallow rock all up and down lake, both sides of Green Bay, and there's even a small population of walleyes that are probably living on lakeside on Lake Michigan on the other side of Sturgeon Bay in Door County. I've always wanted to go over there and check that out, but that's been a little bit of a, not a dream or a wishes were fishes, but yeah, it's I got runny nose like crazy right now. This colder weather with clouds and humidity is stuffing me up.
For some of you that maybe just joined us, we've got a battle royal going on here. Both guys have started off with a 5-pound fish. Both guys have caught an under. Isaac also just caught a non-correctly hooked fish that he had to throw back.
There's a ton of fish on the Garmin right now. I can see them all sitting on bottom. They're out in front of me. I might start fan casting a little more. I kind of think I beat that little bit of a spot up right there.
One thing I've noticed is for the first time all week, I've seen both guys set up on a flat up in shallower water up in
So
that
you
10,
guys
12
are
foot.
Working these blade baits at home, or if you're watching at home, you're wondering, what I'm doing with this blade bait, you notice some of the guys, they really work them aggressively. They'll snap them pretty hard. I don't do that. I barely lift a blade bait. When I feel my rod tip start to vibrate, I'm basically stopping that rod. I'm not gonna move that bait a whole lot. I want to hop it, a foot, if not less, sometimes at a time. I don't want that bait really moving a whole lot. I want it really, just kind of lifting off bottom, and then I pull and I stop my rod and I let it swing back into the bottom. I kind of just let it, just little hops, just little down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And honestly, that big one that I caught, I never even felt it hit. It sucked it right off the bottom. She ate it right off the bottom, and I had no clue that she had hit it. I just came up for my next hop, and there's a fish on. And the key is, using a long rod. I like really these 7.4s, these medium lights that I've been using. Actually, this one's a medium. It's a little heavy for what I've been doing, but with the blade bait. But I like the 7'4" rods. Honestly, they're sweet. They really, these Deadeye Customs, they're nice rods. They got good backbone, nice soft tip for working baits, and they allow you to really, keep a good bend in the rod when you're fighting fish so that they don't have a chance to get off. I think a fish that I've hooked and been fighting, I've only lost one fish in this whole tournament. I've missed bites. I've, gone to set the hook and missed a couple fish, which happens regardless of what rod you're using. But in terms of my hookup to, fighting a fish percentage, I'm 1 for 20, 30. I don't find that I lose a lot of fish using these rods. And that also comes down to using a really good line. I use a braided super line. It's soft steel tackle. They're an Okuma fishing company. You can go over to okumafishing.com or okumafishingusa.com, and you'll find the line brand there, so that you guys can, if you guys are interested in picking some of this up. This is the Eminent braid. I'm running 10 or 15 pound probably on this rod. And I love it. It's great line. It works awesome. It's no stretch. The abrasion resistance is amazing. I have not had problems with wind knots, really. I'm not getting, wind knots with this line since I've been using it for the last, couple weeks here this spring. And I run it right up to a fluorocarbon leader. I always run fluorocarbon as a leader. I almost never run exclusively straight braid. Fish are smart. Walleyes can see. They have the best eyesight of any fish in the water other than maybe a crappie. And yeah, you can't give them a reason to not want to eat your bait, especially when you're trying to trick them with artificials. You don't want to give them any, justification that the fish are, gonna be a reason to shy away. They, braided super lines, they're typically green or, camo or something like that, but those fish can still see it, and it looks like a weed coming off of your bait, and they don't like that. So I run a line-to-line knot. I run the FG knot. It's a little bit complicated to tie. You guys can go on YouTube and find some different YouTube videos on how to tie it. Bait got all messed up, but it's a little bit different bait. It's or a different knot. It's a little bit more complicated. It takes a while to tie. There's 20, 24, 25 wraps usually that I do, so it's a little bit more complicated. But the nice thing is once you tie one on, you can put 10 feet of fluorocarbon on your line, and when you're fishing up here in Green Bay or any place where there's zebra mussels, you're really able to, cut off a chunk of line and not have to retie your whole leader. A lot of guys, they only run a 2-foot lead, and I just don't do that, especially when I fish in the upper bay of Green Bay. I'm typically running, 10, 12, sometimes 15-foot leader if the water clarity is extremely, extremely clear. I don't think that those fish want to see anything anywhere remotely close to that bait. They don't want to see a swivel above it. I'm very different, I would say, as opposed to a lot of guys, and I very rarely run a swivel. Even like I'm throwing this blade bait today and I do not have a swivel anywhere in my line. Some guys would run it, and I mean that's all up to personal choice. That's personal preference. You know, if you want to run a swivel, man, if that's your thing, go for it. I'm not gonna, you know, dock you and say that it's the wrong way to do it. But personally, I'm just not a swivel guy. I reel it through my rod tip too often.
All right, now we're going over to Jeff Nectarline.
What's that, Mike?
You want to talk about your rod and reel again?
Not at the moment. I mean, I'll get into that stuff as I get some more fish on the score tracker.
Should we do a giveaway, Matt?
Yeah, go for it. What you got?
Feel like we should. I've got a 300-yard spool of J-braid, braided line.
River is to constantly grind and keep trying to. Don't just be stuck on one technique.
Yeah, gotta cover a lot of water.
Cover the right water. You know, there's a lot of water that I wouldn't consider quality tournament water.
Yeah. I mean fan casting.
Yeah, cover from basically a 120-degree angle on each side of your boat, or the current seam that you're trying to fish. You look over here, you can see that current seam about 25 yards away from the boat. That's what you're looking for.
I also got a 13 fishing lipless crankbait. So
All right.
here's what we're going to do today. Tag 3 friends in the chat, either the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat of this video.
That wraps all the bait around as it comes through here at almost like a banana shape to it, curved.
Tag 3 friends in the chat, and at the end of this championship round, you and I will announce the winner, and we're going to give away this spool of braid and this lipless crankbait.
All right, sounds really great. There you go. All you got to do in order to take advantage of that is just tag 3 friends and share this with a lot of people as well for us.
If I'd be interested in fishing this new head-to-head walleye series, I mean, I knew right away I was going to do it. After watching the bass series last fall, that was good drama, good fishing drama on TV. You know, we get to watch it at the national level with Major League Fishing and stuff like that, but to be able to bring it down to, you know, our angler status and to have that opportunity is pretty cool. You know, on day one, when I got home, I literally sat down with dinner and I watched the entire episode, 5 hours of my fishing, you know, because we don't get to see the show unfold while we're on the water. And it literally keeps you glued right to the TV. So the mastermind behind this, obviously I know Brian is part of that. I'm sure there was other masterminds as well too that brought this together for us here in Wisconsin, and love it. This is awesome. Looking forward to more.
Yeah, we all are.
You get a 20-pound feed on Jeff.
I mean, it was really cool even seeing MLF come to Wisconsin this last year on the Bago system, and then to have our own tournament.
Exactly.
To feature the walleye guys in the same light. It's pretty cool. Bass guys get all the glory.
I can't lose today.
Well, there's definitely a tier of walleye anglers that get a lot of love by the media and by corporate sponsors. It's nice that this head-to-head event can really bring it down to, you know, our level. I wouldn't consider myself an elite by any means.
It's pretty cold.
You know, I'm dangerous at any level, but to have the opportunity to be showcased on TV and to be able to show our products that we use and sponsors that we get to work with as well is very nice for us.
Yeah, which is mostly like local business and stuff like that.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely. Ryan and I from Crazy Eyes Outdoors, that's kind of our mission, is to work as much as we can with local companies. You know, that's key. Small business. That's the fabric of America, and we got to do that. You know, we've got, of course, our our partnerships with our corporate sponsors too, like Nitro Boats and Mercury Marine. I mean, we wouldn't be doing this every year if we didn't have this stuff. So, gotta take a shout out to those guys as well too.
The split screen there, we kind of heard of, some awesome knowledge coming from both guys. Jeff's giving a shout out to everybody that's making this possible for him. And then on the flip side, Isaac was talking about the side bet they had going on. One of them is going to potentially go swimming after this event.
Yeah, based on these two guys, I'm assuming that's probably not potentially. It's been confirmed that one of them's jumping in off the pier, and I can't wait to see this.
Well, we were looking.
Could be a lot of boats today, I think.
Yeah, we're going to stay live for that. The thing about it is we were looking at, I believe it was Isaac's screen, and it's about 38-degree water,
Yeah.
he was saying. 38, 39.
Yep.
It's a little chilly for me, Russell.
Like
I don't know if you noticed this, Mike, but you're fishing out of a brand new model Nitro. This is the Nitro ZV20. Nitro's had the ZV21 model out, I think, since 2014. Last year, a friend of mine, Chase Parsons, which I know a lot of you all know, ran the first prototype ZV20 on tour last year, and it caught my attention. I've always been a 20-foot model guy, but when I switched from another manufacturer over to Nitro in 2016, the 21-foot model was the only one available. And this is my first year now running the 20-foot ZV walleye model, and I'm telling you what, this boat is just a beast. Just a beast. Ryan and I were able to take it out last fall before freeze up and put it to the test in some pretty big waves, and this thing handles as good as any 20-foot boat I've ever been in.
I've noticed. Cuts like butter.
Yeah.
Very nice. I've never been in such a smooth boat. I mean, I've been in 3.
Nice little
There he is.
Nitro.
hooked up. Yeah, I was just gonna say I got.
I don't know. That might be a carp. If it's a walleye, it's a good one though. Stay out from under the back of the boat like that, please. I'm gonna go to the front again. I'm just trying to get him out. It's another one. This one might be a little closer to legally hooked. I still don't even think it's close enough to be. It's in the gill plate, but I don't think it's 2 pounds. So, yeah, it's not 2 pounds. Oh well. There's fish around. There's a bunch of fish around. I'm gonna fish over the top of you, Dave.
I think 30 days they're gonna remain closed to the public, just to keep people safe, keep their employees safe. And I just want to definitely give them a shout out because they do a lot of work for us, getting us prepped every year. I mean, we go through a boat every season, and typically our boats come in when it's peak time, and they do a nice job getting us ready so we can get out on the water and start tournament fishing.
Vincent, you can see this.
Yeah, I noticed
the weights at the bottom of your
like
screen
the
there
dash,
on the
it
Way
looks-
Live
with the
scoreboard.
screens, it's just everything. It looks sleek. It looks very
I'm
nice.
very happy with this boat. Very happy with it.
Right now, Jeff Nectarline is a 5-pound.
Chase
has
did a
5
good
pound,
job
13
coaxing me
ounces,
into
and,
being the
Isaac
first
has
guy
5
in one
pounds flat.
in Wisconsin besides him.
That boat Jeff's referring to, I got a chance to fish with Chase on his demo boat during the Next Bite TV show this past year out on Lake Michigan in some big water. It's a pretty impressive boat. They got one on right behind them there. Looks like they're putting the net away, or they had one on.
Oh, yeah.
Something the anglers will definitely pay attention to is if other guys around are catching fish.
Well, they're both sticking to the game plan so far. I mean, from what I've been seeing through the comments here, Russell, on Facebook and YouTube, is there's a lot of people that are going to be throwing blade baits this year.
Oh, I believe it. That's been a very popular tactic the last couple years, and these guys are showing why custom painted stuff is important too, because if everybody goes to the store and buys the same color, having something a little bit different can make a huge difference.
Well, and that's a good point about the custom painted stuff. Is you know, not all custom painted baits are the same. Meaning, like, you buy one color, it might have a slight blemish versus the other, the same exact bait, but the two colors may be a little different. That's the benefit sometimes of a custom painted bait.
That's a good point. Yeah, not every custom's the same.
I hit him too hard. That was a big bite too. You can tell by the thump.
Not such a tiny bite like yesterday.
Right.
No problem, Vincent. That's what Russell and I are here
First one
for,
you
to
got,
help
how
out,
did
keep
you get it?
everybody updated.
Soft,
Thank you for
so
watching.
soft.
Can tell both these guys are detail oriented too. They're both using a color that they help design with the custom painter that they're working with, which means that they believe in what they feel is right color pattern for the water or whatever the case may be. You heard Isaac talk quite a bit about he wanted to replicate a fathead minnow, so he felt that was important to him. I think the biggest thing is he has confidence in that pattern, right? Because he thought it would be a good idea. He thought it would work. He's now caught some fish on it. That gives him the opportunity to
That bite, that was a big bite.
jump from spot to spot and throw that bait first with confidence, knowing that if there's fish here and they're active, this is likely to work. I feel like either one of these guys could pop one at any second. I mean, it feels fishy right now. I'm going to say before the 4-hour mark, one of these guys put a nice 3+ pound walleye on the card here.
Eric Hadiazani says, I was going to go fishing, but it's hard to stop watching this.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I agree.
Eric.
I agree.
Are all the fish pre-spawn? Any post-spawns walleye yet?
I haven't seen any that look post-spawn. I would say for the most part they're all pre-spawn yet, yeah. Did see a male, I think, that Jeff caught yesterday.
One finger. It's
It was
freezing.
definitely milking, going, so it was
I got
time.
the same thing, and it's only on my right hand, and I have a glove on my right hand. Nobody has said anything. I've seen people staring.
Your temps are definitely a lot cooler today.
Yeah, you hear some sniffling, you see the guys putting gloves on.
The other thing we had a question quite a bit earlier is the potentially rain, snow that's moving into the state today. Do you think that's going to hurt us? The one thing about it is, remember, this ends at 12 o'clock today. This championship round is over with, so it just depends on if that front can get to us before the end of the time. But obviously the front coming in is going to change the fishing for sure.
My opinion is I expect one of these guys to likely try to slow down their presentation and switch to plastics before the halfway point. And/or I did like Lakich's idea, he mentioned almost right away, of moving out to the river channel and go to that vertical jigging, maybe even 2-rod thing. I think that might be a way to quickly put some fish in the boat. They may not be as big as some of these you're going to catch up on the food shelves, but I think you'll catch more volume out there.
I'm not quite sure what kind of gloves that Jeff has on there. I was looking at that myself.
I know Striker Ice makes quite a few gloves that are tight to your fingers that you could use for jigging type applications. I'm not at all sure that that's the brand, but we can probably throw some of the different ones up on the chat that I would suggest, or you would suggest, that seem to work good for ice fishing while jigging.
Right. Yeah, I noticed he's got the bibs on, and I wasn't sure if he was wearing the gloves. Oh, here
Jeff's
we
hooked
go.
up. Jeff's hooked up.
See that tip load up?
That looks like the right kind, too.
Feels pretty good. Oh yeah.
Got him.
Nice.
Got him.
Oh.
Oh, he wanted that too.
But that's on again. You get a camera angle on that? It's been hot. It's been keeping me every round.
Great walleye pattern. Purple body, chartreuse head. Lots of different crankbaits
Turn it
and
on.
blade baits and jigs with that sort of pattern.
Because I had it upside down.
I was gonna say. There you go.
Yeah, we looked for that color earlier.
Randy's chameleon is what we have that's close to that color.
Yeah, I'll get that shared here in the comments. Very close. Very close.
Nice fish. 4-2. Oh, slow down. Hold on. What do you see?
It's flipping. 4 pounds, 2 ounces.
Great fish by Jeff.
It was flipping back and
In
forth.
between? It was
Yeah.
steady for me. Maybe my angle when I turned.
Yeah, he started flipping his tail. I don't know.
All right, 4-2. There we go. That's what it's all about. That's why we tournament fish. That's why we go after these green, toothy critters.
You caught blue walleyes?
Boy, Jeff's a
I
class
have.
act.
I caught one. I caught a blue perch before too.
Really?
Yeah.
In Wisconsin?
No, on Lake Winnebagosh.
Okay. I always thought that was really cool. Follow some walleye groups on Facebook and see all different color walleyes.
You also notice Jeff's not in a hurry in this process. Saw a lot of guys over the course of the week really in a hurry.
All right.
Yeah, you just got a second one then.
Pro tip for the day.
That's
Doing these
okay.
events, the one thing I highly suggest you get is
I
a,
just looked at my
big
phone,
rubber
too.
coated net like this. Because the last thing you want to do is those nylon nets. If that fish rolls in there and gets your lure all gnarled up, you're
Oh,
spending
Jeffrey.
time unwinding that.
Just not gonna give
This
me a
I've
break.
never had a problem with. I would not use this if I was out on the bay trolling. It's just not a big enough net. I'd have a bigger.
Even if you're trolling for walleye?
Yeah, I would have my other net. I use a Beckman, a big Beckman net for that.
awesome knowledge and experience coming through from both anglers today.
Jesse asked what size blade bait. I believe these guys are using 3/8 and half. Ooh, Lackage is hooked up.
This ain't right. This is something in the tail. Until it's not. Yeah, there it came out.
Tony, it's a website as of right now, the Walleye website, and it is not available at any app store as of yet. Be patient, it's something we're working on.
Jeff's going to get another one here before the
Tell you what,
4-hour
I
mark.
have not seen yet for practice any of these knockout rounds. I have not seen that 8-pounder or that 10-pounder. Today would be a fantastic day.
Pretty sure Brett got an 8-pounder.
See one. Yeah, there's been a couple caught. Those things are notorious nighttime feeders in the spring, like this. Oh, come on, Jeff. It's 2 in a row.
You can just feel it. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I mean, you can just feel Jeff is at that point right now where he could run away with this thing at any second. Isaac's got to reel it in here and get one to try and tighten this back up.
Alec, water temp earlier was right around between 37 and 39 degrees.
They're fighting
I
one
know
behind
that's
Jeff. again.
your own custom.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of
blade
action
there,
in that
but
area.
People buy that.
Yeah, so Viper, they make these and they also buy blanks too, from what I'm told. And they can paint these any color scheme you want.
Okay.
They have a really cool website that you can go on, vipertackle.com, and customize. It's almost like an animated setup where you can customize the colors.
Okay.
And then the painters will paint one up. I think they actually allow you to see it first before they paint up a bunch of them, but that's something that they can talk
And you
with
have
them
to order a
one-on-one
certain
with.
number of them.
I think there's a minimum quantity, maybe 5 or something
Okay.
like that, but you're going to want,
Of
when
course.
you're running blade baits, you're going to want more than 5 anyway, because you go through these things,
Okay.
because you're casting them in snaggy situations.
Lucas Outdoors, who's been a huge supporter of head-to-head fishing, says, "Listen, guys, Ever shut me down just so I could watch this tournament. I appreciate it." Well, we appreciate everybody that's tuning in. I mean, unfortunately for us, it worked out really well that this all happened this week. And the cool thing is we were able to grind and get this all done for everybody. I mean, by 12 o'clock Central Time today, we will announce the very first walleye head-to-head winner. And boy, they're going to take home a nice prize. $10,000 to the first place winner and $2,000 to the second place guy.
As I said on my personal Facebook page last night, it's been really fun watching something unfold here, something special. I
Yep.
mean, there's going to be a number of people that are going to remember where they were sitting when they watched the inaugural head-to-head walleye champion get crowned. This is something special that I think is going to go on for a while and could become a pretty big deal. So it's really neat that we're able to sit here and watch this happen live.
Well, and while we have a second here, a lot of people have been interested in how you can be a part of this. You can go to h2hfishing.com. I'll share the link here in a second. You can see the following events coming up for the rest of the 2020 season, bass and walleye. We are also still looking for camera people to help us out. We've been receiving quite a few messages on that. So again, here's the link to that. It's just real simple, and just go to h2hfishing.com and get all the information on this awesome event that you've been watching for the last 3 days. We're also looking for sponsors too, so if anybody is interested in sponsoring us, and we've had a couple of companies reach out to us in the meantime, so after the day concludes and the dust settles here at the head-to-head studio, you know, is held the real shot here, we'll respond to all the comments and messages. We'll catch back up. See, here's the cool thing, Russell, that I kind of want to hit on earlier today is people may have the misconception that this is a huge, it's a huge undertaking for everybody, but there's a staff of 5 people working on what you're watching right here for the last 3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 producers.
Yep.
And normally big companies that you do watch all this live streaming, they're probably producers of 10, maybe 15 people.
Yep.
You know, it's you and myself here, been commentating with the help of James Keller for the last couple days. So this is all put out there by a staff less than 10 people for sure. It's probably closer to 6 people realistically.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of work for the people involved. Thankfully, we've had great camera people. The anglers have all participated, not only in the tournament, but in this whole deal. It takes certain kind of anglers to be able to be good at this, and Isaac and Jeff have both shown that they are. They're talking to the camera, they're explaining things so people at home understand. Makes it a little easier for us. But also just makes it more fun and interactive for everybody watching.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, the 2 producers, Brian and Zach, have just done a phenomenal job.
I've known him for probably 3 or 4 years now. I met him through tournament fishing through his teammate Max Wilson. And I gotta say, he's one of the youngest guys fishing at this level, and he's one of the hot sticks. That's a name to be reckoned with as he progresses through this tournament venue that he's on. I mean, he fishes everything with Max to MWC, NWT. I don't know if he's gotten into any NWTs yet, but the AIM circuits, this. I mean, the guy's a heck of a stick. And you weren't my cameraman yesterday in the morning session when I was going up against Lynn, and I told my camera guy, I said, I'm going against one of the legends, in the northeast Wisconsin area for walleye fishing, Lynn Nicklash. I've known him for a long time, and I was nervous fishing against him right to the bitter end. I can't tell you how nervous I am today fishing against Isaac. That guy is Mr. Finesse. They call me the grinder, and they call him Mr. Finesse. So we'll see which method prevails.
Well, I'm very curious.
A lot of respect being thrown around by Jeff there for
I'll tell you
multiple
what,
different
that
great
kid's a
anglers.
Young guy, and I tell any young angler that I fish with, the key to being successful and to have a lot of supporters and followers and sponsors, first and foremost, you need to be humble. Humility is the most important factor. I don't care how good of a fisherman you are. If you're not humble, it's not a good recipe. That kid is as humble as it gets.
I mean, in any sport, if I'm a fan of an athlete, it's usually, that's one of their traits.
Right.
I don't like cocky people like that.
No, neither. A name that comes to mind for me in football, like QB over in Seattle, Wilson.
Russell Wilson. Hey, what about our very own Green Bay Packer, Aaron Jones?
Just threw the Wilson on
Another guy.
Seattle
That
class
dude is
guy.
humble as heck. His parents were military,
Yep, absolutely.
2 minutes.
and he was tied for the most touchdowns.
Yep.
Gotta go.
I was never real big. I'm an influence. I came
He's up to
from Michigan,
9
so
something.
Michigan team, blood, minus the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, he's
And
415 over me right now.
I think it was in South Carolina. He came over like as a fifth year senior and quarterback the Badgers.
Matt, I don't know if you're noticing, and I'm not saying this is going to play a role for sure or not, but Nectarline seems to not be paying attention at all to what Lackish is doing weight-wise or anything like that. And Isaac is definitely a little bit glued to his phone this morning, paying attention to what Jeff is doing and how he's doing. It might be age a little bit,
Yeah.
experience a little bit.
Yep.
While I think Lackish has got all the fishing skills in the world, Jeff's a little bit more of a veteran, and I think he's just concentrating on what he has going on today. Isaac, I think, is going to give Jeff all he can handle. Don't get
Right.
me wrong. I just think Isaac is really little bit concerned. You know, that pressure is there, and he's worried about what Jeff's catching.
Well, and a lot of the comments here rolling in have been like, you know, now Jeff's waking up, he's talkative. Well, if you look at the scoreboard there in the bottom, he's got a little bit of a lead right now. So the roles have been reversed. Isaac started out, his nerves were getting to him. He said, I'm going to be a chatty Cathy right away this morning. And now Jeff has kind of got a couple fish under his belt. He's feeling a little more confident in the spot that he's fishing. He's seeing people behind him start fishing, where all of a sudden we just heard from Isaac saying, hey, we're going to give her 5 minutes and then we're going to make our first move of the day. He was marking fish there earlier, and now he's ready to go try something different. Maybe the river channel like you mentioned earlier.
I'd like to see Isaac move out to the river channel and double jig for a half hour, and I think he could put a couple of them 2 to 3 pounders in the boat. And again, if you gave him a couple of fish, get this thing close to tied up and some confidence, I think his mouth starts going again and he gets excited. And that's the best Isaac we're going to see, is when he's fired up, he's talking, and he's fishing.
Get a hold of TRS, Brian, the guys there. There we go.
Hooked up.
And
There was no question.
get it. There's more events that are coming. Is he still there? Yeah, he's still there. He's swimming at me.
I missed it by 10
Yeah, we're
seconds, by
running
the way. I
events all
said
summer.
he'd get another one by the 4-hour mark.
Bass and walleye.
Yep. Just feels
That's
different.
Brian Keller at the Reel Shot in Appleton, Wisconsin.
If this is hooked right, this could be another 5+ pounder.
To me, this fish is fighting like a big walleye.
This is a big fish. This might be that one that I've been begging for.
I could be wrong, but just slow moves. Jeff's knees got to be shaking right now.
It is. Oh my God. Pretty close. Oh, I don't know if I can keep that one. I gotta look at the hook. It's it's on the gill plate.
Let me zoom in on that.
Shut that off. This is gonna be your call right here. I can't make that call.
Well, that hook came out. That hook came out. It was in the gill.
Let me see the
So
gill.
if that goes forward, right there where it ripped,
Yeah,
I'm in the gill plate.
I agree with Jeff. I think it was in the gill plate. This is a legal fish in my opinion, but I'm not the judge or the jury here. That's a counter fish, I think. We're looking for a ruling from the
He's got
powers to be.
The lure in the fin, but it can fold forward to the gill plate. That counts, correct?
Footage is being reviewed, folks. We got an instant replay. We got our first instant replay here. The officials are doing an instant replay right now, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that was hooked in the gill. Jeff has got confirmation. This is
legal.
confirmed.
The fish was hooked in
That is
the gill
horrible
plate
fish, man.
forward. The one
Thank
hook.
God.
Wow.
That's a pig, man.
Wow. Hey,
I
Matt.
felt it just boom when it hit too. You know, we've been talking about these baits and how we use them. Shiver minnows, ripping wraps, blade baits. It's an aggressive cadence. These fish, when they see it and they feel that vibration, they come at it and they attack it. Often in the fall, when it's dropping, the lure, they're coming at it so fast, they overswim it and they put the brakes on like this and open their mouth and try to pop it in their mouth. And that's when you feel the bump and you set the hook. And sometimes you catch them under the jaw or on the side because they're turning like that.
Yep.
That's a big fish.
Yeah.
That is a
That's
fatty.
a beauty, man. Nice.
That is a fatty right there, Mike.
I was going to tell you, Matt, you better jump aboard because the Jeff Nectarline freight train is on its way. It's moving.
Got zeros? We're good?
Yeah,
7-8.
6'5". Oh, no way. This thing's got to be off. That one I caught yesterday was smaller than this. It says 510. We got to recalibrate that, don't you think? That one yesterday was
Pop it off
513.
and pop it off, zero it out, and try again if you that's what you want.
Yeah, in my opinion, that was a no doubt legal catch right
Yeah.
off the bat. When he netted the fish and laid it on the floor, I saw that hook was in the gill plate.
Okay.
And as that walleye shook in the net, it came out. But we went to further review, and the powers that be checked the footage and
Another
saw it.
scale if you-
We were all
if you
good.
feel
It's in there. Here we
necessary
go.
as well.
510. I guess
That's
we got to
what it
go
is.
with that.
Beautiful fish. It's short, but it's stout. It's stout.
If
It is stout, yep.
If you really want to weigh it again, I have another scale.
I really would. This fish seems bigger than 510. I want to get her back too as quickly as I can.
Yeah, I think Jeff might be wasting a little time here. I think this is a short, stocky fish. It's a stud, but I think this is a 5'10", 5'12" fish that I hope he gets it weighed and gets moving, because he's got a hot bite right now, and I don't think he wants to give up on that bite while they're really active.
0. $5.12. So it's right in there. $5.12 it is.
Just went down to 511.
$5.11. All right, so they're on. Scales are on.
5'11",
5 pounds, 11 ounces.
confirmed weight. What a
that.
fish.
That's a nice fish, man. It does look heavier than that, I will say that.
Just goes to show you those scales are accurate.
They are. The Nectar Line freight train is on the
really
tracks right now, and if Lackage
Bye-bye.
don't get himself together,
Bye-bye,
He's gonna be
as
left
Max
in the
Wilson
dust.
would say. Bye-bye. 5.11.
Very nice, man.
You know, I'm looking at it here, off topic a little bit. That glove that he's referring to reminds me of was that company, that Fish Monkey or whatever?
yeah, it could be like a neoprene glove.
Yeah, I
type
think
thing.
we just got those gloves in.
Error. 5.11. Come on. Error. Should I close out and reset?
Yeah, close out, go back in. That seems to be the only way to fix it. If it doesn't enter on this go, just get back to fish and I'll have them enter it at home base.
I can't even get into the app right now.
Oh man.
All right, now we're back over to. Wait till Isaac gets the update. Now he's 3 fish behind.
But that means that there's fish around, because if I'm snagging them, that means that the numbers are here. So
11.
hopefully I can just get some bites. Get them to bite.
There, I think I grabbed it this time.
Matt, there would be a good
I'll-
glove
I'll
we
get
just
a
put in the
confirmation
chat for some people too. Those are
from
those
them to make
warming
sure it went
gloves.
through.
How many? I've had 3 for that. It went. It's showing like it did.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's updated there at the bottom of the screen. You see Jeff's now at
When you guys
15
get this
pounds,
last
10
fish that
ounces,
Jeff caught, let me
where
know if
Isaac's
they're
at 5 pounds flat.
I needed that fish in the mouth so bad.
I'm gonna predict that when Isaac gets that news, he's on the move fast.
Yep.
Came through right away. We're good.
Yeah, Russell, a glove company that we just started carrying here at the Real Shot's called Fish Monkey.
Okay.
Yep, they'll be hitting the floor here real quick, and they have some neoprene gloves like you're seeing there, some other, fingerless
Forgot
gloves.
where that fish.
Yeah, and everything. We have the online shopping is available at therealshot.com. Enter that H2H code for 10% off. Real Shot is the title sponsor of today's event, and last couple of days here, the DePura opener. So, in-store pickup is another thing that a lot of people like to take advantage of as well. We're not just a small fly-by night operation. It's a big store. People are impressed when they come in here as well.
I agree 100%. And with everything going on, it's nice that the Real Shot can remain open for
Yes.
pickup, for regular mail delivery.
Yep, the staff is working hard on getting your orders that everybody's placed over the last couple of days out there yet. We sell firearms, ammunition, archery equipment, huge fishing selection, you know, bass, walleye, obviously, Great Lakes, Russell. I mean, we got the best Great Lakes selection in the United States. Am I wrong?
No doubt.
No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
We haven't even, I mean, we're not talking, we're a Great Lakes event right now, but that's an impressive selection of stuff. Yeah, going back here, that was a really good job by the cameraman official to make that call on that fish for Jeff. You know, the staff here that went to the instant replay, excuse me, and were able to, you notice that fish was hooked, gill plate forward. That was a phenomenal job by everybody that was involved.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk in the chat right now about, you know, should it be allowed, shouldn't it be allowed, etc. Anybody who's up on walleye fishing right now basically knows that if you are going to use glide baits, half to 3/4 of the fish that are caught on glide baits are caught outside of the mouth, you know, somewhere in the, like Jeff was explaining earlier, bottom of the throat, side of the gill plate. The way these fish attack gobies, which you can watch videos on YouTube, they don't attack gobies normal right behind them with their mouth open and swallow them. They kill the goby first by thrashing their head, by pinning them to the bottom, and of course these gobies have hooks on them. So naturally they're going to get those, and that's why the anglers for this tournament and the H2H staff decided gill plate forward. I love it though. It's kind of like NFL football. Not everybody agrees with the instant replay decision, and that's part of the deal, right? I mean, the officials here, who are the judge and jury, decided after further review that that's what the deal was. And I can tell you one thing. This is my opinion. I'm not going to say that this is for true, but I bet you if you ask Lakich at the end and he watches, he's going to agree that that was a countable fish, and he would agree that if he caught that fish, it was a countable fish. So I think the two anglers are on the same page here, so that's really what matters.
Oh. No, Rob, this is the Fox River in De Pere, Wisconsin. Oh, there we go.
Lakich is on the move.
Slide over just a hair. Stay there.
Cool, thank you.
Come on.
It's rough on the anglers. It's rough on the other equipment as well.
Yep. It's cold.
There's a ton of fish up here. They're just not biting right now. We gotta make a move. Oh, Jeffy, you gotta put the pressure on me right away, don't you? That's okay. We're gonna head down. We're gonna go play where I've been playing, and I know the fish there are good fish. So if they go, we're gonna get them. If they don't go, well, I'm getting wet.
Isaac's referring to the friendly wager they have. Whoever loses is jumping in.
I had to go back to a Tim Meyer comment here. He says, okay, I just poured coffee creamer in my cereal. This thing is addictive.
Yeah. Oh! Nectar line just missed another one.
We have day one. We had guys forgetting what was it, like a bagel or something?
Oh, he was making an English muffin and said that
his bagel
burnt it. Yep.
Last year during the bass events, we had guys leaving their meat on the grill for too long.
Yep.
I mean, they would hear our voices after we would get excited about a fish hook. You know, somebody hook setting. And
Nectar line missed another one. I am literally sitting. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Jeff is a couple of hook sets away from just blowing this thing wide open right now. He is on active fish. He has a blade bait program figured out that's working for him. Lakich needs to relocate, and he needs to put a fish or two on the scoreboard here in a hurry. We've lost Lakich for right now, guys. That's pretty common when they're running. The camera guy will either turn the camera off or we just lose connection for a second. So we'll move over to Jeff. Yeah, maybe now is a good time. Let's take a look at either Jeff Nectarline or Isaac Lakich's catches for the week. We can kind of do a quick replay and look at all the fish that's brought them to this spot.
Yeah, I'm reading over here on some comments here.
Yeah, do a couple chats.
Tony wants us to come to Texas. So yeah, we have plans of coming down south on the bass side of head-to-head fishing. Remember, we're doing a bass and a walleye portion for 2020 here in the state of Wisconsin and Minnesota. You know, there's a lot of people commenting this is way better than working. Well, you know, we hope.
Yeah.
This is the cool thing about this format, and we've seen people stream it to 65-inch TVs. We've seen people watching it on cell phones. There's a picture shared of tablets next to computer desks. I mean, there's no March Madness right now, so this is what we're bringing to you. This bracketed style of head-to-head fishing is giving that, you know, scratching that itch for everybody that was in it, with no March Madness basketball happening right now.
I have a guy in my bracket pool that has 2 wrong going into today. Now that's impressive.
Oh, felt one.
He's got what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
like
2 wrong.
2 wrong.
2 wrong. And has the finals correct. And he's got the guy we're staring at right now. So, pretty impressive stuff. Just fun stuff. That's why it's fun to talk about. Fun stuff. I mean, you know.
All right.
So we're looking at Jeff Nectarline's replays of all the fish that got him here this week.
So your bottom right of your screen is the live actions. We're not going to take you away from that. The left side of the screen, we're going to see the highlights from
both
Isaac
guys, right?
and Nectarline.
Okay, both guys.
What allowed them to get to the spot you're watching them at right now on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. 1.5 thousand people, and so over 1,500 people are on the live stream right now on Facebook.
Wow. So again, just so nobody goes crazy, the fish that Jeff just caught is one of the fish he caught earlier in the week to get him to here.
The actual live stream for the final 2 event is on the bottom right-hand side of the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Stop. Oh my God, no. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, my split ring broke. Oh, look at that. The hook's still in the corner of its mouth. The split ring broke. Whew, talk about lucky.
You know, a question Ryan and I get asked often.
Okay.
Talking to people, talking to companies, you know, to work sponsorships and things like that. And you
Zeros?
don't have to have a big resume of tournament wins. You don't have to be on the tournament circuit for years to do that stuff. Really, it comes down to just being social.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes! Oh. Oh, yeah. That is a chunk. That's 6-pounder, maybe 5.5 pounder. Oh man, barely hooked right in the corner of the mouth. Yeah, baby. All right, let's get this zeroed out for you guys. I got a bait stuck in it. Kids at home, don't leave your baits laying around like I do. It spells disaster sooner or later. Okay.
No. I'm sure there will be. So here's a good example. That's a legal fish right there for this tournament.
Right.
It hit it. It just missed, swung over it, and I got it in the gill. That's a legal fish for this event.
Oh, no, it weighs enough.
No.
Yes.
That's a big one. That's a good one. Oh, it's fighting like crazy. Stop, 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 stop. This one seals the deal right here. Yep, he can't catch me now. Yes!
There we go. Had the old Van Damme swing on that one. Coming behind you. This is a good one. This is a nice fish. Horrible position. Oh yeah. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Boom!
Nice fish.
Yeah!
Yeah, there he is. Please be a 2-pounder. This one feels better. Oh yeah, that's 2 pounds all day. Yeah, baby! Woo! Okay. Pressure's off a little bit. Oh, he's out right away. Perfect.
Oh, inhaled it. Doesn't feel huge though. I think it's gonna make it. Real close. It's gonna be real close.
Yes! I'm probably gonna go to the back there. Oh my god, I let slack in that line. I cannot do that. Oh my god, I know that's like maybe 2 pounds. Maybe, I don't even think that's gonna go 2.
Somebody listened to me just now.
Don't hit that spot lock. I'll get it. It doesn't feel like much anyway. Oh, it feels better now. Oh yeah.
That's a pretty big fish feeling like things.
Oh yeah. That'll work. That'll play. That will play. That's a 3-pounder. All day.
Yeah! Woo! Oh my goodness, I needed that fish so bad. That was so weird. It was like I felt the tick and then I like lifted and there was nothing there and he must have swam at me. Look at that one.
I'm in the right spot. That one hit nice. This could get silly right here. Just don't need any boat traffic in here. Nice fish. Really nice fish. Oh. Yes, yes, yes.
There he is. Yeah, they're getting bitey again. That's a better one too. This is an important fish. This is a really important fish. Yes! Yes, yes, yeah! They are choking that slab wrap, man. Look at that. Gone. You can't even see the bait. You see that? Just a treble hook sticking out. Woo!
This one feels right. Yes, yes, yes. Broke my hook.
Really?
Yeah.
Broke the whole hook off.
Yep. Hit it so hard.
You had him with the other hook.
Yeah, the front hook. The back hook broke. Zero. $3.11.
3 pounds, 11 ounces. Horrible fish.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, 311.
Come on, stay pinned. Yes! Right there. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one. Yes! Woo! Right underneath the chin. Right underneath the gill plate. Look at that donkey! That don't feel right. I snagged it. I think so. Or it's a big one. One of the two. Right. Yeah, I'm dead. Well, no, yeah. We're good. It's a good one. Yes! Just weird. Fighting weird. Right in the corner of the mouth.
You know, a question Ryan and I get asked.
All right,
often,
we're back.
You know, how do you go
Let's
about
listen to Jeff for a little bit.
talking to people, talking to companies, you know, to work sponsorships and things like that? And you don't have to have a big resume of tournament wins. You don't have to be on the tournament circuit for years to do that stuff. Really, it comes down to just being social and talking to people. Sometimes you find people that are completely outside the fishing industry, and they just, you know, they like to fish, but it's not like Rapala, it's not like Nitro Boats, they have a different kind of company. And we actually work, one of our great sponsors, local as well, here in Wisconsin. We work with Central One Security. And Central One Security, I'll tell you what, Ryan and I travel and do all these tournaments. We're gone from home. We've got families, young kids, all that, valuables, in the garage, in the houses. And we have home security systems from Central One. And talk about easy to use. I'll be honest with you, I'm an electronics loser. I mean, I don't know how that stuff all works. I just know it works. You can program all that stuff right from our phone through an app called alarm.com. They come in, their installers are just fantastic. I've worked with Max. I think Mike is another guy I've worked with, where they come in and take a look at your house and they figure out what's best suited for you and give you a free estimate. And then they install the home security system. And you can monitor it right from your phone, literally like video coverage right on your phone. You can see when somebody enters your garage or your house, sensors on your windows and doors. It's good peace of mind is really what my point is. When we're gone for a week or something like that, we know that we've got our houses protected and our wives and our children are safe and all of our valuables. Us boat owners, I mean, there's 80, 90 grand worth of equipment right here. If you're off-site, let's say your boat is stored off-site, as long as there's Wi-Fi available, or I'm sure there's other things that they can do to work around that, you can have that type of security system in your garage. I have one in my garage where there's a camera literally looking at my boat 24/7, infrared too, so even at dark or at night, it can see. So if you're looking at doing stuff like that, looking into sponsorships, looking into products that are local, give Central One Security a call. My friend Chris Utter, Angela White, they're stationed down in Milwaukee, but they cover the entire area around here. So reach out to me or Ryan if you want more information on that too. We'd be glad to help you guys out. One of our good friends, Tim Long, up in Baraga, he has a resort up on Lake Ogeebic, and he reached out to me a couple years ago, and he's got all kinds of different lodges, little cabins and stuff that he has cameras on and sensors to protect his investment.
Back live here in the double screen with both Isaac and Jeff. Isaac, we know, made a move. Little lull here, Matt. Kind of surprised.
There it is. Just as you say that.
Yeah, right on cue. Doesn't look to be a giant, but any fish that would weigh would help right now.
Just barely make 2 pounds.
Not hooked well.
Oh my goodness. That might go 2. That'll go 2. That'll go 2.
I like the confidence.
Okay. Hey, easy. Easy. Chill. Relax. Okay. Zero.
Zero.
Please be 2. Please be 2. Yes. 2-1.
2-1 confirmed.
Okay. It's a start. It's a start, Dave. We got this. We're gonna get it. We're gonna catch back. 2 pounds, 1 ounce. Submit new catch. Down to 8 pounds. 8 pounds to make up. We can do that. We can do that.
So the move pays off.
Especially in this body of water. We can do that in one fish.
on that blade bait again. I just gotta work it a little bit more down current, I think, just to keep the right bottom contact. Casting yesterday, I was casting like across the current and hopping it down, but there wasn't as much wind, and the wind was actually more of a crosswind to the current. Today, the wind is ripping with the current. Ooh, I think I just had another one. I need a couple more like that. 4 to be exact if I want to catch up, but I need to get a big one. I need to get a couple of those 3, 4, 5 pounders that I know that are in here. A 5-pounder right now would be huge.
I didn't notice, Russell. Did Jeff switch up tactics here?
God, that thing was barely hooked.
I didn't notice either. I haven't noticed him switching it up. I'd be very surprised. He might just be trying a different cadence. Looks like the same bait. Kind of what we talked about yesterday with Mark Johnson. When you sit in the spot for a long time, he's hooked up.
Oh.
He just did it for me. I was going to say sometimes either switching baits or switching cadence can get you a bite that you wouldn't have otherwise got. As you noticed there, he switched cadence and bang, there it happened.
I think you switched total baits because that's a different rod in his hand. His other rod handle, I believe, was black.
Well, let's find out. You might be
that's
right.
a cork handle rod now.
He's just swimming towards you.
You might have switched over to plastic.
Maybe I'm wrong.
That's getting better. Oh yeah.
That's not gonna score, he says.
You're
Just choked it.
I think you're right. I think that's his other rod sitting on the back there. Good eye, Matt.
It's a pretty good smile right there.
Look at that. Just inhaled it.
Yep.
Plastic.
Plastic.
Yeah. We went to slow rolling plastic across the bottom.
Nope. You see, I changed up my technique on that cast. I went from lifting up to sideways in the current. First time, and it worked.
I couldn't quite tell if that was a Moxie.
Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't
He
see.
disagreed with
Zero
us.
simple.
Looked like a pearl color for sure, a white pearl.
Yeah, we'll share that link to the Moxies on the Real Shot page.
Three 6. It's 3. Straighten out, girl. Boy. What do you got? 3.5 or 3.5?
I got
All right.
3.5. It was.
I had
teetering back
3.6
and
for like
I know that keeps
second.
happening. It wants the teeter once you're spinning
3.5.
around me. Nice fish.
I'll
Veteran.
take 3-pounders all day if I
yeah.
can.
Veteran move by Jeff to slow his presentation down a little bit, change
That's
baits.
a 2-minuter. I'm giving my no.
No,
It
if
kind
you
of
were below the
it
gunnel.
slipped out of my hand like right
If you
here.
were below the gunnel.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't like my release, but
Hey, if you want to take a 2-minute,
no,
you can.
I really don't.
But I didn't see a 2-minute penalty. As far as I know, he's still got one fish.
3.5. Oh, he's got 2 fish.
The biggest part of this, of any tournament finishing, is
Yeah, this is
staying
gonna
in
go
it
right
mentally.
to the wire. I know it is.
And that's what I'm trying to do right now, is just keep my head in the game and
right to the wire.
continue to, be able to make the right decisions. I know that this bite down here on the flat the last couple mornings has been a 9 till 11 bite kind of thing. So hopefully I can grind out a few fish, and I'm, more of anything, I'm hoping that Jeff's bite dies up there closer to the dam where he was fishing. And that's a lot to hope for with a guy like Jeff, who's, he's a killer angler. He's gonna figure out a way to get fish to eat. He's got the lead on me right now, and he's not gonna let up at all today. I mean, both of us want this just as bad as the other, so
Jeff's
I
hooked
gotta
up
just
again.
stay in it mentally, and hopefully the carp.
I don't think it's going to make it.
Close.
He knows there's fish there. He tried with a more aggressive presentation. Now he went to a little bit more finesse rig, and it's paying off for him.
Looks like about a 1.6.
Yeah, I talked about it right away at the onset today. Fish aggressively early when the fish are actively up on the flats feeding, and then when the bite slows, slow your presentation down.
112.
Oh, just short of the 2-pound head-to-head rule. But like you had mentioned
Want a
earlier,
fresh fish, that's the biggest key.
us
so.
Russell is, those fish saw the blade
I
bait
don't
for
know,
long
hopefully-
enough. He changed
hopefully
it
it
up
keeps
real quick,
working.
and he caught 2 fish right off the bat.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
slide right
absolutely.
now.
Jeff caught another. He's up to 18 and change.
Yeah, and Jeff just gets another one, so that's not exactly good for
So
me.
with that sideways technique, are you bouncing off the bottom? Or
Yeah,
are you
I'm
swimming
keeping
a
it
little bit?
close to the bottom.
Okay, so you're kind of swimming it low to the
Yeah.
bottom.
That's 2 casts, 2 fish.
Say
Yeah,
that's
he's got me
the
by
ratio.
11 pounds. I need two 5.5 pounders would do it. Oh, I thought I hit that.
Even your cast to bite ratio has been pretty good.
I mean, if I don't get another fish here by 9:30, I'm gonna head back up there because I know that I can probably drag some plastics around and maybe hopefully get some fish. I don't know. I'm kind of scrambled now.
Isaac's also referring to dragging plastics. He too knows that he may have to start
2
slowing
hours
down
into
his
this thing, and he's got me
presentation.
by 11 pounds already. I can't let him keep adding to it. I gotta keep pace with him at the very least, and hope that at some point his bite, yeah, like I said, if he slows down a little or starts not catching as many fish, hopefully I can keep the pressure on him and stay within striking distance. If he gets to that 16, 18 pounds away, I mean, it's gonna be really tough for me to kind of make that ground up. 11 pounds isn't that much in here really, but 16, 18 starts getting to the point where it's 5 fish, 4 or 5 fish. 4 or 5 fish is a lot different than 2 fish.
I'd love to see Isaac go out to the middle of the river channel and start jigging vertically. I think he'd get a couple fish in a hurry and cut that lead down quite a bit.
Again, thank you everybody that's tuning in. You're watching Head to Head. This is Jeff's got another one. Yep. is our walleye opener on the Fox River in De Pere, Wisconsin.
This is a good one.
I have to agree with Sluggo on the chat right now. Jeff's got school in session right now.
Yep.
We got a lot of time left, but as of right now, Mr. Nectarline is teaching class on Walleye 101 river fishing.
Yeah, he sure is. Yeah, the Moxies are definitely producing right now. Blade bait worked for 3 good solid fish. Adam Buss says game over. I don't know about that quite yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
there's
think it's
a
a little-
lot of time left.
A little early for that. This looks to be a really big fish.
Stud.
8-14, right, is the biggest one of the tournament so far over
Yep.
the last couple days. Oh, here it
This
comes.
is the one I've been waiting for right here.
Oh.
Yeah. Just another good one.
Nice fish, man.
Wow. Impressive.
Oh man.
Another 5.
Choo choo, the Nectarline train is in full speed.
Gill forward.
Yep, you're good. I got that.
Yep, there it is. Great job by the camera guy, Mike. That fish was trying to pin it again.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that thinks that that bait's not being eaten by the fish is, in my opinion, crazy.
That's 4 pounds.
Yeah, 4.5.
Brooks, yes, there is payout for second place. First place gets 10, second place gets $2,000. So I mean 10,000.
10,000, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you choked her mouth. Oh, you closed your mouth. And you flared your gills. These are like Illinois saugers right now. They do not want to cooperate. There we go. $310. Yeah, I know it.
Got 310. All right, wow, I thought that was 4.5. My guesses are always a little heavy.
310.
Nice fish. So, while you're entering that one in, do you want to talk about how it feels to be on a lead this early? Significant lead?
So obviously this is our first head-to-head walleye match of the year. I was fortunate enough to make it to the championship along with Isaac. We're almost 9 o'clock. We're almost 2 hours in, and I've got my bite pretty dialed in right now. If I can keep this thing going, I feel pretty good. But like I said earlier, Isaac is one of the hottest young anglers on the circuit right now, and I cannot let off the gas. I'm in a back eddy right here. Once that jig gets through that current seam and I get in this back eddy, they're in that seam.
Yeah, and they're hungry.
All right. Just going to catch up on some commercial or some questions here that we were getting. We had some, what scale are we using with the grippers? We're using the Rapala high contrast scale with the Rapala grippers on there. A lot of people saying their wives are watching, and we really, really appreciate all that. I'm getting word that we're over 1,500 people are on right now, so this is super awesome. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. I know people don't get excited for that, but we got to pay the bills, everybody. And then when we come back, we have a special guest here sitting right next to me. I'll introduce him, and then when we come back with him, Max Wilson's in the house. So we're going to run a couple commercials, and we're coming back with Max Wilson.
Here in the Firearms Department at The Real Shot, we offer an excellent selection of new and used rifles, shotguns, pistols, and also some muzzle loaders and air guns. We have shotguns from CZ, Browning, Winchester, Benelli, Stoeger, Franke, Mossberg, Beretta, and more. We have rifles by Weatherby, Browning, Winchester, Thompson Center, CZ, Henry, Ruger, tactical rifles from Daniel Defense, Sig Sauer, Diamondback, Rock River, Ruger. We have pistols in stock from Uberti, Glock, Smith & Wesson, Taurus, Dan Wesson, Ruger, North American Arms, Sig Sauer, Springfield Armory, CZ. We offer full gunsmith services here at The Real Shot, from things as simple as basic gun cleaning and scope mounting through complete refinishing, rebarreling. If you have a gunsmith need, we can help you out. So do yourself a favor, come on down, see us at the gun department at The Real Shot on Calumet Street in Appleton.
Knew something didn't feel right.
So bright, yeah, let the whole world know. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I can see my name in lights. Ball till I fall and I'm feeling alright. Yeah, so let the whole world know. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Kevin, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm just filling in for Billy.
I need a 660 shad crankbaits in the Series 5 model.
We're out.
You're not out. You got all kinds of them right there.
We're out.
Kevin, I need 6.
Have a lollipop.
I do not want a lollipop.
Have
Let's
a
get out of here.
lollipop.
These fish are just they're not doing what they were doing.
Do you have it
Stuff
sexy
changed,
shad
it's
color?
cloudy. These fish are going to be a lot shallower than this, I think.
There's only one godfather in the rod and reel business. It takes a lifetime of knowledge, experience, and respect to obtain that title.
There's just not. I'm not
If a
seeing
rod and
much,
reel
like I
doesn't
was
get the
doing
godfather's
yesterday or the
blessing,
day before.
it will never wear the lure's name.
These fish are sliding up. They're spawning.
Yes.
The godfather demands excellence. That's why he's earned the respect and the title. It's not right until he says it's right. But when he says it's right, it's done.
You asked me what I was pitching into. There's these holes and depressions up here on this flat. These fish like to lay.
Here in the firearms department at the Real Shot, we offer an excellent selection of new and used rifles, shotguns, pistols, and also some muzzle loaders and air guns. We have shotguns from CZ, Browning, Winchester, Benelli, Stoger, Franke, Mossberg, Beretta, and more. We have rifles by Weatherby, Browning, Winchester, Thompson Center, CZ, Henry, Ruger, tactical rifles from Daniel Defense, Sig Sauer, Diamondback, Rock River, Ruger. We have pistols in stock from Uberti, Glock, Smith & Wesson, Taurus, Dan Wesson, Ruger, North American Arms, Sig Sauer, Springfield Armory, CZ. We offer full gunsmith services here at the Real Shot. Things as simple as basic gun cleaning and scope mounting through complete refinishing, rebarreling. If you have a gunsmith need, we can help you out. Do yourself a favor, come on down, see us at the gun department at the Real Shot on Calumet Street in Appleton.
All right, we're back live here. We're watching Jeff Nectarline put on their clinic that he's been doing all morning here. Standing next to me here is Max Wilson. What's going on today, Max?
Oh, just got to sleep in, unfortunately, a little bit this morning, but watching Jeff put down an absolute beatdown right now.
Yep.
It's a
Oh yeah.
being Isaac's
yeah.
partner, it's a little. I kind of was rooting for Isaac, but it's both are really good friends, so it's great to watch this showdown. I mean, Jeff is absolutely dialed in right now. He's putting on a show.
Woo!
Wow.
That's a big fish.
He was talking earlier about that little current seam, and that I found that yesterday was key to get out of that current. Those fish were hanging right in that little bit slack water, and boat positioning is super key when it comes to that, and he has that spot on the spot. You know, anybody can go up to the dam and you just see people all over the place, but Jeff's
Just
really
another
figured
nice
out
three,
how to
good
get
three.
his jig in front of those fish, because when I've seen it in rivers, when they stack up like cordwood, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yes, 4-1.
Wow.
I got 4-1.
4-1.
Absolutely.
These fish are deceiving. Man.
Yeah,
That's a
4-1, baby. 4-1.
Sounds like he's got a little fan club on the water.
I think Ryan's out there. You know, I kind of wish I would have stayed up there, because I don't know if you heard, but they have a little bit of a side bet going on,
Oh yeah.
and the loser has to jump off the dock at Fox Point. So I wish I could get that on video. Isaac jumping in.
Oh, fighting another fish here again. Nectar line. Figured it out.
Just a nice. No, that's not gonna do it. Felt a lot bigger. It's not even.
You got some fan clubs tuning in yourself here, Max.
Troy Gabriel, the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, I had that get me yesterday a couple times.
Yeah, we're referred to, when he chose not to net that fish. So he went to almost like a boat flip over the side of the boat, was careful to keep that fish away from the deck so he didn't hit it on the boat or anything like that. So, now the people unfortunately have to look at you and I, dude. What's up? How are you?
I got a face made for radio, so it's really not a treat for them, but hey.
So unless Jeff interrupts us here again, tell us what your thoughts are on head-to-head and everything and how your day went or your days have been going.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I fish about every tournament out there. I've had a lot of different experiences in my tournament career, and this has to go down in at least the top 3 or 4.
Awesome.
Like I said the night before, I've never had that feeling of staying. I sat there wide-eyed, just like till 2 a.m. trying to think, what am I going to do? How can I do this? Because that pressure of having thousands of people watching, the good, the bad, the ugly, the positive comments, the not so positive comments. Like, man, I gotta perform. So it was a roller coaster of emotions. If you look at my first 2 rounds, I had fast, all my fish came in like 45-minute windows and it would go dead. And then I went through some tough patches. I lost some big fish. So, I mean, it was a really big roller coaster. But this is hands down my favorite type of tournament series. I mean, this is what I've wanted for a long time. I watched those bass guys get to have all the fun.
Yep.
And now we finally got that format. I think it's awesome.
So a lot of people always wanted to know is the ability to know the weights. Does that play a big factor on you, especially yesterday? I mean,
yeah, it's good and bad, to be honest. Because part of me doesn't want to know because you don't want to. I don't like to worry about what other people are doing. For me, it's nose to the grindstone, you against the fish. But to kind of get an idea on what the other guy's doing. I don't like knowing what all the other competitors doing because if I find out someone's whacking them in this spot, I know they're over there. I don't even want that thought in my mind. But to know, like yesterday, I had for the longest time Brett. He was at 4 pounds most of the day, so I kept checking my phone, and pretty soon he starts jumping, and that last hour, I was just a nervous wreck because my bite died And here I'm watching him catch fish, and I'm like, oh my goodness, So I was starting to freak out. So it was cool to see, but it was also nerve-wracking. I mean, it was a different angle. And then round 3, I just didn't even look at my phone. I knew Jeff was putting on a clinic.
Well, we noticed that Isaac was doing that quite a bit already this morning. Pay attention to the phone. He had it close to his chest so he could easily access it. And that's just one thing that we thought may be too much of a distraction at this point. But now all of a sudden he's down quite a ways, so he has to pay attention to fishing and what he really needs to be doing here on the rest of the final day here. So we did see some questions here going through on Facebook and YouTube. We'll get to them here. One question that we got a lot of yesterday is, what the heck happened to your net yesterday?
Yeah. So I had a Max Wilson moment. Once I started running around, I put everything down and I set it. I had it on the back deck because I was fishing off the back deck, and I took off. And my camera woman yesterday, she's like, we got like halfway up. She goes, "Hey, you had a net, right?" And I was like, oh God. Unfortunately, my brand new clam net was sitting on the back deck, and I was so focused on, Brett was starting to catch fish, and I was like, oh God, I got to go start getting a bite, getting on a bite to kind of seal it. And I took off, and I was hoping that would be my like good luck charm, like my sacrifice to the fish. I'd have to hand land a 10-pounder, but it never came to be. So unfortunately, it's just a moment of, sometimes you get a little scatterbrained. Everyone has it in the boat where you're just focused on trying to catch fish, trying to go.
Yep.
And that was kind of what got to me. And then for the other people asking where my windshields have been, I took them off for fish landing violations.
Yes.
Actually, believe it or not, I kind of went to a little bit extreme, but I took the windshields off because in practice I was netting in the front of the boat, and every time I was practicing trying to get it down so I didn't touch anything. Every time I come around, I'd hit the passenger seat or I'd hit the windshield.
Oh.
So I did not want penalties. I still got them, but I didn't want them.
Right.
So I just took it out to kind of improve on efficiency. I have a bass boat too, so I'm kind of used to not having the windshield.
Gotcha.
So nice little morning coffee, wake yourself up.
Yeah,
with the cold air.
Keep you amped. What was your best technique that you felt was going into this tournament? Was it something that you noticed different between pre-fishing and actual tournament days, or what was working best for you at times?
It's funny. If you look at Isaac, you look at Jeff, you look at all the competitors, even me, we didn't do the same thing every day. And I said that from the start. Every day was going to have to be different. From the start, I started out that first day. Isaac, I got to give him credit. He taught me that little 3-way rig that I was throwing on day 1 with the plastic and the little champ swimmer behind it. So I caught all my fish day 1 doing that. I had a couple bites. The camera wasn't working to start in the first round, but it was absolutely pandemonium the first 3 passes I did in the channel vertical jigging. But I just couldn't get any size, and that was all on the jigging wraps and that champ swimmer on just a little clam dropper tungsten jig. And then I went to casting plastics, and then start yesterday morning. I caught my first 2 fish on jigging wraps with that bladed treble underneath, a little extra flash. And then in the afternoon, and then I caught the 1 5-pounder and lost an absolute tank at the back of the boat on that Hail Mary ripping wrap. Most of my bites came on ripping wraps in the afternoon, and then jigging wraps, but I just couldn't capitalize.
Gotcha. Kind of see what's going on here. It's kind of slowed down. Might be a presentation change for one of these guys again. Now, when you first got in the studio today, you were kind of mentioning where you thought Isaac was and where he needed to be. Did he do that from what you've seen so far?
He made a move. Jeff is actually where Isaac had been starting, or he started yesterday. And when I talked with Isaac last night, we were kind of going over the game plan. That was his plan. I didn't watch this morning. I think he started up there, might have caught a fish, but it looks like he ran down to his main area, down in the rock pile, down on 172. And from the looks of it, it wasn't happening. That downriver bite is notorious for bigger fish, but not as many fish. And that's kind of what I relied on. Just went with more quality over quantity. And is Isaac hooked up? Oh, he lost it. Isaac, I'm really proud of him. He made the right decision to move up, kind of go play the numbers game, because he really needs to make a comeback right now. It looks like it's hard to tell where he's fishing, but I know he's upriver. Or up downriver. That north-south flowing really messes me up. But it looks like he's working his blade bait again from the looks of it. And one thing to really pay attention that I've learned from Isaac over the years, him and Jeff are probably the 2 better blade bait fishermen I know. You pay attention to Isaac, how he's working the rod. I talked about it yesterday. Less is more when it comes to blade baits, rip and wrap, stuff like that. But he's adding that little extra pop. If you watch Isaac Jake, he comes up and he does a little wiggle right at the end. And a lot of times I've seen it firsthand. That little wiggle, it's just enough.
That's all it takes then.
So that's the one thing. Like I love watching these guys fish because they're so dialed in. It's for people watching at home. They just might be sweeping, but it's those little things that they're doing. And Jeff's got that feel down perfect. He's got the right size jig. He knows where every rock is right there. He's working it perfectly. Oh yeah, I know. Isaac's right where he's just up from the boat launch right now.
Yeah, Jeff's more back to jigging plastic, the slow drag presentation where, like you said, Isaac's got staying with that aggressive rig, trying to get those bigger and better fish. Yeah, again, not a lot of trolling this week.
Thankfully.
It does. A lot of people want to see rod in hand and kind of, the action, but it's a good technique on this body of water.
Yeah. It is. I'm a jigger over a troller personally, but this is definitely something that works well out here. But the thing that makes it difficult is only two lines per person.
Right.
So it's hard to really cover a flat like where most guys are trolling is going to be the 172. It's hard to cover a flat like that with with only 2 rods. So a lot of the anglers made the right decision. The only way that I was going to see trolling come into factor was the first 2 days of practice. We had that big monsoon rain come through on Thursday, and it completely muddied up the water. I mean, I didn't fish Friday. I came down Saturday, and it was like an inch of visibility.
Wow.
I'm talking it was chocolate milk. So if it had stayed that way and the bite stayed the way it was on Saturday, then you would have seen a lot of three-way pulling with stick baits, stuff like that to really get bottom contact and keep it within that strike zone. But thankfully, to my surprise, we gained 2 feet of visibility overnight.
I was going to say, what was water? So like 3 feet is what we last heard.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was ridiculous. I mean, it was some of the best water clarity I've seen in a while. Even Monday or Sunday, it doubled, and then after that, it even got better.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go, Isaac. Come on, buddy.
Oh, I hope that goes 2 pounds.
That should.
Please be a 2-pounder. Please be a 2-pounder. I think that'll do 2. Zero. Come on, open your mouth.
I'm saying 2-1, 2-2.
Nope, it's gonna go 113.
Oh.
Poor guy.
And my freaking spot lock didn't kick in. That's great. Oh, that's the way she goes.
He's right on his. That's his favorite spot on the entire river, right there. I've seen that kid catch more fish there than anywhere else. I've called it from the start. Isaac, he knows this river really well. This was a perfect tournament for his bite. He's caught a lot of fish on that river over the years, and he's done really well in tournaments. So it's cool to see him break this down because he's fished all over it, and he's worked his butt off. I think that might be the messiest I've ever seen Jeff's boat.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff right around the back area there.
I will give him credit. He is meticulous with his boat.
Jeff's still at the same weight? Is Jeff at the same weight still?
I haven't heard any updates.
Okay.
So I would assume so.
You see what I'm talking about when he's working that though? You see that just little wiggle?
Yeah, right
on
at the
top?
end. Yep.
He comes up and it's just that little pop.
Yep.
A lot of times it's just that little extra something that will make them trigger. Because they'll be chasing it when it's coming down. It'll sit there and just bounce in their face.
6 fish, 26 pounds.
Jeez. I don't think I'm gonna catch him.
Jeff's getting a lot of bites right where he is right now. Just before we went to commercial
6
break.
fish for 26. Holy crap. That's a good average.
Come on, Isaac, you got this.
Yeah, who is everybody rooting for out there in Facebook and YouTube land? Send it in the comments right now. We are under that 3-hour mark. Well, we're 2 hours and 39 seconds left, or 39 minutes left here of this battle. So remember, these guys are fishing for some big money prizes. Yeah, he was wiping his boat down, keeping it nice and sparkly. Yep.
That's Jeff.
Brad wants to know again. Just recap what you did to the windshield.
So I took my I took my windshields off just for being able to land fish because I spent most of my practice in the front of the boat. I actually spent a good majority during the tournament in the back of the boat, but flipping the fish in and setting it with the net, I kept hitting the windshield and I kept hitting my seat, and I was trying to be as efficient as possible, so I just took the windshields off.
Yep.
You know, just to get them out of the way. That's the nice thing about bubbles. It's just 5 screws. Takes them off, put them right back in.
Put them right back on. Well, and the thing that you were worried about is because if that fish in the basket of the net, when you would have transferred it from the water inside the boat, if it would have hit something like you were saying besides the deck or the floor right away,
yep,
we would have issued a 2-minute penalty, which your cameraman official would have done.
Yep.
The other thing too is on the boat flip. You know, some of these smaller fish, guys are choosing to boat flip that. If in the process before you get that fish in the hand, it drops and hits the deck of the boat, side of the boat. So, and again, that's another 2-minute penalty. So that was a pretty good strategy on your part to take that stuff off.
Yeah, you know, I was getting quite a few funny looks. You know, lots of questions about it. But like I said, you know, and I practice. You know, during the tournament. You know, when I was down in Illinois River catching sauger, I was just practicing to get in the habit of doing it because you want to be as efficient as possible. Every second counts. And I just, every time I did it, I would either bump the seat or bump the windshield without going like this, you know. So trying to be able to keep that profile of the net low so you're not waving a net.
Yep.
You know, the you know, Green Bay Fish Finder. You want to, you know, kind of want to be as efficient as possible. So I just kind of made that decision, you know, take a cold face in the morning over, you know, a bunch of 2-minute penalties.
Well, the other thing too is how much practicing did you do netting a fish by yourself as well? We had quite a few comments on that.
Yeah.
You know, more normally it's a team sport for a lot of the the walleye guys.
That's, you know, and that kind of got me a couple times, you know, because it's you're fighting the fish and you have it up here and you go to reach the net and you kind of, you know, sometimes you'll give it a little bit of slack inadvertently and, you know, you'll let up on the pressure a little bit, you know, and that'll mess things up. You could lose fish doing it. So I tried to do a lot of practice doing that, you know, not so much into pier. Like I said, it was more down at Illinois River where we're going through a lot of fish.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to scoop them, drop it in, you know, with that clam net that I had, you know, in the first round yesterday. That was an awesome net. That I had, you know, awesome net to be able to, you know, to scoop it in a smaller basket, but it still could fit those big fish. You know, I don't like when you're netting by yourself, those big hoops, the big baskets.
Yeah.
They kind of get in the way, stuff like that. So to have the right net for doing it and to get in that, just get in the motion, you know, because when I am landing fish, normally I'll reach down, grab them, stuff like that. But, you know, in a tournament, you just have to get practice in doing it.
Yep.
Yep. can answer a question.
Okay.
Jimbo, they're actually fishing about maybe a half a mile apart from each other. If you look at Isaac, you can see over his left shoulder there, you can see that paper plant up there. Jeff is just down from that. He's up at that pack of boats, about a quarter mile, I'd say. You know, not too far. This river actually fishes kind of small.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of good places to fish downriver to the north, but you know, pretty much from the train bridge on the 172 up to the dam, that's where you're going to see the majority of boats.
So one thing that I wanted to kind of ask you, Max, is did the fact that you couldn't use any live bait come into play at all for you?
Yeah, you know, so the first real day of practice, or the last real day of practice, Sunday, was one of the more frustrating days I've had on the water, just because I watched fish after fish after fish after fish get caught all around me, but every single one of them were getting caught off minnows. You know, trying to, you know, jig plastic, stuff like that. They just weren't chewing it like they were eating minnows, excuse me. And us as anglers, we, you know, with it being artificial only, it really made us think critically. You know, whether it's the blade baits, you know, if they don't want plastics, they don't want artificial, you got to figure out how to get them to eat. So, like I said, the night before the tournament, I was staying up late trying to think, what can I do? So, you know, I was playing with, you know, that 3D plastic, that Champ Swimmer. You know, I'm not sponsored by Berkley, nothing. That's just something that worked really well for me. It's realistic. You know, Renegade, they have some really realistic 3D printing. Excuse me. Berkley has that as well. So it's all, you know, that realistic stuff. And then I was putting, you know, scent, anise scent, shad spray, just basically a nice little cover on it to really give that extra something to it.
So you can answer this question here from Joshua as well. You had the same thing on your boat. What is that tackle storage unit that Isaac has under his pedestal there?
Yeah, so that's actually the pedestal organizer from Lakewood Products, and that's something that me and Isaac kind of helped design this last year. Once they brought us on board, it's actually designed to hold all of your For me, it's my starting lineup box. So in my boat, I had all my rip and wraps that I was going to throw, you know, my other colors. So when I want to go, I reach down and grab it. And the really cool thing they have, is angled hook slots. So your baits aren't going to drop out, anything rattle out. And on the side, he actually has one of the older versions, but we have planer board holders on the side, so you can put planer boards in there when you're trolling. It's got a tool pouch in the front, so it has everything centrally located. So when you're fishing up on the front of the boat, you just reach down, grab what you need, and you keep going casting.
Gotcha.
Going to a hair jig.
Ooh.
Can't change it up. Haven't thrown it. Fish are neutral. I need something that can work fast. I'm gonna go to a little bit heavier hair jig. It's gonna get some little float coming down with it. I should be able to continue to cover water the way I want to, and hopefully get some bites.
So you can hear Isaac's going to a new tactic here.
Gotta try something different. What I'm doing isn't working, and I gotta make up ground now. I don't have time.
Isaac, get up there.
We're halfway through it right now, and Jeff's up on me by 19 pounds. I gotta catch like 2-3 fish right now.
We'll answer a couple questions here, Max, for us. Is what size blade bait were most of the people using?
You know, I can't speak for Jeff, but I know Isaac. Both me and Isaac been using quarters. Anytime we like to go a little bit more finesse, smaller size. I threw a 3/8 a little bit. You know, when I'm pumping blade baits out in the channel, then I'll go 3/8 to stay vertical. But when you're casting, a lot of times it's on shallow flats or breaks, stuff like that. So we like to go with those quarters.
We had a question way back here. I'm gonna try to remember who said it, but anyways, what were current levels like on the Fox right now? I mean, we're a little bit higher water period. You know, was the current pretty strong at times?
You know, it depended on where you were. You know, the current kind of picked up with the wind. It would slow down. You know, when we had the north wind or a northeast wind, it would slow it down a little bit. But you know, it was a moderate current. You know, it was. We could fish quarter ounces really well. You know, eighths. Isaac was fishing eighths for 2 days. I don't have the patience to fish an eighth. But you know, it was pretty good. You know, I kept hitting yesterday. I kept getting frustrated. You in the afternoon when I was trying to vertical jig because I kept getting caught in the back eddy off of the main current channel. So there was if you follow the shoreline Isaac's on, all the way up to Voyager Park, there's a really killer back eddy up there, and it actually flows back upriver. And I kept getting stuck in it, so I would sit there and I'd be vertical jigging, and I'd realize I wasn't going anywhere. So it kind of ebbs and flows throughout the river.
Here, maybe you could put a little light to John's question here. I'm just baffled that no one is throwing crankbaits.
Honestly, so a lot of the area where you would be throwing crankbaits right now is off limits to us. So that's a technique guys will throw up at the dam, up to the high line wires. Oh man, looked like Isaac had one. But that's one thing guys will do it up there. There's not a lot of crankbaits that we can throw that will get us down into that 10, 12, 14 foot that we've been fishing to get right on the bottom. There might be a couple places you could throw it, but a lot of what we've been fishing, Isaac's right now, he's inside, he's on that flat, he's a little shallower, but Jeff is fishing into that deep hole, a little bit deeper water. So a lot of this, a lot of those baits out there, and with the action too, that's going to be the big thing, that the action of the bait. There's baits that work well in the summer versus the spring, when the water's colder and a little slower wobble, stuff like that. There's just not really a great option for us to throw. So that's a technique that can work in a time and place, but we just didn't have a lot of opportunities for it.
Gotcha. Here, Mark's got a good question for you. What kind of visibility did you have with your live scope?
Oh God, yesterday was fun. I could see when I was vertical jigging, I could see a bunch of fish coming in, looking at my baits. If you guys were watching, I was sitting there working at like ice fishing, I was working fish up. They were chasing it, dropping it down. I had some whitefish that were messing with me that were coming in, chasing me. But that live scope is unbelievable. I mean, Isaac said it yesterday at the dam in the morning. He would come in, when he first got to the dam, he was sitting there pointing with live scope, and he's like, "There's a ton of fish right here."
Right.
And I had the same thing. It's kind of hard to sharpshoot like we did on Leech last year, but to be able to see where those fish are and to be able to sit there and pitch to them, it was super helpful. I absolutely love that live scope. I mean, I'm not, believe it or not, I'm actually not sponsored by Garmin. This is just something that I've used throughout the last couple of years. And this is truly something that has helped me and Isaac win a lot of money the last 2 years. If you don't have it yet, you need it.
Well, I just shared the link there in the comments about the Panoptics. We talked about it. It's the ice bundle, but it has a lot of the same features that you can people are seeing on your boat. So if you want to just get some more information on the Garmin, or you're still interested in one, we still have a couple available.
Yeah, that Panoptics is a great unit. I ran it when it first came out, and then I upgraded to the live scope. But for the starter, the starter setup, that Panoptics is awesome, especially that ice kit. Believe it or not, my live scope bundle is actually just an ice bundle that I transferred to my boat. Isaac has the same thing. I sold him my old trolling motor, that Ultrex, and if you pair it with an Ultrex, that's the best trolling motor to put it on. That I found. Any cable driven trolling motor, because you could sit there and micro adjust and really dial into those fish and sit there and watch your jig fall on top of it.
Well, you were showing your camera person yesterday too. You went over a huge pot of catfish, was it?
Oh God, the kitty hole. Yeah. So there's two kitty holes going on right now. There's one down just up from the train bridge, and then there's one just up from the 172. And when you come over it, you can see it. It's like 5 feet, 10 feet worth of fish. The deep hole down by the train bridge is even worse, just because it's like 15 feet worth of catfish.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's there every year. It just slides over a little bit. So we were doing our pass where we caught them last year, and all of a sudden they were just loaded in there. And right when you hook one, you're like, oh man, yeah, it's time to move. By like the second or third catfish, I was like, it's time to get out of here.
It's time to get out of here.
I did almost fill my Fox River bingo card.
Yeah,
yesterday.
that was pretty cool. So what were the species that you caught yesterday?
Oh gosh, too many. Not enough walleyes, first of all. But I got whitefish. I snagged a quailback. I did have a carp at one point. I had a sheephead, and a sucker, and a catfish too.
And a catfish.
Yep, yes.
That's quite the. We actually saw. I think it was Mark Jackson actually hooked into a muskie yesterday too. I'm surprised we haven't seen a couple more of those.
Thankfully, I didn't get any of those. Yeah, it definitely was interesting. That sucker I got at the end of the day kind kind of just was the straw that broke the camel's back.
If that was a walleye, that was going to be a good fish.
It got frustrating. I mean, I did hit that wall yesterday. You know, you try and stay positive, try and have fun. And I had fun. All of my camera operators, they were awesome to share the boat with. You know, I got to give a shout out to my day one round one camera guy, Jackson, that young kid. He showed up in jeans, jeans, a sweatshirt, and a light jacket. And I just washed my carpet, and so he sat down before I could get him the boat pad to sit on. Immediately got wet, right? And he'd been out filming that morning, so he was already out in that.
Yeah.
He didn't complain once all day.
Wow.
Not once. And I couldn't believe it. If it was me, I would have been whining the whole entire time. He didn't, and he's sitting there shaking, and I'm like, "Are you cold? Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." I was like, he's more man than I was.
He was shaking with excitement, I guess.
And then Lucas Outdoors, to answer your question, yes, you can get two different ones and run them. We'll run one in the back of the boat, one in the front of the boat. I know guys that have three or four at a time. The guys like to go overboard.
And you also had the question is, well, you caught the aftermath of a fish getting off. How are you feeling after that?
So I'm just beat to all heck. I took when I got that fish landing violation, that white fish, I was trying to grab it, and I was trying to show. I have a friend that Sarah from Lakewood. She just moved here from Idaho. She had never seen a whitefish. So when we were all fishing, the whole group of us on Sunday, we were all trying to get a whitefish so she could see it. Well, I finally caught a whitefish, and I'm trying to hold it up for the camera, like, this is what a whitefish looks like, and all of a sudden it started flopping. When I tried to catch it, it stabbed me in the hand. And I was like, all right, fine, here you go. And then I realized it was a penalty. I was like, dang it. And then, a short while after, tried to boat flip a real small, like, short walleye in, and as I was lifting it, the hook flew out and hit me, like, right here underneath my glass. Thankfully, it was the back side of the hook and not the barb.
Wow.
But that stung real bad. So it was about a 20-minute window where I was just like, all right, I'm gonna wrap myself in bubble wrap and just stay away from all of this.
Go back to that quarter-ounce.
And then Will, yes, so I'm actually running last year's boat. I'm waiting on my new boat to come in. I run it on my actual trolling motor, but this year I'm going to be using a new setup from Cornfield Crappie that I found. It's actually a electric mount, so I can adjust it. So the only downside with mounting it to your trolling motor is when your spot lock can't quite scan around and see fish.
Right.
So if you get any sort of wind or anything like that where you're trying to stay on a spot, you have to stay on the boat a little bit more. So with that electric mount, you can sit there and scan it.
So those who are just tuning in, you're watching Head to Head Fishing. We're on the Fox River in De Pere. This is the 2020 Walleye Opener. You're watching the championship round. So originally on Monday we started with 16 guys. Now we narrowed it down yesterday to 8, then 4, and now you're seeing the final 2. These guys are battling it out for a nice paycheck of $10,000 to the winner and $2,000 to the second place angler. So one of these guys is at least guaranteed $2,000 for sure. So that's a good
nice
thing.
Payday.
Yeah.
And Isaac could definitely use it. He just had a kid,
Oh.
beautiful baby girl, and he found out firsthand diapers are kind of expensive. That's what he said the other day. He's like, I can't believe how expensive those things are.
And hard to find right now as well.
So it's baby money. Mama will be happy, that's for sure.
Lucas says, how do you get on a boat program so you can get a new one each year to the guys that want to get into that?
So
it's not that easy.
No, I don't get a new one every year. I buy a boat every year. I'm fortunate enough to be on Triton's pro staff, but that's just not how boat deals work anymore. There's a few guys from I call them the good old days that still has that deal, and there's a few lucky guys out there. But you're really looking at the industry changing, and it's not a lot of free stuff anymore. You really have to work for it. It's still a good discount. But it's a lot of these guys are buying their own boats and selling them at the end of the year.
Well, and the thing with is everybody on social media is doing free promoting for companies basically now anyways. So it does make it a little bit harder to go ahead and get sponsorships.
And then Charlie, to answer your question, believe it or not, I actually got to go to Rutland Reservoir in 2018 in England and fish for Xander. And yes and no. I learned a lot when I was over in England on how you guys fish for Xander, especially with your little They have a rig which is really cool. It's like a round ball, like think of a musket ball, and you attach a hook so the head it's kind of like a shaky head almost. And they put plastics on that and drop that. I've used that over here a couple times. But actually for Zander, I was catching a lot of my Zander on jigging wraps and shiver minnows when I was over there. So a lot of walleye techniques will work for Zander, and a lot of their Zander techniques also work for walleye. They use a little bit bigger baits, I've learned, for Zander. And they're Zander are probably one of the hardest hitting fish I've ever caught in my life.
What was your biggest one?
Oh, I was fortunate enough to get like 26, 27 incher during the competition.
Nice.
Other than that, all I could catch were little 18, 19 inch rats, but still is absolute blast.
Here's a question for you from Paul. He says, "Why buy a new boat every year, though?"
Some guys will run a boat for 2 years. Some guys get a new one every year. A lot of it for me just depends on how much you use it. The last few years I used the boat quite a bit. And you want to keep resale up. You want to sell it while it's still relatively low hours. So me, depending on my tournament season, in a year I put 400 hours on a boat. I put 300 hours in a boat before. So you try and keep resale good. Sell it, get a new one. That, and you like to they'll have like Jeff. Jeff's a great example. He's running that ZV20 now, that new version that Chase Parsons helped design from Nitro. Stuff like that to be able to run it. Us as promoters, us as professional anglers, we are the promoters. We're out there, showing people what's the latest and greatest. That's our job as professional anglers. So it's our job to have the newest stuff to be able to promote that. Say, this is why I run this.
Yep.
This is the latest and greatest from Triton, and we're out there pounding the pavement, showing them what's new, what's great about it, and why you should get this boat.
Do they listen to you guys quite a bit? Do a lot of your sponsors listen to your? Do they listen to your input? Like you said, you work with Lakewood to help design that pedestal box.
It all depends on the on the company. Some are really good at listening. It some they'll listen to it, but there's not a lot that they can do.
Yep.
The bigger companies, there's a lot that goes into changes. Even Lakewood's been great. I've had a hand in help developing all the walleye products. It's a blast. But there's stuff where I'm like, we need to change this. This needs to be done, and they're like, no, we can't do that for price point.
Right.
There's a lot of different factors that go into it. There's a lot of different things that go into it and that affects that. So a lot of the companies will take that, and they might not change it right away, but eventually they'll take that into effect. They'll kind of store that away, and when that time comes to where it's relevant or they can do it,
Then
where
they'll-
it's financially makes sense.
Yep.
Then a lot of times they'll do it.
So right here we have Jeff Neckerline on the right-hand side of the screen versus Isaac. Isaac is down quite a bit right now. Jeff's 26 pounds, 10 ounces. Isaac's at 7-1. You kind of were in the same position yesterday. What kind of thoughts are going through his head right now of, we're just about 2 hours and 15 minutes left of the final battle here. What do you think he's second-guessing stuff he should have done? Do you think what's his strategy? What do you think his thoughts are?
On Isaac or Jeff?
I'm talking Isaac. Jeff, I think, is sitting pretty comfortable right
Yeah.
now. But he still wants to grind. He knows that Isaac's an amazing
Hang on,
fisherman.
hooked
Just
up.
as we say that, Isaac's hooked up.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Good one. Good one. Oh, here we go.
Come on, Isaac. You got this.
Come on.
Get in the net.
Yes. That fish did not want to get netted.
Isaac. He is.
Fine.
We call him Horseshoe for a reason.
Staying with that blade bait, that Viper custom tackle.
It's comeback season.
0-0. Confirmed.
I love it. Every time he holds that scale up, you can see how shaky he is.
If you listen to him, you can hear him breathing real heavily. Sometimes in tournaments, I'm like, dude, you need to chill.
312. 312 confirmed.
That helps.
Okay. Getting back in this thing.
So now he's going to enter that into the Walleye app, and you're going to see that populate on the scoreboard on the bottom there. There he goes. So 10-13 is what he's up to now. He's down 15 pounds, 13 ounces with 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go in this final battle here of head-to-head fishing on the Fox River de Pier.
He's got this.
Let's go.
You can tell that was huge for him. His confidence to start coming back. And that's the biggest thing in tournament fishing. You know, it's the little victories. Yesterday, my big thing, you know, once I realized it was going to be tough to catch Jeff, my goal was to catch a legal fish. And that's sometimes in tournament fishing, you know, it's that old saying that, you know, every journey it has that first step. Oh, that looks like a good one too.
That's called grinding right there. It's another nice fish.
So Jeff's been catching a lot of his fish on lately is jigging plastic, but he started out with a Viper Custom blade bait as well. We shared that in the links. I'll share it again.
Pretty nice.
He threw that blade bait the first day, actually first 2 rounds.
Right.
And then yesterday,
Pretty heavy shakes.
he started out. He was telling me he started out catching them on blade baits, and then it went into a plastic. He really had to go finesse to start grinding.
So I think right now he's fishing with, you know, something that looks like a bee fishing Moxie. Here comes that in the comments. The link to that. And then the other one that we've been sharing.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a big fish.
Yes! Boom!
Attaboy, Jeff.
That's 6.5 right there. Oh, thank you, Lord.
That's a football, dude. Wow.
Gulped. Just gulped.
Jigging plastic, yep.
It's a paddle tail.
It is a paddle tail.
It looks like a Kitech.
Kind of did.
That's a football right there. That's a pure football. Zero.
Good.
.414. Oh, sorry.
So I think this is what he's fishing
4
with
pounds.
right here. Here's the link to the Kitex.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Right there. Mwah.
I can't wait till Jeff
Four
fishes
short
one of these on
bites.
Winnebago so we can learn how he destroys those Winnebago fish too. I was telling him that last night. He was like, oh, I didn't think about that.
Just broke 30 pounds there.
He's on a roll. And you notice too his plastic selection with that current is great with the way he's working it. You know,
Yep.
he's dragging. He's doing a dragging technique, and with that paddle tail, that's a perfect pairing with that current.
Well, he said he could feel it once he got through the seam. On the back side of the seam, that's where all his bites were coming from.
You're at 10 pounds,
Have to-
13
I
ounces
think that was-
in that ballpark. Jeff is now at 7 fish, 31 pounds.
I think I did that.
Yeah, I ain't
side
gonna
a couple
catch him
times
today.
yesterday.
God damn it.
You're talking to the guy that lived that yesterday. When Jeff gets on a roll like that and he gets dialed in, he's hard to beat. Him and I went jigging on the bay one time, and you know, Jeff and I love to talk smack back and forth. Like, there's no one on this planet that razzes me more, and I razz him back. And we had a little tournament back to back, and you could tell when he locked in and he was like ready to go. And man, he whooped me jigging shiver minnows out in the bay. Just absolutely, when he gets dialed in and he gets that motion down,
Figures it out.
Yeah, he is. Ryan says it all the time. When Jeff gets on that jigging bite, he's tough to beat.
Travis, big fish of the day is by Jeff Nectarline. It's 5 pounds, 13 ounces. But Isaac's fish wasn't that far away. He's only 13 ounces short. He had a 5-pounder as well.
You can see that now. It's on full screen. That little twitch he's doing right at the end there.
Yep.
And if you notice, he's not ripping that blade bait very hard. That's the one thing that I've learned. And credit to him again. He taught me that when him and I first started fishing the Fox together. Was you see all those guys ripping wraps, blade baits, so they can hear that rattle. And
just need a couple 10-pounders, right?
Exactly. Glass half full, buddy.
2 of
but
them,
he,
you're right in it.
I know.
We noticed that the less is more. Just barely hop it. A lot of times, it's that action is huge on anything.
Are you making direct contact with the bottom on a blade bait
3
like that?
6-pounders and I'd be right back in it.
So a lot of times with any of those jigging
Part
baits,
of my French.
we like to drop
Getting
it.
frustrated.
We like to drop it on bottom because if you're on rock, it's not as prevalent, but it's a little tougher because you're getting snagged. But if you're on that sand, that little transitional line, you can sit there and it gives that ploosh. Then when it drops, that sand will kind of go around, and then they see that, they think it's a goby coming down, or whatever it is, bouncing on bottom, and they come in and smoke it. Or a lot of times they'll pin it. Like if you notice, like the best example was that jigging wrap I caught yesterday. That big one I caught on the jigging wrap. I was coming up the break and I'm sitting there bouncing it on bottom, and that fish had it right here, and he came down and pinned it. And when he had it right by the chin.
Yep.
And what they do is when they see that anything really bouncing on bottom, any heavy weight, they'll come down and they pin it to investigate or to hold it down so they can eat it. And then that's why you catch a lot of walleyes right underneath the chin and the side of the face. They'll come in and swipe at it.
Well, Russell was commenting on that earlier. He thinks a lot of that's just because of the gobies that are in that system as well.
Exactly. That's one of their main forages. A lot of these fish, they're Green Bay resident fish, so they're used to eating gobies, so they see something like that, and, they like it. That big fish gave me a heart attack yesterday because I thought I had a snagged whitefish.
Oh.
And all of a sudden it came up, and I'm like, I didn't even have the net. I was just like, it's just a whitefish. Oh my God.
How big was that one again?
7-11.
7-11, that's right.
First thing I did, I was like yelling to Megan, the camera girl. I was like, get on camera. Look where it's hooked. It's legal.
Oh,
Before
right.
I even netted it, and I'm like, Alan, I don't believe so, but they should, and I'm sure they'll be getting their all the Lakewood fishing line in soon.
Yeah, we've added a good assortment of the Lakewood products, so I'll have to double check on that one. He's referring to the pedestal. What you call it?
Pedestal pal. Yep. I'm sure the real shot will be carrying it very shortly. Do you guys carry their bow cases yet?
Yeah, we do.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
We've always carried their bow cases.
Those are pretty sweet.
Yeah, they're a nice case. I have one. I absolutely love it.
It's funny. I have one of their old muskie cases from way back when. And when I signed with them, I didn't even realize, because it was my grandpa's old box. And it was cool to have one of their original wooden ones from way back in the day. It's completely different now, but to still have that and see how long that stuff lasts is awesome.
Vincent, I think we've gotten close a bunch of times, but let's help us out, Vincent. Start a share campaign. Let's get us over 2,000 people on at one time. Don't forget, Russell did do an announcement. He's doing a giveaway here that we'll announce at the end of it. It was some J-braid and then a nice fancy lure from 13 Fishing, a lipless crank. So go ahead and tag 3 people, I think is what he asked for in that one. The guys on the boat listening to the commentary, no, they are not.
Michael, my back after yesterday was very, very tired, very sore. Both days, my wrist on my left hand was tired from doing that same snapping motion for a couple days. You know, it was it was sore. Let's just say that. I took a nice long hot shower last night.
Jeremy says they should have sent Max one
We're
of
gonna
his
make a move up
special
closer.
good luck texts.
Yeah. I guess I can blame Jeremy now for my bad luck.
I'm not like running fast. I can't really go anywhere fast up here. But I'm gonna get in the channel. The sun's coming out. I'm gonna get in the channel and get deeper.
And then just a couple of those
And
questions.
just go vertical.
Jim,
I need to play the numbers
we do
in
have
at this point.
a musky pal for the one of the pistol pals, and then for
I don't
Lucas.
really have an option other than that. I gotta catch. I need to catch 20 fish in this next 2 hours. Only place I can do that is up here.
Tobin says he's doing a good job.
Thank you.
Little go-go juice there from Isaac.
So to answer Lucas's question, you know, what would be your advice for someone trying to catch walleyes on this river? You know, this river is chock full of walleyes this time of year. It's really fun. You know, I think if one thing has been shown the last 2 days is you have to be versatile. You have to switch it up quite a bit. You know, whether it's, you know, throwing ripping wraps, blade baits, plastics. You know, I would always recommend for someone who's not in a artificial only tournament, make sure you get some minnows. Vertical jigging in that channel, there's a ton of fish, especially when that water's cold, like we have now. The water temperature came up 2-3 degrees while we were out here. But when it's really cold, they'll stay in that deep water channel. They'll stay in that little bit deeper water. And then in the afternoons, they'll slide up in those flats. But once that water gets around 40, 42 degrees, you look at the rock pile I was on, you look at the rock pile Isaac was on, you know, on the fairgrounds flats, stuff like that. You can go in there and pitch at fish on your side imaging or on those steep breaks like, you know, guys have been doing, like Isaac was just doing, sitting on those breaks, casting anything, really, jigs, plastics. Pretty much everything everything that you could possibly throw for a walleye works out on the pier.
Perfect.
It's actually pretty fun. It's tough packing for a tournament because I bring everything, whether it's, you know, hair jigs, plastics, ripping wraps, you know, big ripping wraps, small ripping wraps, jigging wraps, as you've seen, you know, shiver minnows work good.
Yep.
You have to bring everything, and you just pack for you pack as if you're, you know, fishing a Green Bay tournament. The river master himself, Mr. Eric Olson, says it great with those back eddies. You know, he's one of the NWT pros, and he knows that Red Wing Mississippi River like the back of his hand. And that's one thing I've kind of talking to him, learning about rivers from him, is been fun to learn.
So Chris says, the current seems hard to find, or can you see them?
You know, a lot of times you can see them. You just have to kind of pay attention. Wind can kind of mess with it. Yesterday it was pretty calm, so you could see the water will ripple. You'll kind of swirl a lot of times. You know, you can. The best bet I always do is I'll sit there and I'll watch. Like, you'll see bubbles, eddy, you know, debris, whatever it is, floating in the water. You can sit there, watch it go. You know, start floating upstream. If it's going the opposite way of where the normal current's going, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see, you know, on those seams, you can see the water. You know, the water going one way, and then the current seem kind of slow. You know, it'll be calmer water. You can see. You can generally see it.
Yeah, I mean, from what we're seeing here from Isaac, he was quite a ways away from the area he needed to be. Plus, there's a lot more boat traffic out there today, so he's got to take it easy as he maneuvers through everybody.
Yeah. And he right now you can notice he's looking down at his graph as well. So he's graphing while he's coming up. So he's seeing, you know, yesterday I would see it, you know, anytime I go.
Oh, Jeff just missed one.
I'd go fish the channel, and you know, anytime I was about to make a pass through somewhere, I'd look on my down scan or anything like that, whether I'm marking fish, whether I'm seeing fish, if they're set up there. So that's kind of what he's doing. If he sees something he likes, knowing Isaac, he'll probably stop and fish it. You know, so that's one thing Isaac's gotten really good at since I started fishing him, was trusting his electronics and keep, you know, not going to fish a spot, but fish where the fish are. He's really dialed in his electronics. You know, he's got a Gen 1 Hummingbird on there, but he has that thing so dialed in. You know, he damn near lives in that boat, and you know, he's got that thing set up so well. So it's he's definitely in his element.
We appreciate that comment, Charlie. I think we're keeping a lot of people sane right now.
You know, that was what I was saying, was this could not have happened at a better time. I think as a nation we needed this. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty going on in the world. So to have something that we can rely on and kind of, you know, not think about the craziness that's going on, you know, the uncertainty. I think this has been huge for all of us. And as an angler too. I mean, as an angler, someone who makes his living in the industry, believe it or not, that's how I make my living. It's uncertainty because all these tournaments are getting canceled. The, you know, sponsors, they're being affected. So this is not just affecting people that are sick or affecting us for a couple of weeks. This is going to be a long-term, you know, deal. So to be able to fish and focus on that and not worry about all this, it's, you know, it was huge for everybody involved.
This is not part of the game plan.
See,
today.
2 rods.
I told you. He saw something he liked, and he's right where I was yesterday. He's right where I caught my big fish. He's sitting there. You can see, if you look over his left shoulder, you can see what I was just talking about with that current seam.
And right away.
See? Atta boy. Little guy. Little shaker. Little blade bait. Don't let it touch. Yep. So that's what I kept getting stuck in. You can see that fast current coming out. You can see right over his left shoulder that line coming across.
Yep.
That's that fast current coming in, and that's into that back eddy right where he's sitting. So it's coming down, and that's a little bit slower water. And that wind kept pushing me right where those boats are, right over his side. It's right where I caught that 7-11. And he's right inside the deep hole. It's a washout off the dam, and those fish are just sitting right in there. There's a lot of suckers and whitefish in there too, just so you know.
Oh!
Atta boy, Isaac, come on, buddy. That's a better fish.
That one, it's not taking him long at all.
On the blade bait.
Oh, sucker in the butt.
What did I say? There's a lot of suckers in there. I wonder if that's the one I hooked yesterday.
Stop. Please don't poop all over my boat.
Yeah, I gotta go wash my carpets because of mine.
Oh, it's starting to.
Pooping all over me. Jeez, calm down.
Did you see all the walleye blood on his floor and everything? And Lucas, to answer your question, your best bet for springtime eater walleyes, probably the Wolf River. I can't catch fish on the Wolf River. That's my kryptonite. But that is, everyone else can catch them out there. You go in Oshkosh and the Fox River. That's all another great place to go catch eater fish.
Well, this time you're in the Fox River as well. Here in De Pere, they have a slot limit. It's 1 fish over 28.
Yep.
So you're not fishing this spot right now for eaters.
No,
you're fishing it for
you're up
trophies.
here for a fish of a lifetime and just to catch walleyes, which personally...
Nectar line's hooked up.
And Jeff's got another one on.
Oh, now this sounds like they can see each other.
Yep.
You're gonna like this one.
He's got a fan club around him.
You know when you tell me that when we're in the boat, you look
Right,
over at me and
Ryan's
smile,
right
with a
there.
smile? Well, you're gonna like this
Yep,
one.
he's in the boat, sitting there watching them. No. Ryan was talking last night that he's going to go out. I think Kyle even might be with him, sitting there, little fan club watching him.
Oh boy.
Where's his net? Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
it's over. Jeff, good job, buddy.
Well, less than 2 hours left in this final event. Jeff Nectarline puts another dandy walleye in the bottom of the boat.
Show that bait.
Nice fish, man.
This is a big male.
Is it really?
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at him milking.
Wow.
Wow.
That is one of the bigger males I've seen in a long time.
That is a big male.
It's one of the biggest males I've ever seen in this river.
Wow.
This is a male. Yeah.
Jeff's using, we believe it's a Kitech with just a jig. What size do you think? It's about a 1/4 ounce, right?
Yeah, I'd say quarter.
Yeah.
To be able to swim it, either quarter or 3/8, depending on how deep he is. I wasn't able to see his graph. I'd suppose quarter. Settle down, fish.
Oh my
4
God,
pound
that's
male.
a huge
Oh my
male.
goodness.
4 pounds, 2 ounces.
Okay. It's when I turn it, I lose an ounce. You know what? From now on, I'm gonna put it on when I'm facing it.
Right over his head.
4 pounds, 2 ounces. Right there, that's a male. He's
Man.
Oh man.
He's gonna have to wash his hands and clean his boat after that fish.
He's ready for some fun tonight up in the dam.
I'll tell you what, I went up there last night. You can go up to the observation bridge as long as you don't have any fishing tackle, nothing, into the fish sanctuary on shore. And I went with a spotlight, looked at all those fish. Oh my gosh, it's so cool to go see.
Is there some huge ones too?
Yo, giant. There's fish all over the place.
Oh, here.
Oh, look at him.
Now
There
we're
he
getting
is.
a view over from.
So he
Darn
is.
guy's kicking my butt.
So he's actually sitting down a little
wow.
farther back.
I wouldn't rather get beat by anyone else. There's the fish.
So he's right on the
Little guy.
back. Okay, so that's cool to see where he's at.
Dylan says the boat looks like a floor of a peep show. Yeah, swing impact here. We'll share the Kitech link that Jeff's using again. This gives you the selection of all the Kitechs that we have, and if you go to the head-to-head, or you go to the realshot.com, which is the link I'm sending you, make sure at checkout you enter H2H10 to take advantage of 10% off your purchase. We also have head-to-head stickers too. I can share those in the links.
I might have thrown a Kitech or two in my day to catch a walleye. Maybe.
Water temp right now is just about 40 degrees. I think we've been seeing some 41s as well. Travis said he had 40 degrees last night. What were you sitting on for water temps as of yesterday?
Right around that, 38 and a half. Heats, I found different graphs will say different things. Isaac's Hummingbird will say one weight. Mine will, the next day mine will show, a degree or two off, and then Lowrance will show something different. So it's all within a degree or two.
All right, so with that last fish that Jeff had, that puts him over 35 pounds. That gives his lead to 24 pounds and 13 ounces.
Paul's talking about how he bought $50 worth of Kitech. You're just stocking up for the shutdown.
Yeah, he's stocking up. Thanks,
it was
Paul.
on sale. That's what you tell the wife.
I'm gonna step out for a little bit. I'm gonna let Russell come back in here and commentate with Max. So enjoy the rest of the show, everybody.
Jeff is just dialed in with his presentation.
Max, how are you?
How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Oh man, yeah, he's gone on a roll.
You know, he did exactly what I expected one of those two guys to do, which was really slow his presentation down after that first initial bite. And once he did that, he's just separated himself big time.
Yep.
Jerry Ruffalo's asking you to talk about the Kitech baits versus other plastics, and if you prefer those or.
Yeah, there's a certain application that I throw Kitechs. I actually I do a lot of bass fishing for walleye. That's something a lot of different places that we've kind of dialed in a little bit of a program. It's a blast. It really is. A lot of times, you know, Isaac and I, we like to slow roll Kitechs. You know, especially with those paddle tails, just real slow. The Easy Shiner is one that we really like. You know, a lot of times we'll swim it, but a lot of times it's just a nice little slow roll just to get that tail working. We use those big ones out on the bay. You know, and then, you know, I've even cast, I've caught walleyes off the 6/8s, the giant ones. You know, and it's just getting that nice little. They have it's such a soft plastic, and to get that just slow rolling, to get that tail just kicking, it's awesome. And then Jim, you know, we're pre-fishing. Oh,
Jeff's hooked up again. Jeff is doing exactly what you're saying. He's doing that slow roll of that plastic across the bottom.
He's swimming and he's bouncing it. He's pulling it forward and letting it hit. Once he feels bottom contact, he's pulling it forward again. So many great questions right now.
Gotta be a cat. Yeah, I think it was snag.
Yeah.
Scale. So Jim, to answer your question on thoughts of pre-fishing, I think pre-fishing for me is huge. You know, I spend a lot of time. You know, Isaac and I, when we had our success the last 2 years, the big thing that we do differently. You know, I shouldn't say do differently, but the one thing that's helped us get to where we're at is the amount of hours that we're putting in. You know, I spend a lot of time pre-fishing, and it doesn't have to be just pre-fishing. It's going out, learning the water, doing graphing. I do a lot of live charting. I like to.
I'm gonna go congratulate him right now because I'm not gonna be able to catch him.
I like to do my own graphing, stuff like that.
Thanks for the support, but Jeff's got me beat today.
Isaac's politely semi-conceding, I would say. He's not quitting, but he's congratulating Jeff on the fact that it's going to be an uphill climb at this point for him to catch him.
I guarantee that kid he doesn't have quit in him. He's going to fish to the end, but he knows it's an uphill battle right now. But he's going to fish to the bitter end. That's one thing both him and I have. You know, we've made a lot of money in tournaments in the last 5-10 minutes, and so a lot of it's just it's a mental game at this point. Stay in it. You know you're not going to win, but you have to go out at least on a positive note. I'm seeing a lot of questions about as far as picking the weight, you know, pairing with plastics. A lot of times I like to go as light as possible. Bottom contact is key for me. You know, I pair that with high vis line because you can see it drop. You don't necessarily have to feel it. But you know, quarter is generally if you're pitching. You know, if you're pitching, I like to go quarter. If I'm
over there, I'm gonna go say congrats to him.
If I'm vertical jigging, I like to go with more 3/8s.
Yeah, Jeff got the.
Wow.
Is he hooked up again?
Jeff's hooked up again, yep.
Oh boy.
Trolling a jig.
About 2 hours ago, I announced that the train had left the station and it was full steam ahead, and the connector line is. Wow,
nice
another nice fish.
3-pounder.
He's gonna hit 50 pounds, I think.
Off the net too. That's even better.
Looks like a chartreuse jig head.
Wow.
A whiter pearl colored tail.
I gotta tell. I'll do this first, but 0.
Justin hit the nail right on the head. I mean, this is awesome. I like this just because there's no secrets. That always hurts when you drop it too, because you usually get a gill plate dropping it.
$210.
Good boy, Jeff.
2 pounds, 10 ounces.
Isaac, I'm just having one of them days, man.
And then I'm gonna go back down and play around, and maybe I'll get lucky, but
Hey, I'm not. I went until it's end, man. You are the man.
I know, but hey, good job so far.
Thanks.
Keep it up. Keep it up. I'll catch you later.
All right. We'll see you at noon.
Yeah, we'll see. Never know.
All right.
Maybe
you got plenty of time.
I might go do some wild stuff. We'll see. I know where some big girls might be.
This is the side of Isaac that makes it drive.
Well, we're gonna go on a Hail Mary trip real quick.
That's the date. So right there.
Hopefully we can go find something, but he's having one of them days.
Right there.
I'm happy for him, man. He
that's
deserves it.
respect.
He's a killer stick. I'm just glad that I got to fish against him, and I wouldn't rather be knocked out by anyone else. So, you know, so runner up for the first head-to-head, I'll take it. But we still got 2 hours left, or hour 45. You never know what might happen. I might get lucky with a couple big ones here. So water temp's getting up to the point where I like it. So I'm gonna go check one of my little honey holes for some big girls and see if they're up in there. And maybe if we get lucky, if I can get 2-3 good bites, I might be able to jump back into it. But I don't know.
So I think he's going to
2 hours almost.
his Hail Mary
So
spot.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
It's a little
Pretending I'm
pocket.
behind.
It's a little
Set the bar high
back
for the
cut
next time.
off the main river channel. And actually, this spot is how I met Isaac, because he was fishing the AIM many years ago, and he would have taken 4th in it, except for he took the pictures wrong, recorded the fish wrong, so he got DQ'd.
Gotcha.
And I remember talking to him at the weigh-in, and he was telling me about it. Him and I went in there and fished the next year, and that spot hasn't fired. But when it's a spot on the spot that he has marked. It's one little piece of structure.
I like the idea that he's heading downriver. I think myself as well, if I was going to make an Hail Mary move, it might be towards the mouth or something, looking for some fresh fish coming in. You know, if you get down in an area like you said where nobody's fishing, and you get on a pocket of fish that haven't seen any baits, you could put 4 or 5 fish in 20-30 minutes.
Yep.
And this could be a game again. So
yep.
I totally like it. He's getting out of the boat traffic. Obviously up there it's going to be difficult. Jeff's having a day. You know, one of those days where just every once in a while you can't do any wrong. He's having that, but you see all the traffic that both those guys are dealing with. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to catch 4 or 5 fish in an hour time period unless you're just having that day. Yep. Isaac's not having it. Jeff is. So I like Isaac's move. It's definitely worth a shot.
Well, you get to a point where you have to go have fun. You know, at the end of all this, it's you have to have fun, whether it's your day or it's not your day. And Isaac is, you know.
I wish you were in the boat with me, buddy.
Oh, that's cute. When you're struggling to try and find that mojo and get back on it, you get to a point where you just have to go do what you want. Before Isaac, you know, when you've seen him vertical jigging, that's not what type of angler Isaac is. He hates vertical jigging. You know, he's doing it to try and stay relevant, but when it stopped working, I went through this yesterday. I went up to the edge of the dam, you know, by that pump house. I didn't really want to do that bite. That's just not my favorite, but I had to try and make something happen.
Nectar line's hooked up again.
Putting on a clinic out here.
Professor Nectarline is in class right now, and he is teaching everybody River Walleye Fishing 101.
pretty cool to see the biggest bag come up on championship round.
Yeah, impressive. There's no doubt about it. Jeff came to play today.
Looks like a good one.
Yep, definitely a keeper.
That's going to be
3
2
pound.
pounds. 2 pounds, 1 ounce maybe.
That's going to put us over 40 pounds for nectar line. Wow.
Whew, I'm getting walleye fingers already.
Yeah, walleye fingers, that's something. The whole little bass thumb. Get a good hand after handling a bunch of walleyes. That feels great.
I think for the people at home, this is a prime example of how the bite changes throughout the day and how good anglers who are experienced, everybody in this tournament was a good angler. But
Zeros.
Experienced anglers understand or make right decisions, and the key of the whole day here for
Come on, open your mouth.
Jeff, in my opinion, was when he decided to switch from an aggressive blade bait tactic to a slow roll plastic.
Yep.
He has just absolutely caught fire, while Isaac has struggled to put fish in the boat in that time frame. And that's been the whole difference. They both did the right thing by starting with an aggressive program when the fish were biting early, because that's how you get a big one like you did the other day.
Yep.
But if you want to keep catching fish all day when it gets slow, you got to change your program up.
2 pounds.
2 pounds on the dot.
Pounds on the
Pounds,
dot.
Wow.
Horrible fish.
Another wave fish for Mr. Nectar 9.
By the hair of my skin. See the hint, whoever that statement is.
By the hair on my skin.
There you go.
You said.
2 pounds.
Oh.
You notice that sun's starting to come out too, so that might change some things. I found, my program kept changing with the sun. You see me looking up at the sky a lot of times because you get sun for a little bit, the bite would change, and then all of a sudden go cloudy again. Whether it's colors, or programs, presentations, even speed of how you're presenting it. It all factors into that.
Matt and I talked yesterday how cool this format is, Max, to be able to have friends and family watch.
Yep.
Jeff's older brother messaged me because he couldn't figure out how to do the chat on Facebook. Guy, and he just wanted to let Jeff know that he's watching. Took the day off of work to watch. And I think that's really cool.
Yep.
Catch Jeff.
He's right where I thought he'd go.
Literally get on an every cast type bite. So we're going to be searching for some different fish. Fresh ones, hopefully. Some fresh fatties coming in from the lake. We're going to keep going downriver where no one else is.
You're averaging 4 pounds of fish.
This week.
That's a good day.
We'll check some stuff out. Watch pressure. We'll see what happens.
I love Isaac's
no
plan.
guarantees in this, but
Exactly like we talked about, fresh fish.
Unpressured. He's really good at off the wall. That's like I said, when him and I started fishing together, it used to drive me nuts because he'd do some off the wall stuff, but his off the wall stuff works. There's times where he'd pull something out and you're like, what the heck is that? Why would you use that? And then all of a sudden he starts going cast after cast after cast. So that's one thing as an angler that plays to his advantage. So I'll be intrigued to see what he pulls out.
That's 7 5-pounders. Just to beat him, 7 5-pounders.
I didn't see, what is Isaac throwing? Is he throwing an aggressive?
He's throwing his blade bait.
Yeah, which is what I would do too if you were looking for active fish. There's no reason to go to a slow presentation if you're going to spot hop. He's even got his big motor running yet, his life jacket on, because he's just not going to stay long. If he doesn't get a bite in a couple of casts, he's going to be on to the next spot.
Yep. And
should have brought a bar of salt for Isaac.
Oh boy, Jeff's starting to talk now. I like it. For the people watching back home, they have a little bit of a side bet going on right now. Loser has to jump off the dock on Fox Point boat launch, and I would like to point out this was Isaac's idea.
Perfect.
So I think karma got him a little bit for coming up with the idea.
Well, Head to Head's happy about it because we're going to keep it live for that celebratory dunk that
Selfishly?
Isaac's going to take off the end. Oh, hooked up? No.
I think he snagged one.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I would have liked to see a tie.
Had
So
them
have
jump.
both
Yeah.
jump in.
Yeah. Trevor's going to bring the towels. Trevor seems to be the local delivery guy lately. So
Yeah, right.
That's perfect.
Brought me a burger on the boat yesterday in between rounds.
Jeff's got to keep himself together a little bit here. He's got a giant lead. I mean, the odds of Isaac coming back is obviously somewhat slim, but if Isaac pops on a program and starts putting fish in, Jeff's got to try to keep at least picking up a fish here and there.
Isaac's girlfriend chiming in,
Yeah.
laughing.
We talked about that family. I think that's so cool because so many of these individuals, mom, dad, sisters, brothers, girlfriends, wives, you know, they don't get in the boat regularly. They have no idea what it's like to fish a tournament. They don't know what these fishermen are going through, what you're going through, what these guys are going through, emotional highs and lows.
Yeah. Well, you see back-to-back comments. His, I believe that's his dad or brother, and then his girlfriend back-to-back is sitting there to be able to watch him and, have that support. And just as an angler, to know that you have that family watching, it's nerve-wracking, but it's also awesome, because tournament angling, it does, after a while, it starts to wear on you. You miss your friends, you miss your family, and you want to be able to share that, but you can't explain a full day, all the highs and lows, the little things, that happen. So it's awesome to have these people tune in. It's his brother, thank you. But it's awesome to have the family supporting, watching, paying attention.
Nectar line's hooked up again. This is an onslaught by just a...
He's going to hit 50.
Fantastic tournament fisherman. Demonstrating what happens when you figure something out. I mean, we've talked all week and we've said when guys get down 10, 20 pounds, how this can happen.
Yep.
This can happen. Jeff would have been down by 20 pounds and figured this out an hour ago. Look at the weight he's put in the last hour and a half time period.
Yep.
I mean, this river's full of fish right now, and if you can figure out how to catch them, you can make it happen fast.
Yep. That's why this river can be so frustrating, so fun, because there's that many fish in there, and when you're not catching them, you're like, wow, I really suck. And then, all of a sudden you get onto a program, you dial it in like Jeff has it dialed in, and all of a sudden, it's fish everywhere. Looks like another good one.
Yeah, looks like the right kind, too. Staying deep.
Come on, Jeff.
Got him. That one's going to weigh.
4 pounder, 3 pounder. That looks like about 3 pounder.
3, yep. 2.5 to 3.
That wart will add to it there.
Yeah, it will. A little tumor on the side there. Isaac Sants watching from Texas. We're glad you're on.
Yep, see, he's got his whole family. That's, and that's what this is all about. It's have all the people watching. Like I said, it's both sides. It's awesome and it's nerve-wracking,
Matthew just added to my point. Wow, turn it off for an hour and Jeff double his weight. That's my point. Like all week I've been saying, don't count any of these guys out. Somebody gets down 10, 15 pounds and people are like, it's over. It's not over.
Yep.
If they figure something out and get on a hot school, it can happen fast.
What are you saying?
I say 2.5 maybe?
2.6.
2.6, yeah.
2 pounds, 6 ounces. Horrible fish.
Jim hit the nail right on the head with the mental stress, going through it. And the thing with head-to-head
that cold water wart.
the thing that's different from this tournament compared to a normal series is you're only getting 5 hours.
Yeah.
So you're taking off 3 hours off a normal day. And so you really have to, make your decisions, and you can't grind a spot as much as you would like to because you have to be moving around and finding fish. And that was something I was struggling with yesterday.
Don't be afraid, folks in the chat, to tag 3 people to have a chance to win that prize that we announced earlier. This is getting exciting. We're down to 1 hour, 30 minutes left before we announce and crown the inaugural head-to-head Walleye Opener champion here. And right now we're watching something special happen as Jeff Nectarline is putting on an absolute onslaught. Walleye after walleye. He's up over 42 pounds, and I think he's going to get to 50 before this day is over.
I agree with Josh. I really would like to start this all over tomorrow and be back out fishing.
Would be fun, wouldn't it? Maybe we need to do another one.
This spot Isaac's going through too can be a low-key good spot. Last year, it's a deep channel where he's graphing through right now. A lot of times when they're first coming up, when that water's still cold, they'll sit in there. Not a lot of people fish down there.
All the way down by the mouth, there's a spot right in front of the Coast Guard station, a little break there that I've caught a lot of fish on over the years.
Yep.
The bridge right there can be really good, and then there's that discharge right across from Metro Landing that can be really good. If I was in Isaac's spot, I would definitely make sure I got down that far yet, try to at least find, like you said, you're looking for a school of fish coming in from the lake that are fresh, haven't seen any bait, or aggressive, and you're hoping to find, obviously, at this point, a batch of female bigger fish that are going to help you 5 to 8 pounds at a time chip away at this 30-pound deficit.
And Chris, to answer your question on what the next tournament is, unfortunately, I do not know. At this point, everything's getting canceled, so it looks like it's going to be a while. So it's time to do some fun fishing and spend some time with family. In a way, it's kind of a blessing to spend more time with family and friends. And as long as it's under 10 people, social distancing and everything going on. But to kind of take some time and relax a little bit.
I believe the next head-to-head event, Walleye event, is I think May 15th, maybe.
Yep.
Something like that. So, and I think with this format, there's a high percentage chance that they'll be able to run that tournament because of the fact that there's only 2 people on a boat, low number of entrants. That's an 8-person tournament. So, and that's actually, I think, around the Fond du Lac Oshkosh area. So, again, pretty local. Could be on, a couple of different real popular bodies of water in that area. So, should be fun.
Funny, Mike. Yeah. So, everybody knows I'm not a big fan of fish. We call this kind of ghetto walleye fishing. We're basically in town fishing on the dirty Fox River, and
right.
I always have a bad attitude fishing up here because I don't technically like it, but I always seem to find a way to either win or do well in any tournament I fish on this river. I don't get it. I should probably start really liking this river.
You should.
I wish I could record that and play it back for him.
River, man.
Yes.
I said it yesterday.
I'll be honest with you. I was never a good river guy.
Yeah.
I go on the Mississippi River, I'll get my ass handed to me.
It's a humongous river.
But I'm starting to gain more confidence fishing bigger river systems.
Yep. They have like the Mississippi separated into pools and stuff.
Yep. I have a buddy I know who's watching that lives in northwestern Wisconsin that says he'll kick my butt on pool 4 and 5 all day long. I'm sure he can too.
Pool 4 and 5. What's his name?
Jamie.
Shout out to Jamie. First ones I saw.
Hello, Captain Keller here with Max Wilson.
How's it going, Mr. Keller?
Yeah, how you doing, Max? I'm going to spend 15 minutes here just talking a little bit, and then we'll turn it back to you, and Russell and Matt can wrap it up. But boy, what a tournament, huh?
Yeah, it's been phenomenal so far.
Wow.
They're not active enough right now. There's not enough fish congregated in one area that I've found, at least, that, you know, I know where I can catch a couple, or, you know, 10 4-pounders. I just don't think I can do that anywhere. So I'm going to gamble, run down to the mouth, and just fingers crossed for 2-3 big ones. I mean, if he's only 30 pounds up, 3 10-pounders will do it. And this is where this is my best, besides going like up at the dam, this is my best shot at 10-pounders right now, because they don't come up here to spawn until it's like water temp is ready. They sit down in this stuff they'll sit here in the main river channel. They're in the city, basically right here in Green Bay, and they just won't move until that water temperature hits that key mark. And once it does, then those fish can go from here mid-river all the way up to the dam in a day. There's no problem. They have no problem going, you know, 5, 6, 7 river miles in a very short period of time. These fish move a lot faster than people think. They just don't. Yeah, those big girls, they don't hang up out there. They know what's going on up there and how many people are there. They avoid that. They avoid the pressure. They'll stay out of it, and then the only time they'll go up there is, you know, to dump eggs and spawn. And, you know, so far, you know, even from what I know from, you know, social media and paying attention to that, is the guides and stuff, to everyone that's running night trips, no one's been catching the big ones yet. No one's caught. You know, I haven't seen a multiple night of 30-inch fish yet from here. So to me, that tells me I gotta go, you know, downriver, because these fish just aren't up there yet. You know, it's still early. We're at the last week of April yet. It's still last week of March. It's not, you know, these fish typically will, you know, they're probably gonna start spawning next week or so, I would say, and then, you know, after that, it's still a three-week process. These fish spawn here until the 3rd, 4th
Jeff's
week
hooked
of
up.
April, typically. So, you know, we're early yet, so I'm gonna go and try something different. I don't know. No one else has been down here. I'll show you guys at home what the mouth is like, what you can do down here. It's a little bit different. Not a whole lot, but a little bit different. I might break out some ripping wraps, bigger baits, just try to target some bigger fish. Don't have a lot of options. Jeff's got me by the back of my neck right now, like a dad with his kid, like grabbing him, like, dang it! I gotta jump in today now.
Yeah, in case you haven't heard the side bet, the loser has to jump in at the dock.
Jeff is hooked up again. Gosh. He's going to hit 50 pounds for sure.
I think 42 pounds is a record for this tournament, isn't it?
It is. It's a high bag so far. It's awesome that's happened on the championship round.
Think about how many times this thing goes by, those fish that are just sitting in the current. You change up that cadence a little bit, and you get a hit.
He said that perfectly. A lot of times it's just, I tell people all the time, if you're not getting bit, you don't need to make big changes. You don't have to, you know, scrap the program. Just change it.
That dam is going to be on fire.
The little things.
Well, you were out there yesterday. We were watching you, rooting for you too. But
Every time I'd hook him, every time I would get that bite. I couldn't land the darn thing.
Everything's working for Jeff today.
Yep, and we all have
for you yesterday.
We all have those days. I've had days where I couldn't do wrong, and then, you know, Isaac's had those days, and today's Jeff's day.
Yep, today is definitely Jeff's day.
You know, and that's what Jeff did yesterday. He survived the first round. He started out slow on when he beat me yesterday, and then he made just those small adjustments.
Yeah. Ooh, another nice fish.
Attaboy, Jeffrey.
He knows. He knows every one of these is.
Yes!
Look at. There you go. All right, there's your big yes, Jeff. Big yes. Congratulations, Jeff. Awesome day. Stu Martell's asked, how's HGH going to broadcast when both the Walleye and Bass series are scheduled on the same dates?
I'll be at 2.
That'll be interesting. I'm sure the boys got time for that.
Got that figured out.
So stay tuned, folks. Brian's got it figured.
I'm gonna be having a few of those too. Hopefully.
Looks like a 3.25 maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice one.
That scale's getting worn out today.
Well, with this format, YouTube, man, Jeff's getting more live airtime than he's ever got in his whole career.
Yeah, right. That's the awesome thing about
days.
this.
3 pounds, 4 ounces.
Oh, I was off by a pound.
Yeah. Yeah, these fish are deceiving out
Yeah.
here, man.
3-4.
Nice
3-4 right there. Nice
Aren't
male.
those good looking fish?
Yep.
I said yes to you. I said, I've caught tons of fish, but what's better looking than a walleye?
Right.
I mean, it's
Wow,
just a
this is
beautiful
surreal.
fish.
They've gotten a lot prettier too since the water's
freaking
cleaned up.
surreal
The
right
first couple fish I caught right after the water got muddy, they were super
4.
pale, and now they're starting to get their color back with the clean water. They just look absolutely gorgeous.
Well, Jeff, now I guess can he hit 50 pounds?
Oh, I guarantee he'll be able to do it.
More of a deficit
Oh no.
This will be the most epic comeback ever if it happens, which I'm not banking on it at this point. Because he ain't going to stop catching them either. That's the problem. The way he's been catching them, he's not going to stop catching them, and I'm not catching anything. I'm driving around like an idiot right now, so that's all good.
That slow no wake down to the mouth kills you.
The point of doing these is to have fun. If you're doing tournaments and you're not in it to have fun, don't do tournaments. You make it less fun for the rest of us.
Exactly.
I'm here to enjoy myself. These are my little mini vacations away from home, and you know, I enjoy being at home. I love you know, spending time with my girlfriend and stuff like that, and she's the one that allows me to be able to come out and do this stuff. So, you know, she's a blessing. She takes care of our little baby daughter, so I'm just blessed to be able to keep doing this and continue to compete at this type of a level with these type of guys. And there's not a lot of people that get the opportunities that I've been fortunate enough to have to come out and do these things, so I'm happy. I competed, I gave it my best, I gave it my all. I know I'm gonna leave it all on the table, checked everything I possibly could, and hey, Jeff just outfished me today. That's what this is all about. It's head to head.
And what a format. He couldn't have said it any better, man.
Yep.
Going down to the mouth.
Again, well, we got a little break here, folks. Don't forget to get on their website, KRS.com, and check out these blade bait, these casting lures, and
You know, another
plastic.
positive comment to make on Isaac. He knows where I'm at. He fishes this water just as much as I do. He's got waypoints here. He's practiced here. He easily could have pulled in and fished this. But again, the humility of a guy like that says, you know what, no, I gotta go find my own fish right now. It is what it is what's going through his mind, I'm sure. And again, if there's anyone out there right now that's listening to this or watching this and they want to get involved and work with Isaac on sponsorships and whatnot, that is a cat that you need to talk to.
Couldn't agree more. I was telling him from the start, we've been talking about this tournament for months now, and I was excited for him for his career.
Guys,
is that
I would consider myself one of these types of guys too, where
he's a special angler, and to have him
nothing's been given to me,
get this exposure on his
Ryan
own,
and
I think it's huge for him.
Huge
Kind of
exposure.
everything we do is always, we work as hard as we possibly can at it to get good, to change our ways, to develop new techniques. Isaac's that same way. Nothing's been handed to him. He's done it all on his own. He's got a good partner too. I'm not gonna say anything less about Max. Max is one hell of a partner to have, like my partner. Ryan over here is out here supporting us.
Well, Isaac's 24, I believe, so really accomplished what he's done. I know he's won a bunch of stuff with back.
Hey Maxie, what do you want for dinner tonight? He'll know what that joke is.
Jeff. Jeff, I'd like steak medium rare, please. Yeah, no, it's been fun. You know, both Isaac and I are very young. You know, and to be able to do what we've done the last few years has been really fun, and to do it so early in our career has been fun. You know, and like I said, I could not have done, you know, especially this last year with the last team of the year award we won, our second consecutive. I mean, that kid was my secret weapon the last 3 tournaments. I was a real good net man for the last 3 tournaments.
Yeah, I can see that. He's a great digger. Put it in front of the camera.
He's got a lot of confidence for his age, too.
Yep.
Which will get you a long way.
Yep, and that's the thing. You know, he has that good mixture of humility and not cockiness, but confidence. You know, he walks that line of cockiness and confidence, and he walks the right side of that line. You know, and that's what you need. You need confidence when it comes to tournament angling. You have to feel that you're the best. You're the best of the best. And when you walk into the room, you know you have the ability at any given time to beat anyone you're fishing against. Because if you don't have that confidence, then you're going to stumble from the start.
Yep. What a tournament. People are sitting there, oh, come on, Jeff, we want 50 pounds. 50 is just a nice round number. Unbelievable. Well, you guys called it. We called it. I picked Jeff. Russell picked Isaac because we didn't want to pick the same person. But,
you know, I honestly thought Isaac was going to pull something special off today. I had that feeling. You know, unfortunately today wasn't his day, but man, to have the little inside track and to see how Isaac, his mindset going into this and the amount of work he put in this guy was up there every single day pre-fishing. You know, even in the mud he was up there. And the one really cool thing, like I want to share with people is, like, you know, the thing that I've really seen with Isaac this year that took him to the next step in my book was he knew when he had to walk away. He was up there right after that rain, and it got muddy, and he knew what he...
That's a nice fish right there. I make a side bet for something and I lose every time.
I'll finish my story after Jeff catches his hog.
That's what Isaac and his side bets.
I start making a side bet with Jeff, and it's like, oh, loser has to jump in the fox after the tournament. Yeah, guess what? Now I'm the one jumping in the fox.
Yeah, and it's 40 degrees. But don't stay in there too long,
right,
Isaac.
I can go 15 right here.
Yep, well, Isaac's driving around, Jeff's pounding it to him.
Looks like a good one. Good head shakes, too.
This could be the 50 pounds. All he needs is...
This is the most nerve-wracking time when it comes up to the boat.
He needs 4.2 to get 50.
Oh.
There's a 4-pounder.
Yep, there it is, folks. I think we might have a 50-pound bag.
Trying.
Which isn't easy to beat.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't care. And this is 5 hours.
Yep.
This is 5 hours. Folks.
And it's a draining 5 hours. This is the longest 5 hours.
They look bigger in the water.
But anyways, to finish my story on Isaac, you know, the one thing that I was really proud of him this week was on Friday. You know, it was coming close to the tournament. We wanted to be out there pre-fishing. He went home Friday, Saturday. Saturday morning because it got so muddy and he knew it was going to clear up. So mentally, he didn't want to fish himself out of it and get himself demoralized because the bite was going to be tough. So he knew things were going to change. So he made that executive decision, which was hard, but to go home, get your stuff together, get the boat ready, and then, you know, go back out there and go out there with a clear mind. And that's huge.
I can't remember the actual weight, but I think Isaac had bigger weights than Jeff coming into this round before.
I can't read that.
Not sure, but...
Can you read that?
I got 3 pounds, 1 ounce. Can you turn it towards me a little bit more? Yep, 3 pounds, 1 ounce.
Got it.
3-1?
It's a good fish.
Ooh, so he's at 48.15. Next fish, he goes
3
over.
pounds, 1 ounce right there.
Next fish, he goes over 50 pounds, folks. You're seeing it live on head-to-head fishing. Inaugural championship of the Pure Wisconsin Fox River. What a show Mr. Nectarline's putting on. He knows it too.
He's having fun.
While he's doing that, I'd like to thank everybody.
3-1.
Brian Keller, Matt, Russell, Matt, Kyle, tournament director, all the anglers, all 16 anglers, and all the viewers, thousands and tens of thousands of shares and views and comments. I mean, we can't even keep up with all the comments. There's so many. Absolutely awesome. Again, Brian Keller's got this brainstorm. Wow.
I was so happy that he brought this to the walleye world. When I watched that bass one last year and I was following Colin Martin, a good buddy of mine, you know, I was just excited. I was pumped, and I just knew this was going to be an awesome format for walleye. I think I commented probably about 20 times. Whatever we need to do, get it walleye, get this to the walleye world.
It's just like dead weight. It just stops it.
I just got a text that says, Mr. Keller, are you learning anything? Yes, I am. One thing about me and good fishermen, you're learning all the time.
Yep.
You never stop learning.
Almost ate it.
Hooked up again.
Oh, man.
I don't think this one's gonna make it.
Like that one a little bit?
Tiny head shakes.
Well, the next keeper put them over 50 for sure. Has to be over 2 pounds.
From the looks of his rod, I don't think this is going to be a 2-pounder. But you never know. I've had 8-pounders act like 2-pounders before. Vice versa.
Yeah, we're gonna 108. That's awesome. Nope. I don't
That's a
think
little
so.
guy.
Little guy.
He's short.
Well, Jeff will be exhausted, and you know this was yesterday. Must have been tough, Max. 2 rounds, 10 hours, just fishing. 10 hours of fishing.
I was so mentally drained by the time I got home,
Yeah,
or
there's
back
no
to
question
where I
on
was staying
most
last
of
night.
these.
It was bad.
For like the past couple hours.
It's just mentally draining because you put everything into it, and it's not just the fishing, but it's the nerves of checking and am I beating them? Am I doing the right thing? And gosh, and then we only had an hour break in between, so I'm sitting there trying to re-rig everything, and sitting there talking with Isaac and trying to eat and do everything. It's just go. You can't, you don't get a chance to think.
Well, and due to the environment of COVID-19, we had to make some audibles on this.
Yeah. And it changed, for me, it changed my game plan because, I had more of an afternoon, clearly I didn't yesterday, but, the afternoon bite on DePere is completely different than,
Like I said earlier, Mike, days like this you can't forget. Because
Exactly.
they don't come often.
I know that all
he
too
could
well.
he could not have been more true there. You have to enjoy that, and that's my biggest thing is when you have days like that, you have to slow down and appreciate it because it does not happen as much as it
and
should.
Like we've all fished the AIM format, which is pretty good. It gives you a pretty good weight for the inches, but I don't know if Jeff's ever had a 50-pound bag. That's a pretty hard for any.
He's had some really good days on in the AIM up in Door County.
Yeah.
He's had some big days, but
This
for him
time
to
of
have
year?
have as good of a bag, I mean that's phenomenal for him.
I mean, 48 pounds is a cash in a check just about anything. And like we said, this is only 4 hours.
Beginning of practice, and the first
Justin
day and
says
a half, I could not get bit
Isaac's hooked up.
on plastic.
Isaac's hooked up.
This is a good fish.
Come on, Isaac. Your walleye. Is that a smallmouth?
Yeah, it's a smallmouth.
What?
Smallmouth.
Well,
Wow.
it's not what we're looking for.
Holy cow.
Beauty.
And I don't even know if she actually tried to bite it. But that's a good smallmouth. Makes for some interesting TV, right, guys? Cool. That was interesting. Wasn't
Yeah,
expecting that.
No, that's just crazy. Who would have think the smallmouth? You're thinking smallmouth.
Yeah.
Not this time of year.
That I haven't seen one down there. That's pretty cool.
I'm getting greedy. I want him to take it longer.
Probably a lot of fish for Jeff is right. And he made a good point too. That Isaac did not go in there. He could have went in there at 50 yards away. He didn't go there. He played real great sportsmanship. That's what the pros do.
Yep.
I've been so focused, I haven't been really paying attention to the boats around me. Are they catching fish?
Not like you. I
I've
mean,
seen
here and
one
there
net
I'm
go
seeing,
around Jeff
but
so far.
nobody's pounding them.
You do got to give credit to the other boats around them too. I really have not seen the boats kind of crowd in on them or anything like that. They've been pretty respectful.
I think they see the camera. A lot of those boats that have their live app on their phone are actually watching the tournament.
Yep.
Like the bass, the bass pros. They got
They're right
guys
here at
watching.
least.
Well, this will be a day Mr. Neckley won't forget for a long time.
Yep.
What the heck?
That spot, Isaac, then can be a very, very good spot. Fish a lot in the fall. Fortunately, on the other side, across from where he is, they used to have a warm water discharge right there.
Yep.
Used to be great fishing, but unfortunately, they shut it down.
Isn't he in 25 feet of water right there?
Yeah, he's out in the channel in a little bit deeper water.
Right off of the boat landing at Metro, right?
Yep, he's casting up, working it down.
Yeah, when you go through there during tournament, your screen's lit up with fish, you know that.
Mhm.
But there's everything in there. Carp,
Oh yeah,
whitefish,
guys will fish.
catfish.
Guys will fish from shore. I've seen guys catch 20, 25 pound catfish, 50-inch muskies. Catch everything in there.
Yeah, if I remember right, somebody caught a 60-pound muskie from shore there years ago. It was in the paper.
Yep.
Right off of the Metro boat landing dock. Remember that?
Yep, I do.
Huge muskie. And he let it go and never took any, didn't weigh it or nothing to fish him, which was good too.
I've caught it. There was one muskie years ago when Isaac and I first met. How we became partners and everything. We realized we wanted to fish tournaments together. Was him and I went fishing a couple times, and we went and did that night bite up there when they had the warm water discharge and everything. And him and I went every night for like 2 months. And every single day we'd feed off each other. I didn't want to fish because I needed to sleep, or I wanted to get a full night's sleep. He would be like, "No, let's go." Same thing, vice versa. And there was one muskie.
After the PM knockout round, and when I eliminated Max, my phone literally dinged for the next 3 hours. I tried to answer all the great job,
Okay, that was good.
rooting you on for tomorrow, go get them, all that stuff. But I gotta thank everybody who wished me well wishes throughout the week, in between each round, giving me motivation to get back out there. And last night, man, I was overwhelmed with Facebook messages and text messages. There's numbers that I'll be honest with you, there's some cell numbers that I didn't even recognize, that I need to call them and ask who they were when this is all said and done. But it's pretty cool to see so many people giving you support.
For sure.
All right, I think that's
Okay,
just
we're
about.
going to go to commercial break now. Thanks again. This is Captain Keller with Max Wilson. Thanks again for watching. Thanks for Brian and Zach and Matt and Max for coming in. We really appreciate it. I took a picture of your rig out in front of Real Shot with the logo.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
so if
you
you
guys.
don't mind us using that picture, we're going to use it.
That's perfectly fine. I appreciate you guys having me come in. It's been fun to sit here and talk. I wish I was fishing against Isaac. Congrats to Jeff, man. Hats go off to you. As a buddy, a good friend of mine, I'm super proud to see both my friends in here, kicking butt. And congrats to all the anglers, everyone who's done that.
Congrats to 16 anglers. Put on a good show, and I can't wait to watch Isaac jump in.
Yeah. Oh God, I'm counting down the seconds for that
Just
one.
hope he's got something to dry himself off. 'Cause 40-degree water. I've been in it. It's not fun.
I've seen him jump off the dock before, but that was because he forgot the strap on the back of his boat. So it's not the first time I've seen him do it.
Jesse Antilla. He was coming out to night fish when I was coming in, and he likes using blades too, but he always seems to follow them out. They flip over on themselves, and then the hooks get fouled out on the blade. And I told him, the best thing to do is obviously run your braid that you're comfortable running, but then your leadered material needs to be very stiff fluorocarbon. I don't use anything less than 12-pound test for my leaders, because when you snap it and you let it go loose, if it's just on braid, because braid is so loose and light, the blade flips over on itself and then it gets fouled out. So it's imperative to have at least a 2-foot leader, sometimes up to 3 if you're in really clear water. I use that for all my snap jig techniques. And a lot of people already do that. There's people out there that don't know that stuff. You got to have a nice heavy leader, stiff leader for shipper minnowing.
Can't go
rip and wrap
that way anymore.
Blades,
this is our boundary
wraps,
from here,
from
this piece across to that point right over there is the boundary.
Go to 12.
Here at the Reel Shot, we carry everything you need from the top brands, from bass fishing, walleye, and Great Lakes tackle. The hottest rod and reel brands from Daiwa, Shimano, Akuma, and St. Croix. Also the most popular lures: Mega Bass, Strike King, Rapala, Great Lakes Tackle, Pro King, Stinger, and Dreamweaver. Don't forget our huge selection of TRS custom painted baits from the best painters in the Midwest. We have 2 line winding stations where we can spool you up with the best line, mono, braid, floral, and everything you need to tackle that Great Lakes trout or salmon. So make sure you head on over to www.thereelshot.com or stop into the store to find everything you're going to need for this upcoming fishing season.
Whether day or night, I love.
You're at the hour mark, by the way. 1 hour left.
Tie one on.
I don't care who's looking, I always tie one on.
Every time I go in the water, I love to tie one on.
You may not know this about me, but every once in a while, I've been known to tie one on.
Come on, man. Join the Strike King team. All you gotta do, tie one on.
I think I always tie one on.
God dang it, why does it do that?
I need a 660 shad crankbaits in the Series 5 model.
We're out.
Not out. You got all kinds of right there.
We're out.
Yep. Need 6.
Have a lollipop.
Zeros? Gotcha.
Have a lollipop.
Do you have it in sexy shad color?
2.6. 2 pounds, 6 ounces.
Here in the firearms department at the Reel Shot, we offer an excellent selection of new and used rifles, shotguns, pistols, and also some muzzle loaders and air guns. We have shotguns from CZ, Browning, Winchester, Benelli, Stover, Franti, Mossberg, Beretta, and more. We have rifles by Weatherby, Browning, Winchester, Thompson Center, CZ, Henry, Ruger, tactical rifles from Daniel Defense, Sig Sauer, Diamondback, Rock River, Ruger. We have pistols in stock from Uberti, Glock, Smith & Wesson, Taurus, Dan Wesson, Ruger, North American Arms, Sig Sauer, Springfield Armory, CZ. We offer full gun services here at the Reel Shot. Things as simple as basic gun cleaning, scope mounting, to complete refinishing, rebarreling. If you have a gunsmith need, we can help you out. Do yourself a favor, come on down, see us at the gun department at the Reel Shot on Calumet Street in Appleton.
Yes, it is.
Hey Zach, when you did your last weight update, I believe you were off.
Zeros.
Gotcha.
All right, less than an hour left, Russell.
Yeah, we're back.
Matt Trotz here with
2.6.
2 pounds, 6 ounces.
sitting next to Russell Gahagan. We're looking at the replay of the fish that put Jeff over 50 pounds for the day.
Yeah, I got to admit, even I'm a little impressed. We knew the temperatures were going to be on the rise. I expected the fishing to be better. I said somebody'd get over 30. I did not expect 100 pounds. But Jeff, being the veteran tournament angler he is, has adapted well. Fished aggressive early. Wow, he just missed another one. Slowed down after that, and he has just put on a clinic.
What's everybody been up to in the comments here? Thanks so much to Max Wilson and James Keller for joining us today.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
really nice of those guys to take time out of their busy day to hang out with everybody here on Head to Head Fishing. Remember, you're watching the championship round here, watching a battle of Isaac versus Jeff. Right now, Jeff's kind of got a commanding
You know what
lead.
this looks like? These walleyes, right?
Yep. If this was March Madness, it'd be the second half of Duke versus the sixth.
There's a lot of people in denial about
It's
that.
105 to 40 right now. But Isaac has done everything he could. He's fished phenomenal all week, and today just didn't happen for him. And everybody has those days. We had Max in here before, and Max had that day yesterday afternoon. He didn't catch a fish. He just said before when we were talking out there, he couldn't believe it. At the end of the day, he just needed to let out a little scream because he just couldn't make it
Do you
happen.
know what Jeff's big fish is? Did they say that or no? Oh, so he's just getting consistent 5-pounders. Yeah.
Vito, if you're watching, Fox River rods are kicking ass today.
Because would you say 10 fish for 55? 51? Oh, so he's 11. Yeah, so that's still close to a 5-pound average, 4 something.
Does not appear that Jeff is moved all day.
Well, this ain't doing nothing down here. This is a mistake. Oh well. Let's just head back up to the flat and fish there for the last 20 minutes. No big deal. I figure I'd come down here and take a look around. Sorry, guys. I thought I could give Jeff a little more competition, but
Don't sweat it, Isaac. You've given us a heck of a show all week.
You did a great job. Great job. It's not over with yet. It's 50 minutes left.
now for the nice long putt up.
But back here to Leo's comment,
I also
right?
want to say thank you Frank and Amanda this morning from Viper Tackle. I was down to 2 of my blade baits, those raspberry and chartreuse blade baits, and Frank basically went into the OR last night and painted up a nice container of them for me for today. So that's going above and beyond from Viper Custom Tackle. Meet me here at the landing this morning at 6 o'clock. It's cool to be working with big national, international sponsors, big lure companies. But when you get to work with local companies and get that kind of red carpet experience, it goes a long way.
Jeff's really talking about some important stuff there. He works with local companies, and big and small, all the companies are important in the game here. But it's really nice to see Jeff's getting support from the people that he's working with. And like he said, Frank went to the landing and got him the baits he needed. We've posted in the chat, and I think Matt's working on doing it again. We believe that the bait that Jeff has really put the clinic on with later in the day here today is the Kitech Fat Swing Impact. I think it's going to be the 3.3 inch size. I'm not 100% sure on that. We're going to see if we can find that out. But I believe based on what I see when he's reeling it in, size-wise, that's probably the size.
Yep. Leo is really wondering what Jeff is fishing with. He's fishing with the Fox River rods, and I believe yesterday he said all his faith is in the 7'3" medium light.
Correct.
He felt like you could throw a bigger blade bait, ripping wraps, and then here obviously I think that's what he's using. He liked the 7-footer for the first, for a while, but now the 7'3" is the rod that he had confidence in. So that's a 7'3" Fox River brand, in a medium light, I believe, is what he was saying.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Yep. Russell, in the comments again, I shared the link. Hooked up again.
Jeff's hooked up again.
Sensitivity is key here, and even Isaac said the same thing.
This is a showing by Jeff. I mean, there's no doubt about it. When you get dialed in on a program, which he is right now, even the people around him aren't catching fish like he is. He is the man on the river today, and congratulations to him because, I mean, if you fished enough tournaments, everybody's had that day where you just can't do wrong, everything goes your way. He's having it right now. What a better place to have it than at the inaugural H2H Walleye Opener and be crowned the champion, which it's looking like he's going to be every minute that passes by here and every fish he puts in the boat.
This is getting bigger. Oh yeah, nice fish. Oh, another 3.5.
Wow.
47 minutes left. Thinking we could see 60 pounds?
Yeah, I do.
I can't go any faster.
He definitely has a fan club out there right now.
If Jeff continues to fish hard, which I don't blame him if he doesn't, but if he does, Matt, I think you could see 70 pounds yet.
Wow. Leo again, thanks for tuning in, Leo. They're fishing for $10,000 right now. So the winner will take home $10,000. The second place guy will get a nice check for $2,000.
Zeros.
I'm going to share the link for Leo here to the head-to-head website. And get all the information on the upcoming event and this event right there at headtoheadfishing.com.
3-1.
3 pounds, 1 ounce.
Next event for walleyes, I think, is around May 15th, isn't
Yep.
it? So it's coming up fast.
The season starts May 15th.
Yeah. Beautiful fish.
Ooh, that water is still chilly. It's 41.6.
Oh, it's nice. 41 degrees.
So we just got word that there's been some scuttlebutt, so to say, in the production studio about the possibility of doing another head-to-head tournament in approximately 2 weeks on the Fox River. We want to know out in the crowd, would you be interested in fishing if we had another head-to-head tournament just like this one? Either this one may be an 8-participant, maybe a 16. We're talking about all different options, but with everything going on right now and people having some freedom to do what they'd like,
right.
Would anybody be interested in fishing one if we did another one?
Well, and the thing we have considered already, I mean, just like you said, Russell, we're brainstorming 24/7 here with this head-to-head event. There's not a thing out there that we haven't potentially thought of. The other thing that we potentially thought of
One
is...
jig all day.
Yeah. Is a lower entry fee
Again,
then.
stars, moon, everything's lined up because you don't go to the pier and fish with one jig.
I guess we got our answer. 5 people in a row. Yes, yes, yes. Please sign me up. So we know. We'll keep you posted. Once the commander-in-chief makes a decision on if he wants to go ahead and maybe put another one on, we will make the announcement all over. But we've had at least 15 or 20 people say they would get in about 25 chats. So I guess I would
Not
say
if
that
Jeff
that's
is fishing, says Ian.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, guys. I mean, medias are allowed to stay going with the quarantine going on. If we can continue to work and with media and fishing, where those are all areas that are allowed. If we could continue to produce content like you or like this, and you guys are excited about it and you're ready to do it, don't be surprised if in 2 weeks we're back here in the Head-to-Head Studios bringing you another event. What that event
Jeff
is?
is hooked up again. Oh my gosh!
44 minutes left. How many fish is this now for him?
I think he's got 12, I believe. This might be his 13th, maybe?
How many fish has he released, like, with that have been not 2 pounds?
3 or 4.
Holy man. Menominee River, that's an idea. The Kanto, again, there's so many places. We could even do it right back here in the Fox River.
Yeah.
Just push it out to the mouth more. Can you imagine we start seeing more trolling then?
Yep.
Some bigger rip and wrap bite, some more vibration baits.
We have nothing locked in, no set ideas.
No,
we
no,
were just
no.
asking what people would people be interested? Would people be interested in cameraing? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
the thing too. We're gonna need camera people for these if we're gonna run an event. Thanks, Matt. Matt, send us a message to the Head-to-Head.
Somebody
Facebook
else
page.
above said Trevor said he would do it too.
Yeah.
I might have to get the boat fired up.
Trevor works here already.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, but yeah, if you're interested in helping, because this is all, we're gonna need camera people, /officials.
Biggest one of the day right there.
Oh my God.
I said 70 pounds. I think we're going to see 70 pounds if Jeff keeps fishing.
Can we get the GPS coordinates to this spot?
Clinic.
Second biggest of the day.
David, again, if you're interested in filming, send us information at
this one's gonna
H2H.
be probably four. I don't know, maybe 5-1.
I'm going to say 410. What do you think, Matt?
I've been really. I'm gonna go with 5.5.
Okay. He is holding it away a little bit, but it's a nice fish.
James, the event for this one, or the entry fee for this one was $7.50.
Close, 4.9.
Oh, nice guess. Elbows.
Elbow bumps.
But there's 100% payout as well. Yes, camera women for sure. Men, women. We've had a camera lady already yesterday.
Beautiful walleye right there.
Isn't he tired of catching fish yet?
Gorgeous fish.
Would you be?
4.9.
I'm just in shock and impressed. I really am. Jeff is put on a show, and what is so awesome about this is everybody in the crowd has been able to watch it.
That's what I was gonna say. Take 2 minutes. Have a soda.
We do stock the scales here at TRS. I think we're out of them right now, but we'll get more coming.
Of those scales. Not great timing on the scale, but we'll have them in soon. It's a high contrast Rapala scale. But you can go to the Real Shot
one
website.
Last person I do need to give a shout out to, because he's been there since day one, is my partner Ryan Foster. That guy right there makes me a better fisherman. He's constantly keeping me focused in the boat. I'll tell you, when we're teamed up together, hold on, did that thing just come off spot lock? No. When we're teamed up together in like pro events, I'm the one that usually gets pretty razzled. He's the one he's kind of the cool cat in the boat, keeps me focused. Keeps me doing what I do best. He knows I'm a jigger, when it comes to doing this stuff. And when our bite's a jig bite, he just keeps me focused, and I just try to keep putting fish in the boat. He's another guy that has no pride factor. He'd be the first to tell you that if we're on a jig bite, he's gonna sit there and net fish, and I'm gonna catch fish, and that's what teammates do.
All right, here we're getting kind of a sneak peek at what he's got for an arsenal. Gonna get the insider's look here what Nectarline has been fishing with for the last 4 hours.
These are the jigs I'm using. It's kind of a river jig. chartreuse and yellow, 2 eyes. They lay nice on the bottom. They stay upright. 1/4 ounce.
Sort of a darter head style jig, I would say, similar to the stand-up jigs that we stock.
Using the yellow jig head, and you're using what color? Kitech Swing Impact?
Yeah, they're I like to call them Gobi pattern. There's a specific name for them, but it's you know, it's like a brown and tan.
Yep. Natural presentation. Chartreuse and tracker.
Yeah, I love Ryan's comment there in the background. Catch one more. Let's get to 60 and let's go have a beer.
There, I just got done saying, you don't go to De Pere and fish with 1 jig.
I've been eyeballing the plastics he's using, and we're pretty sure it's a Kitech 3.3 Swing Impact, and I think it's probably going to be like a Tennessee shad or green pepper color, like he said, a brown kind of Gobi looking thing.
I'll never doubt Kitech for walleyes again.
No, absolutely not. We use these on Winnebago in the weeds as well too.
Oh, there's some more Bago tips. All right, here comes the link to the Swing Impacts.
And I wasn't the one that started doing it. My friend Gary Nelson and Greg Stein, matter of fact, 2 guys that I've fished with for many years, kind of came up with the technique fishing weeds up in Neenah with swim baits like this.
Must have to rig it weedless then?
No, you just rip them through the weeds. You look for a specific kind of weed in the Winnebago. You don't just go to any weed bed. Right. You're looking for a coontail. It's a species of weed. You can work your way through it, especially on a calm day.
Where else in tournament fishing are you going to have professionals who are winning $10,000 give you knowledge not only on what's working for them that day, that pattern, but they're talking about other lakes here, now too. Lakes that they're going to fish tournaments on, that they're going to compete against people, and they're literally just letting it all out right here for everybody live.
Down there, I looked, I could
You
see
might want to start zipping the lip.
The numbers of fish weren't there that I was hoping for, and the size of the fish that were down there, they didn't look right. They didn't look like walleye marks. They looked like carp or sheep's head or something. So had to leave, but I didn't really have a chance at that point anyways. Jeff's been just beating on them all morning. He's on them. It's his day today, not mine. That's okay. I'll be back, that's for sure. I don't know if I'll fish head-to-head again yet this year. It's kind of up in the air with everything. We'll see how many more tournaments keep getting canceled, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm excited. This format's pretty sweet. It's fun. It's stressful, but it's fun. I mean, I've had more fun in the last 3 days than probably any other tournament that I've fished for 3 days in a row, that's for sure. Yesterday was a blast. I had a blast yesterday.
I'd also like to give a shout out to Brett Alexander.
Oh, it's time
Brett
to go home and take a nap.
introduced me to one of his new guides, Max. He's a young kid, 21 years old. Is going to be working for him this year. I guess he started ice guiding.
I'm going to bed
with him this winter. Now he's going to do open water guide as well for him. I've seen these kids on the water and this entire week fishing and just kicking ass.
For the first time in a week. It'll be nice.
You get help from everybody when you're a local, and they've been having really good success with Keytex and shallow water, which is where we were last night, shallow water. So that's definitely part of the reason why we're at where we're at today. So thanks again, Brett, Max. You guys definitely helped get me where I'm at today. Appreciate it. Yeah. Wow, that's good. Thanks, Brian. Oh. They are just active down there.
Yeah.
They're hitting it hard now.
They're really gearing up.
41.7, still going.
Oh, they're going to start tonight.
Isn't tomorrow supposed to be 50?
I haven't looked at the weather.
Rain tonight. If it's warm enough, it could get silly tonight.
Sure, I should probably come back up here tonight.
Oh, he might lose his first jig.
Oh, it's fishing line.
Yeah, it's moving on him. That's why it's not coming out. Just to kind of recap on a couple things why Jeff's fishing here. He's been having success with his Fox River rods. You know, I think he said 7.3 was kind of his favorite. At least that's what he said yesterday. We believe he's using a Kitech Swing Impact plastic tail, around 3.3 inches long, on a chartreuse jig head. The blade bait is kind of what got him to this point, but I think he found out yesterday and that as the day went on, guys were switching to plastic and slowing their presentation down for sort of the non-aggressive time periods, the middle of the day, right, Matt?
Yeah. Yep. Ben asks, entry fee one time $750 for season or every event? It's every event is $750, but it's 100% payout throughout the season. So, I mean, you definitely will get the chance to get your money back. So each event winner will take home $3,000. Second place will take home $1,000, and the overall champion of the head-to-head event, whether it's on the bass or the walleye side, will cash a check for $12,000. Runner-up will get $4,000. Mike wants to know, Russell, when you're going to announce the winner of that
I'll tell
contest.
you what, Mike, I sure hope to see these head-to-head walleye and bass events fill up this summer, because this is unreal fishing, man.
We'll announce that in the wrap-up, Matt.
Okay, perfect.
Going head-to-head against your competitors, one versus one, is just intense. 100%, because it's all about numbers. You know, it's, do I go after big fish? Do I go after numbers? This is brand new to me.
There's so many different approaches you can take at this, and still win. We're at the 30-minute mark.
Yes, we will show the jump in. Yes, we will definitely.
Yeah, we're going to
film
stay
that.
live for the jump in. Yep.
That's a boulder right there.
We're down to 30-minute warning.
Hey, Russell, I wanted to ask you this question. We didn't give ourselves a whole lot of props. I mean,
That was within 3 feet of your mouth.
We've been grinding this out. Do you want to let people know where they can find you on social media?
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook. I have a page called Russell's Fishing Tech, and then of course TRS Sheboygan, the Real Shot Sheboygan page. I run the store there in Sheboygan. I also got an Instagram page. I believe it's Salmon Whisperer.
Ooh.
Yeah, you like that, don't you?
Let's say it out loud, though.
Absolutely. They want to find you. I think it's semi-easy, but let everybody know.
Mine's pretty easy. Oh, Jeff's hooked up
Jeff's
again
hooked
here.
up again.
I'll tell you where people can find me on social media here right after this.
Right now, everybody's looking for Jeff Nectarline on social media.
Yeah, they are. I just feel, hey, let's toot our horn a little bit.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Well, he's battling right now. They can find me at Hot2Trot5 on Instagram.
Wow, I like
pretty
it.
Fancy.
I like
it. Just Matt Trots on Facebook, or you can always watch for our kind of content on both the Real Shot Facebook pages and Head to Head Fishing. So,
yep, we might have to start a page, fake Buck and Aikman, on Facebook maybe or something, right? I mean,
by the way, you did a great job.
You too, buddy.
Thanks, man. Elbow bump.
Oh, the first thing that's gone wrong for Jeff all day. Yep.
Here's the deal, though. Do you think that him being snagged up might affect the hook sharpness?
Very possible. Yeah. He's checking the hook right now.
Hey, that was right behind your motor.
But there also is always the fact that you don't catch them all.
Right.
That is part of the game.
Yeah, I don't. Can't ask for a whole lot better day. There's people 60 pounds in 5 hours. It is incredible.
It is. And he's actually probably caught 65 plus pounds because he's thrown back, 2, 3, 4 fish. So,
yep.
Just an incredible performance by Jeff. The train left the station early, and it's been chugging along the entire time. It's been domination station since about 7:45 this morning.
Once he's done, will you switch over to me so I can set my camera completely down?
I know one thing for sure. Jeff did not go dinking today.
No.
He's been doinking since 7:15.
I was trying to look earlier. I think he's by about a 5-pound average.
Yeah, so Jeff's up to 16 fish at about a 3-pound, 10-ounce average.
Oh, and another one. Nope, missed it. So that he's up right now on Isaac, 48 pounds, 2 ounces.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, if this was March Madness college basketball, it would be 110 to 44 right now.
Last little spot. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna rip through the flat. I'm gonna go all the way past the flat. I'm gonna go check one little spot that I know that guys haven't been in. It's some little gravel area, and I don't know. There's not a lot I can do in 25 minutes, but I think I'm down by what, 40-something pounds still? Yeah. He's over 60?
He's one fish away though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost 50 pounds down. I'd need 5 10-pounders in a row. Man, would that be a story to tell my grandkids.
Yeah, his average right now is 3 pounds, 10 ounces. With 16 scoreable fish on the day. That's incredible. Largest one being a 5-pound, 13-ouncer. And not to discredit Isaac, I mean, he's got a 3-pound, 9-ounce average. His biggest of the day is 5 pounds, but it's just a number game at that point.
Yep.
16 scoreable fish to 3. Yeah, for sure. So we have a slight
technical difficulty right now.
First one of the day, really.
Yeah.
I mean, so we're working hard at getting everything up and rocking here. So what's everybody doing here this afternoon? What kind of plans, where you're at? A lot of people have been messaging here that we're back on camera, that they're going to go doing a little bit of fishing.
So let's look at some of these results kind of from the round. So an interesting thing here is round 1, Nectarline had 10 fish for 31 pounds.
Yep.
Round 2, he had 4 fish for 12 pounds. And round 3, he had 4 fish for 17 pounds. I think, what that sort of tells you is that it's not necessarily to some level that he's been the hottest guy the entire time. I mean, almost all these rounds, he was not the highest scoring guy. He chose the right day to have a hot day, didn't he? I mean,
we like you've noticed here, he hasn't moved all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. He
He
found
was
a
even
good
really
slope.
concerned when his spot lock potentially went off there to get him off the spot here. So
Yep. Well, you can see guys are right on him. I mean, they're giving him room to fish, which is nice, but they are right on him. They're not. It's not like he's got the whole world to himself.
Vincent, I mean, after the noon hour here, once we strike noon, we'll announce the first winner here of head-to-head. So you're gonna have to find something to do the rest of the day. You can go back, Vincent, if you haven't had the chance, and watch some of the rest of the head-to-head events that you didn't see, throughout the course of the last couple days. But a lot of people going did appear.
I'm gonna rest this afternoon. I could use some rest.
Yeah.
It's my son's birthday. Happy birthday to little Russell. And I'm gonna watch the rest of the head-to-head from start to finish because I haven't watched any of it basically.
Right.
I'm gonna watch start to finish. I should say any recorded of it. I'm gonna watch start to finish and see what all happened.
Oh, the Wolf River's crazy right now, says Leo. They're walking across boats. Surprise! See, that's probably why there's not as much pressure up right here, because the Wolf River is open.
My dad was in Oshkosh yesterday fishing walleyes on the Fox there, and he said it was a lot of traffic. He picked up his limit, so fishing's good there as well.
There you go.
So guys looking to get out now or get out this weekend, the Fox River and Deep Pier here is not the only place to go now. The Wolf River's going, Fox River and Oshkosh is going. It's going to start happening everywhere, normal spawning areas for walleyes.
And unlike this spot here in De Pere, the Wolf and the Fox, there's areas where you can get eater-sized fish.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what my dad had yesterday, a limit of eater-sized fish. And some people would rather catch big ones. Some people would rather catch ones they can take home. So we had some impressive bags. So I'm looking here. Dempsey 33-4, defeating Munt 31 even. Jackson, I was round 1. Jackson 33-13. Nectarline had that 31-pound bag in round 1. Round 2, we did not have a... I'm sorry, that was afternoon of round 1. We did not have a 30-pound bag. Walzer had the biggest bag with 26 pounds. Round 2, we had 2 30-pound bags. I forget, Lakich had 36 pounds in round 2. That was an impressive box that morning, too.
Well, and that Mark Jackson had a hell of a bag the last couple of times he fished, too.
Yeah, he had 30 pounds in round 2.
Brett Walzer says, "We are working. Most fun I've had at work." Yeah, I bet you he wishes he was right here right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but Walzer did a great
He did
job.
a phenomenal job. He was entertaining to watch. I think Walzer, you have the most money going to the swear jar, though.
He does. He owes us, I believe, $2. $2 of the 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nectarline, I think he's at like $2 or $3 today.
Yep.
So
they're close.
Even
for sure,
Isaac is up.
yeah.
I think we're almost plus $10 on that.
We're getting there.
Swear jar.
Max let out a secret that he had him turn the camera off so he didn't have to add to the swear jar.
Oh.
Yeah. He said he let out a few 4-letter words that he penalized himself and took a minute break and let out a few 4-letter words, which you can understand. As Max said, it's the high of the highs and the low of the lows when you're fishing tournaments, and everybody gets to see it now on head-to-head fishing. That's what makes it so much fun.
Brett says, yes, I concur. Steven, earlier in the day, Nectarline was showing his graph and what he was looking for. Could you do a highlight or replay of that? I could see if the guys can find something like that. Leo says if he was playing this game, he would be at $100 in the swear jar.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Tuning in from Germany. Hello.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Do have to give Isaac a little shout out. He's still working hard here. There's 20 minutes to go. Lots of people would probably be, calling it a day. Not him. He's going to continue to plug away. Good young angler that's got a lot of tournament money.
Wow,
coming his way.
Romania.
Romania, nice.
That is crazy.
What do we have? Ukraine, Romania,
Germany. There's
Fantastic.
people tuning in from all over the world right now. Hello. That is so awesome. Thank you, everybody, again for watching this. This is just mind-blowing, Russell. I haven't seen. I don't even know what our count is yet. I asked everybody if we get over 2,000.
There's definitely not walleyes in here because there's so many carp.
With 18 minutes left, can we break 2,000?
I know the numbers were huge today. That's all I know.
Oh, it's been a constant, 1,000 people have been on this whole time. Yeah, so I'll tackle a question Mark Fields had said. Now, we're not the officials of this, but he was curious, can you go out and fish? And I believe if you go through that huge document that Governor Evers in Wisconsin has sent out, I don't think they have outlawed any fishing. So.
No, matter of fact, the documents I've seen that the DNR have put out, they're promoting getting out in the outdoors because it's obviously a safer area than being trapped inside. They are promoting hiking, fishing, all the types of outdoor activities that you do. Not in giant groups, of course.
Right.
Nectarline's hooked up again. I was reading Walzer's comment. Nectarline's hooked up again.
Yeah, I believe that they're even waiving entry fees now for a lot of state parks and stuff like that, which is awesome.
Yep.
I know that's what I'm going to be doing.
This could be the 60-pound, over the 60-pound mark fish.
We got 1,100 people on right now. Here's the deal,
it's a smaller fish, so this may not be a register. It's going to be close. I would say it's a little bit small, but don't think it's going to make it.
There, Trevor just said, I just called the DNR. They said it's legal to fish.
Thanks, Trevor.
Oh, okay, here we go. Cool.
They're not playing around.
On
today,
the on the head-to-head Facebook page, which a lot of people are tuning in on, we did a post. We have some apparel for head-to-head coming through the pipeline here, but what we did is we just put a question out there. Is we have labeled some hats 1 through 7. What hats would you rock? I mean, we're excited for these hats. I mean, we're gonna be placing an order here in the next couple of days, possibly, so on and so forth with everything going on. But, Russell, I'm looking at this post right here. There's some badass looking hats on there.
Yeah, I'm number 3 all the way.
I like number 3. I like the grays that are in it. The blacks are sharp. We've even, for Flat Brim Nation up in there, we got some flat brim hats coming out there. Max Wilson's still in the studio here, loving life right now.
Number 5 might be the Max Wilson signature hat,
right?
I mean, it's black flat brim.
That's got Max's vote. So if you do us a favor, go on the head-to-head comments.
Let us know which hats you like.
Let us know which hats you'd like to see.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun, Matt. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, buddy. It's always fun. These events are fun. They get to be long days, but like we talked about earlier, we're not quite huge production status yet. Our equipment is, but we're running with a short staff on all this stuff. So between the cameramen, the behind-the-scenes producers, ourselves, I would just want to thank everybody out there, the cameraman officials, Kyle Carpenter, the tournament director.
I would say the highlight of my morning today, in my opinion, has been the fact that we had to go to instant replay for a fish.
Yes.
And, Jeff just missed a nice one. And, it's so nice that
over here.
we have that ability to do that.
Oh, what do we got going on here?
They've got a little love coming maybe from Jeff to his partner, Ryan, I'm thinking. Nope. Oh, yeah. Yep.
teammates, man.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Did it.
Happy for
Did
you.
it. Thanks,
Okay.
boss.
Get 60, all right?
I'm gonna try.
60.
All right.
Good luck.
Little love from two
Thanks for the
partners there.
support, brother.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
man. It's just one of them days. That special day.
Vincent, the hats I was just referring to, they're in a post on the Head to Head Facebook page. Let me see if I can find it and share it for you.
Yeah.
Oh, Leo likes number 4. Leo found them.
Jeff's going to get one more hooked up here yet. I don't know if it'll be a keeper or not, but
It does.
he's going to get one more.
Here, guys, this is the link to the Facebook page. Let me know if it works for the hats that I was just talking about. I like number 1.
Yeah. Make sure you save me a 3 when those come in, man.
All right, number 3. Russell's likes.
I'll rep a 3.
All right.
I'm a contrast guy.
Yeah. No kiss because of Corona. How many CNC Productions? How many camera guys will you need if we have a tourney in April? Can't say that right now, so just do us a favor and go to our head-to-head Facebook page and send us a message. We'll keep you on the loop there if we need some camera staff for that one and how many we're going to need.
The boss has not decided if we're going to have one, how many guys there'll be, but what I can tell you is he's always thinking ahead, and he'll get it figured out.
I'm going to go out on a limb right now, Russell, and say that it'll happen.
You're pretty bold. Not really.
I've worked with the guy for almost 7 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much that he backs down from. He'll get it done.
I'm gonna just look on my side imaging for a minute, but
Here we're getting some votes coming
it's
in.
kind of over anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Todd. Those hats are hot.
They are. They are hot.
We should have had it so they could pre-order their hats. Get them paid for before they even get here. That would be phenomenal.
There's so
A lot of number
carp
ones.
in here.
I'm sure you and I will be down to commentate and grind away if they do another one. Oh,
Yeah.
There's Jeff's fish.
Oh, here could we hit 60.
There's a 60-pounder.
This could be a 17th fish and put him over that 60-pound.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like little head
Little
shakes
guy.
again. That might be closer, though. I don't know. Yeah, that might be 2 pounds, Jeff. Get that one. I think that's 2 pounds. It's going to be close. I don't even think he's going to try. That one's quite a bit closer than the last one.
Thank you, Tim. We really appreciate that comment. Thank you so much for watching.
Give me my tail back.
It's close, but no dice. We're closing in on the 10-minute warning here.
Jeff's got the comment here. Big fish payout will give Isaac a reason to continue. Jeff has big fish too for the
I think
day.
I'm just gonna head in.
I think he meant like if
I'm gonna call
there
it.
was a big fish
Oh,
payout,
right.
like
Yeah,
if
no, I
there's
get it.
maybe $500 or
I'm getting a little bit
$1,000
chilly,
for
and
it.
I'm about to get a lot chillier when I have to jump in. So I'm gonna pull my trolling motor and I'm gonna get the heck back into the dock and get my boat all rigged up.
Do remember
I gave
too,
her all I got.
Isaac is taking $2,000 home.
I gave her. That's okay. Maybe I'll just go up by Jeff real quick and heckle him for a little bit.
Roger.
Yeah, what I wanted to say before was, I think everybody's got to remember too, Isaac's taking $2,000 home. He's got nothing to hang his head on. He's gonna go home making a little bit of money on this deal. He's got himself a ton of exposure. He's had a great 3 days, and Jeff's gonna fill that truck full of money on his way home. But that's why part of the reason he was here. Both of these guys are big time competitors, and as you can tell by their little side bet, I think competition had way more to do with it than money.
Right.
I see a lot of people in the chat saying it should be this amount, it should be that amount. I've fished a lot of tournaments in my life. I don't ever remember fishing for money. Not one time. Do I ever remember, like, I'm fishing this tournament because it pays out X, or I'm not fishing because it pays out Y. Some people do, I'm sure. Just me personally, if I'm going to fish, I'm fishing for the pure competition. It's because I just really want to beat everybody who's fishing in the tournament.
Just like I think right now, Jeff's fishing for that 60-pound mark.
Oh, yeah. Jeff's hooked up again, Matt. He's hooked up again. That one looks like maybe a little more of a fish.
The river is the Fox River in De Pere, Wisconsin.
Yeah, this is not a dink. This is a doink.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
You heard him. There's 60. He was fishing for 60 pounds.
Yeah, I like Brett's point here. 10 grand is awesome, but the title is priceless.
Exactly. I mean,
Thanks, man.
Most tournament fishermen don't fish for money, because I'll tell you one thing. If you're going to fish tournaments for money, it's a losing proposition. I mean, it just is.
James, there is just a 2-pound minimum. It's as many fish plus 2 pounds as you can catch. And right now with this one, this will put Jeff at 17 scoreable fish on the day. Right now he's at a 3-pound, 10-ounce average.
Yes, both anglers are from Wisconsin, Ryan.
But we had some out-of-staters in this.
We did,
one.
yep. And some good ones. I mean,
Yeah.
Dylan Nussbaum. One that comes to mind off the top of my head, an NWT Touring Pro past champion. Gonna go about 210, maybe even 3 pounds. It's thick.
213.
213. Yeah, Gary. So at the end of the head-to-head season, and we're talking
Right there, I think we cracked 60 pounds today. 213.
There will be an award show that will stream, and that's when we'll hand out trophies. And that's after, we're thinking that date's going to be February in 2021.
Jackson Penny, I would say that head-to-head salmon fishing will likely come with an inaugural event in the fall of 2020. Again, there's no promises on that, but that's something that we have talked about and are looking at. We would look at a fall event because salmon guys would be fishing close to shore.
61-12.
Nice. John, 16 foot is the minimum boat length. Here, I'll share the head-to-head page with all the rules and everything real quick.
Salmon would be fun, man.
Fingers already from.
Salmon would be fun.
Salmon would be fun.
We could see a 150, 200 pound day if we did salmon fishing.
Yeah. Right at that 5 minute 30s or 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Not 5 hours.
So
Don't say that.
Matt.
Don't say that. I would be in a timeout if you said 5 hours 30 minutes.
The grind between Brian and Zach, making sure everything's working flawlessly. The camera staff, they did an amazing job. Go ahead and again show those guys some absolute love in the comments. Let them know they're gonna have to go back and watch this stuff. Okay, let's go over to Isaac and see how he felt the day went. But in the meantime, yeah.
Well, folks, I'm basically done for the day. My hands are cold. I'm tired. My body's sore. I don't know. I gave him my all for 3 days, and I just wasn't able to finish it off here at the end of the day, but that's okay. Jeff put on a heck of a good showing today, and I can't complain. He did what he needed to do, and I wasn't able to perform at the level I needed to perform at. Wasn't able to get to some of the spots I wanted to go to. I don't know, I just didn't get the bites I needed, really. I caught fish, but got a couple that were just, you know, too many that were just a little too small, and just is the way it is some days. You don't always get all the bites you want to get when you want to get them. It kind of always turns into, you know, some days just turn into a grind, and sometimes, you know, like in this case, Jeff's on the spot, and he's been catching them. I can't, you know, I'm not going to take that away from him. I'm not going to make excuses, you know. I didn't fish as good as I probably could have, but I'm okay with it. It was a good day. It was a good week. It was fun. Head-to-heads, you know, opener. This is the beginning of I think, an amazing circuit. I think this circuit's going to be around for a long, long time. I think you're going to see a lot more big names getting into these as, you know, it progresses. It's going to be a fun circuit to fish, you know, from here on out. I think it's really, you know, innovative, and, you know, it kind of brings that excitement of the MLF format, you know, into the walleye world. You know, we really haven't had anything like this in the walleye industry where we've been able to, you know, compete one-on-one. You know, there's not a lot of tournaments where you can go and fish, and really at the end of the day, you know, I've had to fish against 4 other people and had a shot at $10,000, and you just don't get that in any other format. When you're fishing in an AIM or a MWC or NWT, you know, you're competing against 100 other boats, 100 other people, and that's tough. That's really tough. Your chances, you know, are 1 in 100. Here it's basically 1 out of 16 guys that started is going to be, you know, and that just so happens to be Jeff, but 1 out of 16 guys, you know, that's your odds, is 1 in 16. So it's sweet. I'm excited. I'm excited to see where this, you know, format kind of takes off, and how it progresses as it evolves. You know, what changes are going to be implemented throughout the years, and what kind of different you know, little tweaks that they're going to make to it, you know, as they learn, you know, more from us as anglers. You know, one of the really good things about this is the anglers do have quite a bit of say in terms of what we're able to, you know, kind of talk to the tournament directors and give them our input on what we think. And I really like that. I appreciate it. I think it's really important for, you know, the growth of the tournament industry and the fishing industry as a whole to listen to the guys that are out here, you know, doing this for a living, and the guys that are out here doing it all the time. You know, we see the changes first. We're the first ones to witness, you know, what's going on out here on the water, and we always, you know, I always try to give my best professional opinion on things. I always try to, you know, be honest and forthcoming with what I'm doing with people, and I love it, man. I love the fishing industry. You know, there's not a lot of industries out there where the camaraderie is as tight as it is in this. There's not a lot of industries out there where people help each other no matter what. You know, it's just one of those things where, you know, you get a very special group of guys that are doing these tournaments, and it's pretty special when you can get a real close group together that's all willing to, you know, work together to come to a common goal of, you know, expanding this industry as much as we possibly can. I love walleye fishing. I've been doing it since I was, you know, just a little kid. My dad and my grandfather got me into it, and, you know, I look forward to the day where
5 seconds left.
You know my brother? Oh, are you on his boat? Oh, what's your name again? That's right. Nice to meet you, John.
There it is. There's
Thank
the
you.
high noon bell in the background.
Yep.
Yep.
It's over.
That's part of it.
Oh, right.
Why not, right?
Wow.
Why not?
Nice to meet you.
Why not? Even though this fish, of course, isn't going to count.
Doesn't count.
Because he hooked it after the noon bell. For Jeff Nectarline, it's not going to matter today.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it would have had to been in the boat over the gunnel, but either way, what a phenomenal showing by Jeff Nectarline. Congratulations.
As I said this morning, Matt, if this was a heavyweight fight, I said it right away that they exchanged big blows right off the bat. This was a second round knockout. Jeff Nectarline took it to Isaac today, and he was the better fisherman, and it was over early.
It was over early. So,
Look at it, it's a nice fish.
oh, another 2+ pounder. That's phenomenal.
What a day, Mike.
Do you have your winner?
Oh, yeah.
Weigh it anyways.
That's how you end a head-to-head walleye tournament, first inaugural tournament here in De Pere, Wisconsin. Brian Keller, way to put on a just a tremendous walleye circuit.
Can you open your camera on your phone so we can get a picture with that?
On my phone.
Yeah, he wants to announce the winner on Facebook. Right
Okay.
away. This would be perfect.
Camera's up.
Remember, don't go anywhere, folks. We're gonna have the bet, the jump in,
the swim. Yep, the jump in, the swim. That's so awesome.
Wow. All I can say is wow right now, Mike.
Do you want him to send us a picture, or should we do this interview first?
No.
Woo!
He's fired up. Rightfully so.
Thank you, Lord. This was the hardest tournament I've ever fished. Crazy. All these rounds, all this mental game. One-on-one. The emotions are just intense right now. I haven't experienced something like this in a long time. Incredible. Incredible. Just grinding and grinding and grinding is what I did in every one of these rounds. Some of them were real close, nail biters, and some of them were like today, just everything just came together for me. And oh, I got to thank all my sponsors, man. I have a ton of them that I work with, and I really appreciate everybody. Nitro Bullets, Mercury Marine, Sportomotive, Offshore Tackle, Fox River Rods, Central One Security. God, I have more. I just can't even think of them all right now, and I apologize, but I do appreciate all of you guys. And I can't do this stuff. I literally cannot do this stuff with support from those people that I work with. And I got to give a shout out to, again, the Reel Shot and Head-to-Head Fishing. This was the coolest tournament I have ever fished. To be able to see your competitor minute by minute and what they're doing and what you need to do to get to the next round. This is going to take off, I guarantee it. I love it, and I will be a part of it definitely as it grows. So thanks again, everybody, for watching this week.
How much money did you?
It's a win. $10,000, first place. I'm sure we'll spend that wisely. Probably more fishing gear. And Mike, great job on the camera, man. You did a really good job the last 2 days. I appreciate you in the boat. You're welcome in the boat anytime. So let's get back to shore and go celebrate.
Here we are.
Here we are.
We have just announced the inaugural H2H Walleye Champion, Jeff Nectarline. And don't leave, folks, because we got that bet to see paid out yet, which means that Isaac Lackage is jumping in.
That's side bet.
Yeah,
that's going to be
bet.
awesome. He's going swimming.
Yeah, he is. 41-degree water.
Yeah, I hope he keeps his striker bibs on or something just to keep him afloat and keep him a little bit warmer.
I hope he's got a lot of extra clothes because otherwise it's going to be a long ride home back to Milwaukee.
Right. So before we really get into everything here with the final discussion, I just want to remind people that the H2H10 code is going to come off shortly when this event is over with.
Yep.
So head over to thereelshot.com, take advantage of that code. for the remainder of the time. I saw a comment, Kitex is sold out. We have tons and tons of Kitex still available on the Real Shot. So let's recap what we saw today, Russell, besides the Nectarline beatdown.
Well, a couple things I think that were important. We talked about it right away this morning. Both guys aggressively fished with blade baits, made right decisions. Both of them caught their biggest fish of the day, first fish.
Yep.
So that tells you that what we talked about in our theory and the fact that you should go aggressive with an aggressive bait right away worked. I think the difference, Lakich was on fish. So was Jeff, obviously, on a bunch. I think the main difference was the decision of the day was when Jeff decided to slow roll plastics. Lakich continued to fish aggressively.
Yep.
Lakich couldn't put fish in the boat regularly, and he seemed to get a little bit razzled when Jeff went and started to pile on that lead. And Isaac, being a young fisherman and a great fisherman, he's going to just continually get better throughout his experience here.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff being in his mid to upper 40s, he's got a ton of tournament experience, and he showed that today. There's no doubt in my mind that experience is what really got him to win today. Congratulations to him. That was an impressive bag, 61 pounds.
Yep.
You want to announce the winner? Let's do that real quick. The winner of our giveaway?
Yeah. So we
You got
had
the name
announced the giveaway earlier. All they had to do was tag 3 friends in the comments here, and I'm going to have you pronounce it because I can't read your handwriting here.
Mike Schomer.
Okay.
Mike Schomer is how I would pronounce it.
So, Mike, if
He won.
you are still watching it, which I know we are, go ahead and send us a message to the head-to-head page. He got himself a nice little crank or lipless bait and some line. So
remember again, the H2H10 coupon code is still good right now on the Real Shot website, www.therealshot.com.
Yep, 10%
and
off.
We just wanted to kind of point out when Jeff made that decision to slow roll plastics, he went with a plastic that I didn't see anybody use all week.
Yep.
Somebody might have, but I didn't see it. We saw a lot of moxies, a lot of ringworms, normal plastics for walleye fishing. Jeff went to a bass plastic.
Yep.
And you heard him in his comments during the day today. He likes to use some bass plastics for walleyes. And that plastic that he went to was the Kitech Swing Impact Fat, I believe, right?
it's Swing Impact Fat.
Yep. And
I think this is a size.
we
here,
believe it's the
3.3.
3.3 size. We're not 100% certain on that, but I believe so. There's a 2.8, 3.3, 3.8, so
Yep.
they're similar in
Huge
size.
selection,
But
yep.
I'm very, very close to sure this was it. He did say that he wasn't sure the exact name, but it was a brown goby color, which is something like I have in my hand here, which is goby, by the way. You also have a brown goby
I have the
color.
Tennessee shad here in my hand.
Yeah, that's got a white back. I really like that one for the river. And then another great option would be the French Pearl. We saw a lot of guys throwing white plastics this week, especially when the water's a little bit dirty. And it's more of a minnow imitator. And so if you're looking to order any of this stuff, make sure you get on the website, www.therealshot.com. Use that H2H10 coupon code. Load up on this. He was using a chartreuse jig head as well. We noticed that.
Yeah, and we shared some of that stuff. So for those who are maybe missed the last 5 hours, here's recap the scores right now. So Jeff Nectarline, it was versus him battling Isaac. Jeff had 17 scoreable fish. That means they were all plus 2 pounds. His average for the day was 3 pounds and 10 ounces. That gives him a total weight, Russell, for 5 hours of fishing, 61 pounds, 12 ounces.
Wow.
And we're not going to take anything away from Isaac. He did a phenomenal job today. He had 3 scoreable fish. He had a couple shorts, so on and so forth. 3 pound, 9 ounce average.
Yeah.
It's 10 pounds, 13 ounces. That's still a really good day.
Absolutely. And like we talked about before when we were looking over the results, everybody had one, seemed like the guys that got far in the tournament had one standout day. Isaac actually had a 36-pound day. Jackson had multiple 30-pound rounds, I should say, not days, rounds. But Nectarline just cleared them all by basically almost doubling up everybody's deal. And as I said this morning jokingly, the Nectarline train had left the station. That thing was full steam ahead all day. It was domination station from 7:15 this morning all the way till noon.
Well, remember this, too. From 7 o'clock, he had his first scoreable fish within the first 5 minutes of the event. That fish was a 5-pound, 13-ouncer. But not to be outdone, Isaac wasn't there within the first half an hour, and he registered a 5-pounder as well. So we were on the board with almost 10 pounds of fish
in the first 20 minutes or
First
so.
20 minutes. And from there on out, for Jeff, he just never looked back. But we noticed that Jeff never moved throughout the day. He stayed consistent. He aggressively fished the blade baits, like you said, went back to a slow presentation with jig and plastic. And then, you look at it where nerves, Isaac was watching his phone a lot throughout the morning portion. He even mentioned how he was going to kind of keep track more. That probably had some play on the decision making at some
100%.
point.
Like I said before, I give Isaac way up here credit. I'm a guy that you have to earn a little bit of respect with me. He earned all the respect that he needs with me. I think he's going to be an elite walleye tournament angler for a long time. But I believe 100% today, experience won the tournament for Jeff Nectarline.
Yep.
And inexperience, a little bit of that young age, kind of caught up with Isaac finally today. And I even made the comment yesterday in the wrap-up. I thought Isaac was very mature for his age, and I still do. But he showed today a little bit of that younger age category. And the minute he got down a little bit, boy, oh boy, he started checking that phone, and then he started scrambling. And we saw Jackson do that yesterday. Not really check the phone, but the minute his plan A didn't work, we saw him scramble, and he spent almost the entire round running around. Yeah, we're still waiting for this jump in. It looks like they're getting that lined up.
Yeah, you can look on the bottom portion of the screen here.
Yeah, we're
They're
keeping
getting
an
back
eye
to
on
the
that.
landing, and
so stay with us here, folks, because it's going to be it's going to happen here any minute. This is going to be fun to watch. But a couple other things I've seen this week is it also went like we expected it to in some way, where we started off the week with cooler water temps, cooler air temps, and muddy water. And the fishing was a little bit tough to start. The first morning was gangbusters right away, and then that afternoon was really brutal, really tough. Brett Walzer was the only guy that stood out that first afternoon.
Yep.
And then as the water has warmed up and the temperatures have warmed up, we saw the fishing progressively get better. And we saw the scores get better for the most part, even though we cut the field in half every time we went down. So mathematically, you wouldn't expect to see the scores go up, but we had 2 guys go today, and one of them at 60 pounds.
yeah, it was insanity. I mean, some of the scores, like we were mentioning earlier, day one, some of our battles, we had a 31-pound total weight, 33 pounds of total fish. All right, let's go to the landing
Let's go live to Isaac Lackich as he's getting his bibs off and getting ready to jump in.
Don't go anywhere. Share it now. You're going to watch Isaac take a swim here in the Fox River and De Pere.
Got to give him credit. Man of his word.
I never would have done it.
No.
Good job.
No. He's braver than I am.
He's got some big cojones.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard through the grapevine it was his idea.
Really?
Yeah. So I
that's,
guess
that's how confident he was in this morning's event.
I guess if it's your idea, you better pay up then.
So here we go. We're at the landing right now. What you're seeing is the loser of today's battle, Isaac, is about to go for a little swim on a side bet that him and Jeff Nectarline had.
This is what's fun about head-to-head compared to other tournaments.
Yeah.
Tell me any other tournament you've ever seen where you get to see a side bet after the tournament happened live on the camera.
Live.
I mean, it just doesn't happen. I mean, all these guys are making goofy side bets, this, that, and the other thing. I've never seen this before in 20-plus years of tournament fishing in my life. I've never seen anything like this live on the internet or TV.
There we're getting a look at that's Ryan Foster. There's Kyle Carpenter, some other anglers standing on the.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, running jump.
Whoa! I mean, that's a 10. That is an absolute 10. He doesn't look that phased. He doesn't.
Russell, we had 41-degree water temperatures today. That is a brave, brave guy.
He looks cold now.
I applaud Isaac. That's amazing.
Impressive. The kid is an amazing young angler, and he's got heart. That's for sure. He's got heart. Jeff has got to be just loving that.
Yo,
sitting in his boat right there watching the guy that placed the side wager with him jump in the river.
Yep. If that doesn't make you want to get into a head-to-head event, I'm not sure what will. Who knows the craziness that we're going to see throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So, again, if you're interested in being a part of the head-to-head family, getting in on a tournament, whether it's a bass one, a walleye one, we have a bunch of different events coming out through Wisconsin and Minnesota. Really simple, Russell. They just have to go to h2hfishing.com. Then you'll see the events tab on there. You'll see what events are still available, everything like that. So really simple. Again, it's just h2hfishing.com. You're laughing here.
I'm
missing
laughing.
a couple comments?
TG Gabriel says, when I catch up to Russell Gag and I'm going to dunk him in the lake. Hopefully, he doesn't catch me till July when
He's
it's
a
60
big guy,
degrees.
yeah.
Because if he catches me, I'm going
You're
in
going,
for sure.
You're going for
Yeah,
a swim. Well,
absolutely.
You got to remember, I mean, you started that.
I
Dink
started
Fest.
it. I got to take credit. I started it. So if he's gonna dunk me in the lake, I'm going in.
Yeah, we'll have to live stream that event.
Yeah.
There's our next head-to-head event. Is can Troy Gabriel catch Russell Gahagan for a dunk in the water?
In all seriousness, the walleye tournaments are starting May 15th. Bass as well.
Bass as well. Yep.
So both sections are starting then. If you, for some reason, have been hiding under a rock for the last 3 days, remember, you're going to be able to watch this on Facebook, previous streams, YouTube, on the H2H website, which is h2hfishing.com. I know I'm going to go home and watch this. I haven't obviously got a chance to watch it all in one section. Lily, my daughter, loves to watch fishing. She's been every night when I got home, been looking for it. So really excited about the opportunity to kind of watch the entire thing and see how it unfolds.
There I see Mike's on. Yes, Mike Schwimmer, you were the winner. So go ahead and send us a message. But, just kind of go off of where you were at before, Russell. I mean, we have 8 bass events set up between Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Yep.
We have 8 walleye events set up between Wisconsin and Minnesota. You can find that all on h2hfishing.com. There'll be 8 man events. So that's 8 events. And then there are only 8 anglers per event. So what we had quite a few questions coming in is, yes, it's first come, first serve. Once the event is full, it's full.
Yep.
And then you can't get back into it unless we have a cancellation or something like that.
Yeah. One of the other things I saw a lot of people is a lot of guys didn't understand. Well, this tournament paid out $10,000. That one pays out two things. You're cutting the field in half, so there's half the prize fund, and then some of the money goes towards the championship. Because each winner moves on to the championship for a free championship with a chance to win a pile of money.
Yeah, $12,000 worth of money is what they're fishing for.
So in a lot of ways, that actually might be worth more than the $3,000 you win at the tournament because you're going to then get a free entry into a chance to win $12,000. And a guy says, well, what happens if you win a couple of them? You're knocking the competition out as you go, right?
Yeah, for sure. Well, the thing about it is once you sign up for one, you're locked in for one, right?
Yep.
You can't fish multiple head-to-head events. We've gotten a lot of questions on that throughout the season.
Right.
So you sign up for one, you're fishing that one, and then hopefully you fish your way to the championship where you're fishing for $12,000.
Right.
But it's really simple to do is you just go to the head-to-head Facebook page, website, and there's zone maps. Now, the reason you're only going to see a zone map is because we're doing our best to keep the lakes a secret to 2 weeks prior to every event.
Yep.
So what we're going to do is that 2 weeks prior to that event, whether you sign up in May, June, July, August, or so on and so forth, we'll do what we call a pairing show, which was hugely successful for us with this event here, the De Pere event, is we'll be live streaming on this huge TV behind us.
Yep.
And we'll pick the anglers via Facebook, place them in the bracket, and then that's how you find out if you're fishing the AM, PM portion. So again, for that event, it's a 3-day event instead of it's supposed to be a 4-day event like this one was.
Right.
Friday is at AM, PM, and then we go to Saturday, Sunday when they're both AM events.
Yeah. And
So
we did that so the guys can get a break in the afternoon,
Yes.
and the guys can get on the road Sunday afternoon and get home. The
Get
guys
home
that
to their
make the
families.
finals.
Again,
Yeah.
this is an angler-driven, like Isaac
Yeah.
was saying, this is an angler-driven format.
Trying to make it like a weekend series in the sense that you don't have to take an entire week or week and a half
Yep.
off of work to be able to fish these.
Yep.
If you know that area, which we expect a lot of the guys who sign up for that will do, they'll know that area of water. It's not like you have to be there an entire week ahead of time. If you can pre-fish a day or two, I feel like, and then fish the 3 days of the event, that's a lot of time.
Well, and here's how each event is set up. So each event zone is set up where there's at least 2 to 3 different bodies of water per event zone.
Right.
So day 1 may be one lake, day 2 may be a totally different body of water, and day 3 for sure is always a different body of water. So a lot of guys that fished it last year during the bass event we had, their strategy is I'm taking it one lake at a time.
Absolutely, yeah.
You could pre-fish once we announce the lakes up to the day of the event, but they're concentrating on one day at a time. And speaking of concentrating on one day at a time, Isaac focused on one day at a time, made a bet, and let's go to the replay here.
Let's look at the instant replay of Isaac doing a flop into the Fox River.
Here it is. Running start.
Cannonball maybe, right? I don't know, like half cannonball?
Twist.
In
slow motion.
And you got to give him a 10 on that. He had
Yeah,
good
rate
leg form,
rate
good
that
leg
splash.
form. Yeah, it was good.
Rate that splash. So before we sign off here for the day, thank you everybody that tuned in, whether you tuned in for one event or you stayed on for all 3 days worth of events. Thank you to Facebook, YouTube. Thank you to everybody that shared this, that tagged people. We'll catch back up with the messages on the winners. We'll get you your prizes. Get in touch with you for that kind of stuff. But we really, really appreciate it. We've gained huge momentum in the walleye world with this event, and we've gained huge momentum in the head-to-head world as well. So thank you to all the the viewers that we've had. Huge shout out to the camera people.
Yep. Production people. Behind the scenes, Brian and Zach. I mean, those guys have been here at 5-something in the morning every morning, not leaving till well after dark.
Yep.
To make sure that this thing runs smoothly. And you can just tell as it went along. First morning, there was a little bit of jitters. Not everybody knew exactly what to do. And by the last couple of days, it's been perfect. I think this is their 6th or 7th day they've ever done this.
Yeah.
And to look at it, we basically were flawless the last 2 days. And again, as we mentioned before, it's equipment. You're going to have some issues. That's just reality. But to really think about, Brian's brainchild here that he put together, this thing's gone unbelievable.
Yeah, so this is our 7th day of live streaming a head-to-head event. So that means we did a number of events last year in 2019. So it was 4 events last year, and then the 3 days worth, 3 events for this year. So it's only 7 days worth of head-to-head fishing, and it's blowing up.
Yeah.
So the other thing, too, is like we mentioned a couple times today during the stream is this is not a monster production company. I mean, it's meaning like there's not 100 people working on this program right now. There's less than 10 for sure. Including the camera people and the production staff. And the production staff is the one that we got to give the huge shout out to.
Absolutely.
Zach and Brian, that's 2 people that brought you all this content that you watched for the last 3 days with very minimal issues.
Absolutely. No, it's impressive stuff. And like I said, I've been doing this tournament fishing stuff for over 20 years. And I can honestly say, whether I was here commentating or not, I'd say the same thing to everybody. I've never seen anything like this, and I'm really excited to see where it goes. So I'm looking forward to May 15th so we can see what the next walleye and bass tournament bring. And there's a good chance you and I might be sitting here talking about it.
We might be commentating some more. So myself, Matt Trotz,
Russell Gahagan,
we're going to sign off. What we're going to do here is we're going to tell you, though, we're going to give you one last chance. We're going to leave that head-to-head 10 code active.
H2H10.
Yep, H2H10 at therealshot.com. We're going to leave that active till 1 p.m. Central Time.
Yep.
At that point, we're going to cut it.
Yep, so you get 37 minutes to get on there and get some of them Kitex, get some of those blade baits, get some of those jigs, Moxie plastics that everybody's running to go and use on the Deep Pure Fox River. But it's not just there, too. Those will work on the Wolf. They'll work in Oshkosh. So get on there. Get on therealshot.com and show them some of your support. They're the title sponsor right now of the head-to-head. And use that H2H10 code. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the orders that we had. And that's it. Are we cut?